Title: A Discovery of Witches. Author: Deborah Harkness. Acknowledgments. My greatest debt is to the friends and family who read this book chapter by chapter as it was written. Kara, Karen, Lisa, Margaret, and my mom, Olive. Peg and Lynn, as always, provided excellent meals, warm companionship, and wise counsel. And I am especially appreciative of the editorial work that Lisa Haltonen did to prepare the manuscript for submission. Colleagues generously lent me their expertise as I wandered far from my own area of specialization. Philippa Levine, Andres Resendez, Vanessa Schwartz, and Patrick Wyman steered me in the right direction whenever I took a misstep. Any errors that remain are, of course, my own. I will always be grateful that Sam Stoloff of the Francis Golden Literary Agency took the news that I had written a novel and not another work of history with grace and good humor. He also read the early drafts with a keen eye. Additional thanks to the agency's Ellen Geiger for her inspired choice of dinner companions. The team at Viking has become a second family to me. My editor, Carl DeSanti, represents what every author hopes for when they are writing a book. Someone who will not only appreciate what you have put on the page, but can envision what story those words could tell if they were tweaked just so. Maureen Sugden, copy editor extraordinaire, polished the book in record time. Thank you also to Claire Ferraro, Lee Butler, Hal Fessenden, and the Rights Group. Nancy Shepard, Carolyn Colburn, and the marketing and sales team, Victoria Close, Christopher Russell, and everyone who has helped transform this work from a stack of paper into a book. Because this is a book about books, I consulted a substantial number of texts as I wrote. Curious readers can find some of them by consulting the Dewey-Rheims translation of the Bible, Marie-Louise von Frahn's critical edition and translation of Aurora Consurgens, Pantheon Books, 1966, and Paul Eugene Memos' translation of Giordano Bruno's Heroic Frenzies, University of North Carolina Press, 1964. Those readers who do go exploring should know that the translations here are my own, and therefore have their idiosyncrasies. Anyone who wants to delve further into the mind of Charles Darwin has the ideal place to start in Janet Brown's Charles Darwin, A Biography, 2 volumes, Alfred Knopp, 1995 and 2000. And for a lucid introduction to mDTNA and its application to the problems of human history, consult Brian Sykes, The 7 Daughters of Eve, W. W. Norton, 2001. Chapter 1. The leather-bound volume was nothing remarkable. To an ordinary historian, it would have looked no different from hundreds of other manuscripts in Oxford's Bodleian Library, ancient and worn. But I knew there was something odd about it from the moment I collected it. Duke Humphrey's reading room was deserted on this late September afternoon, and requests for library materials were filled quickly now that the summer crush of visiting scholars was over and the madness of the fall term had not yet begun. Even so, I was surprised when Sean stopped me at the call desk. "Dr. Bishop, your manuscripts are up," he whispered, voice tinged with a touch of mischief. The front of his argyle sweater was streaked with the rusty traces of old leather bindings, and he brushed at it self-consciously. A lock of sandy hair tumbled over his forehead when he did. "Thanks," I said, flashing him a grateful smile. I was flagrantly disregarding the rules limiting the number of books a scholar could call in a single day. Sean, who'd shared many a drink with me in the pink stuccoed pub across the street in our graduate student days, had been filling my requests without complaint for more than a week. "And stop calling me Dr. Bishop. I always think you're talking to someone else." He grinned back and slid the manuscripts, all containing fine examples of alchemical illustrations from the Bodleian's collection, over his battered oak desk, each one tucked into a protective gray cardboard box. Oh, there's one more. Sean disappeared into the cage for a moment and returned with a thick, quarto-sized manuscript bound simply in mottled calfskin. He laid it on top of the pile and stooped to inspect it. The thin gold rims of his glasses sparked in the dim light provided by the old bronze reading lamp that was attached to a shelf. "This one's not been called up for a while. I'll make a note that it needs to be boxed after you return it. Do you want me to remind you?" "No, already made a note here." Sean tapped his head with his fingertips. "Your mind must be better organized than mine." My smile widened. Sean looked at me shyly and tugged on the call slip, but it remained where it was, lodged between the cover and the first pages. "This one doesn't want to let go," he commented. Muffled voices chattered in my ear, intruding on the familiar hush of the room. "Did you hear that?" I looked around, puzzled by the strange sounds. "What?" Sean replied, looking up from the manuscript. Traces of gilt shone along its edges and caught my eye. But those faded touches of gold could not account for a faint, iridescent shimmer that seemed to be escaping from between the pages. I blinked. Nothing. I hastily drew the manuscript toward me, my skin prickling when it made contact with the leather. Son's fingers were still holding the call slip, and now it slid easily out of the binding's grasp. I hoisted the volumes into my arms and tucked them under my chin, assailed by a whiff of the uncanny that drove away the library's familiar smell of pencil shavings and floor wax. "Diana, are you okay?" Sean asked with a concerned frown. "Fine, just a bit tired," I replied, lowering the books away from my nose. I walked quickly through the original 15th century part of the library, past the rows of Elizabethan reading desks with their 3 ascending bookshelves and scarred writing surfaces. Between them, Gothic windows directed the reader's attention up to the coffered ceilings, where bright paint and gilding picked out the details of the university's crest of 3 crowns and open book, and where its motto, "God is my illumination," was proclaimed repeatedly from on high. Another American academic, Gillian Chamberlain, was my sole companion in the library on this Friday night. A classicist who taught at Bryn Mawr, Gillian spent her time poring over scraps of papyrus sandwiched between sheets of glass. I sped past her, trying to avoid eye contact, but the creaking of the old floor gave me away. My skin tingled as it always did when another witch looked at me. "Diana?" she called from the gloom. I smothered a sigh and stopped. "Hi, Gillian." Unaccountably possessive of my hoard of manuscripts, I remained as far from the witch as possible and angled my body so they weren't in her line of sight. "What are you doing for Mabon?" Gillian was always stopping by my desk to ask me to spend time with my sisters while I was in town. With the Wiccan celebrations of the autumn equinox just days away, she was redoubling her efforts to bring me into the Oxford coven. "Working," I said promptly. "There are some very nice witches here, you know," Gillian said with prim disapproval. "You really should join us on Monday." "Thanks, I'll think about it," I said, already moving in the direction of the Selden end, the airy 17th century edition that ran perpendicular to the main axis of Duke Humphreys. "I'm working on a conference paper, though, so don't count on it." My Aunt Sarah had always warned me it wasn't possible for one witch to lie to another, but that hadn't stopped me from trying. Gillian made a sympathetic noise, but her eyes followed me. Back at my familiar seat facing the arched, leaded windows, I resisted the temptation to dump the manuscripts on the table and wipe my hands. Instead, mindful of their age, I lowered the stack carefully. The manuscript that had appeared to tug on its call slip lay on top of the pile. Stamped in gilt on the spine was a coat of arms belonging to Elias Ashmole, a 17th century book collector and alchemist whose books and papers had come to the Bodleian from the Ashmolean Museum in the 19th century, along with the number 782I. I reached out, touching the brown leather. A mild shock made me withdraw my fingers quickly, but not quickly enough. The tingling traveled up my arms, lifting my skin into tiny goose pimples, then spread across my shoulders, tensing the muscles in my back and neck. These sensations quickly receded, but they left behind a hollow feeling of unmet desire. Shaken by my response, I stepped away from the library table. Even at a safe distance, this manuscript was challenging me, threatening the walls I'd erected to separate my career as a scholar from my birthright as the last of the bishop witches. Here, with my hard-earned doctorate, tenure, and promotions in hand, and my career beginning to blossom, I'd renounced my family's heritage and created a life that depended on reason and scholarly abilities, not inexplicable hunches and spells. I was in Oxford to complete a research project. Upon its conclusion, my findings would be published, substantiated with extensive analysis and footnotes, and presented to human colleagues, leaving no room for mysteries and no place in my work for what could be known only through a witch's sixth sense. But, albeit unwittingly, I had called up an alchemical manuscript that I needed for my research, and that also seemed to possess an otherworldly power that was impossible to ignore. My fingers itched to open it and learn more, yet an even stronger impulse held me back. Was my curiosity intellectual, related to my scholarship, or did it have to do with my family's connection to witchcraft? I drew the library's familiar air into my lungs and shut my eyes, hoping that would bring clarity. The Bodleian had always been a sanctuary to me, a place unassociated with the bishops. Tucking my shaking hands under my elbows, I stared at Ashmole 782 in the growing twilight and wondered what to do. My mother would instinctively have known the answer, had she been standing in my place. Most members of the bishop family were talented witches, but my mother, Rebecca, was special. Everyone said so. Her supernatural abilities had manifested early, and by the time she was in grade school, she could out-magic most of the senior witches in the local coven with her intuitive understanding of spells, startling foresight, and uncanny knack for seeing beneath the surface of people and events. My mother's younger sister, my Aunt Sarah, was a skilled witch too, but her talents were more mainstream, a deft hand with potions and a perfect command of witchcraft's traditional lure of spells and charms. My fellow historians didn't know about the family, of course, but everyone in Madison, the remote town in upstate New York where I'd lived with Sarah since the age of 7, knew all about the bishops. My ancestors had moved from Massachusetts after the Revolutionary War. By then, more than a century had passed since Bridget Bishop was executed at Salem. Even so, rumors and gossip followed them to their new home. After pulling up stakes and resettling in Madison, the bishops worked hard to demonstrate how useful it could be to have witchy neighbors for healing the sick and predicting the weather. In time, the family set down roots in the community deep enough to withstand the inevitable outbreaks of superstition and human fear. But my mother had a curiosity about the world that led her beyond the safety of Madison. She went first to Harvard, where she met a young wizard named Stephen Proctor. He also had a long magical lineage and a desire to experience life outside the scope of his family's New England history and influence. Rebecca Bishop and Stephen Proctor were a charming couple. My mother's all-American frankness a counterpoint to my father's more formal, old-fashioned ways. They became anthropologists, immersing themselves in foreign cultures and beliefs, sharing their intellectual passions along with their deep devotion to each other. After securing positions on the faculty in area schools, my mother at her alma mater, my father at Wellesley, they made research trips abroad and made a home for their new family in Cambridge. I have few memories of my childhood, but each one is vivid and surprisingly clear. All feature my parents. The feel of corduroy on my father's elbows, the lily of the valley that scented my mother's perfume, the clink of their wine glasses on Friday nights when they'd put me to bed and dine together by candlelight. My mother told me bedtime stories, and my father's brown briefcase clattered when he dropped it by the front door. These memories would strike a familiar chord with most people. Other recollections of my parents would not. My mother never seemed to do laundry, but my clothes were always clean and neatly folded. Forgotten permission slips for field trips to the zoo appeared in my desk when the teacher came to collect them. And, no matter what condition my father's study was in when I went in for a goodnight kiss, and it usually looked as if something had exploded, it was always perfectly orderly the next morning. In kindergarten, I'd asked my friend Amanda's mother why she bothered washing the dishes with soap and water when all you needed to do was stack them in the sink, snap your fingers, and whisper a few words. Mrs. Schmidt laughed at my strange idea of housework, but confusion had clouded her eyes. That night, my parents told me we had to be careful about how we spoke about magic and with whom we discussed it. Humans outnumbered us and found our power frightening, my mother explained, and fear was the strongest force on earth. I hadn't confessed at the time that magic, my mother's especially, frightened me too. By day, my mother looked like every other kid's mother in Cambridge, slightly unkempt, a bit disorganized, and perpetually harassed by the pressures of home and office. Her blonde hair was fashionably tousled, even though the clothes she wore remained stuck in 1977. Long, billowy skirts, oversized pants and shirts, and men's vests and blazers she picked up in thrift stores the length and breadth of Boston in imitation of Annie Hall. Nothing would have made you look twice if you passed her in the street or stood behind her in the supermarket. In the privacy of our home, with the curtains drawn and the door locked, my mother became someone else. Her movements were confident and sure, not rushed and hectic. Sometimes she even seemed to float. As she went around the house singing and picking up stuffed animals and books, her face slowly transformed into something otherworldly and beautiful. When my mother was lit up with magic, you couldn't tear your eyes away from her. "Mommy's got a firecracker inside her," was the way my father explained it with his wide, indulgent grin. But firecrackers, I learned, were not simply bright and lively. They were unpredictable, and they could startle and frighten you too. My father was at a lecture one night when my mother decided to clean the silver, and became mesmerized by a bowl of water she set on the dining room table. As she stared at the glassy surface, it became covered with a fog that twisted itself into tiny, ghostly shapes. I gasped with delight as they grew, filling the room with fantastic beings. Soon they were climbing up the drapes and clinging to the ceiling. I cried out for my mother's help, but she remained intent on the water. Her concentration didn't waver until something half human and half animal crept near and pinched my arm. That brought her out of her reveries, and she exploded into a shower of angry red light that beat back the wraiths and left an odor of singed feathers in the house. My father noticed the strange smell the moment he returned, his alarm evident. He found us huddled in bed together. At the sight of him, my mother burst into apologetic tears. I never felt entirely safe in the dining room again. Any remaining sense of security evaporated after I turned 7, when my mother and father went to Africa and didn't come back alive. I shook myself and focused again on the dilemma that faced me. The manuscript sat on the library table in a pool of lamplight. Its magic pulled on something dark and knotted inside me. My fingers returned to the smooth leather. This time, the prickling sensation felt familiar. I vaguely remembered experiencing something like it once before, looking through some papers on the desk in my father's study. Turning resolutely away from the leather-bound volume, I occupied myself with something more rational, searching for the list of alchemical texts I generated before leaving New Haven. It was on my desk, hidden among the loose papers, book call slips, receipts, pencils, pens, and library maps. neatly arranged by collection and then by the number assigned to each text by a library clerk when it had entered into the Bodleian. Since arriving a few weeks ago, I had been working through the list methodically. The copied-out catalog description for Ashmole 782 read, Anthropology, or a treatise containing a short description of man in 2 parts, the first anatomical, the second psychological. As with most of the works I studied, there was no telling what the contents were from the title. My fingers might be able to tell me about the book without even cracking open the covers. Aunt Sarah always used her fingers to figure out what was in the mail before she opened it, in case the envelope contained a bill she didn't want to pay. That way she could plead ignorance when it turned out she owed the electric company money. The gilt numbers on the spine winked. I sat down and considered the options. Ignore the magic, open the manuscript, and try to read it like a human scholar? Push the bewitched volume aside and walk away? Sarah would chortle with delight if she knew my predicament. She had always maintained that my efforts to keep magic at arm's length were futile, but I'd been doing so ever since my parents' funeral. There, the witches among the guests had scrutinized me for signs that the bishop and proctor blood was in my veins, all the while patting me encouragingly and predicting it was only a matter of time before I took my mother's place in the local coven. Some had whispered their doubts about the wisdom of my parents' decision to marry. Too much power, they muttered when they thought I wasn't listening. They were bound to attract attention even without studying ancient ceremonial religion. This was enough to make me blame my parents' death on the supernatural power they wielded, and to search for a different way of life. Turning my back on anything to do with magic, I buried myself in the stuff of human adolescence, horses and boys and romantic novels, and tried to disappear among the town's ordinary residents. At puberty, I had problems with depression and anxiety. It was all very normal, the kindly human doctor assured my aunt. Sarah didn't tell him about the voices, about my habit of picking up the phone a good minute before it rang, or that she had to enchant the doors and windows when there was a full moon to keep me from wandering into the woods in my sleep. Nor did she mention that when I was angry, the chairs in the house rearranged themselves into a precarious pyramid before crashing to the floor once my mood lifted. When I turned 13, my aunt decided it was time for me to channel some of my power into learning the basics of witchcraft. Lighting candles with a few whispered words, or hiding pimples with a time-tested potion, these were a teenage witch's habitual first steps. But I was unable to master even the simplest spell, burned every potion my aunt taught me, and stubbornly refused to submit to her tests to see if I'd inherited my mother's uncannily accurate second sight. The voices, the fires, and other unexpected eruptions lessened as my hormones quieted, but my unwillingness to learn the family business remained. It made my aunt anxious to have an untrained witch in the house, and it was with some relief that Sarah sent me off to a college in Maine. Except for the magic, it was a typical coming-of-age story. What got me away from Madison was my intellect. It had always been precocious, leading me to talk and read before other children my age. Aided by a prodigious photographic memory, which made it easy for me to recall the layouts of textbooks and spit out the required information on tests, my schoolwork was soon established as a place where my family's magical legacy was irrelevant. I'd skipped my final years of high school and started college at 16. There, I'd first tried to carve out a place for myself in the theater department, my imagination drawn to the spectacle and the costumes, and my mind fascinated by how completely a playwright's words could conjure up other places and times. My first few performances were heralded by my professors as extraordinary examples of the way good acting could transform an ordinary college student into someone else. The first indication that these metabases might not have been the result of theatrical talent came while I was playing Ophelia in Hamlet. As soon as I was cast in the role, my hair started growing at an unnatural rate, tumbling down from shoulders to waist. I sat for hours beside the college's lake, irresistibly drawn to its shining surface, with my new hair streaming all around me. The boy playing Hamlet became caught up in the illusion, and we had a passionate, though dangerously volatile affair. Slowly, I was dissolving into Ophelia's madness, taking the rest of the cast with me. The result might have been a riveting performance, but each new role brought fresh challenges. In my sophomore year, the situation became impossible when I was cast as Annabella in John Ford's "'Tis Pity She's a Whore." Like the character, I attracted a string of devoted suitors, not all of them human, who followed me around campus. When they refused to leave me alone after the final curtain fell, it was clear that whatever had been unleashed couldn't be controlled. I wasn't sure how magic had crept into my acting, and I didn't want to find out. I cut my hair short. I stopped wearing flowing skirts and layered tops in favor of the black turtlenecks, khaki trousers, and loafers that the solid, ambitious pre-law students were wearing. My excess energy went into athletics. After leaving the theater department, I attempted several more majors, looking for a field so rational that it would never yield a square inch to magic. I lacked the precision and patience for mathematics, and my efforts at biology were a disaster of failed quizzes and unfinished laboratory experiments. At the end of my sophomore year, the registrar demanded I choose a major or face a fifth year in college. A summer study program in England offered me the opportunity to get even farther from all things Bishop. I fell in love with Oxford, the quiet glow of its morning streets. My history courses covered the exploits of kings and queens, and the only voices in my head were those that whispered from books penned in the 16th and 17th centuries. This was entirely attributable to great literature. Best of all, no one in this university town knew me, and if there were witches in the city that summer, they stayed well away. I returned home, declared a major in history, took all the required courses in record time, and graduated with honors before I turned 20. When I decided to pursue my doctorate, Oxford was my first choice among the possible programs. My specialty was the history of science, and my research focused on the period when science supplanted magic, the age when astrology and witch hunts yielded to Newton and universal laws. This was entirely attributable to great literature. Best of all, no one in this university town knew me, and if there were witches in the city that summer, they stayed well away. I returned home, declared a major in history, took all the required courses in record time, and graduated with honors before I turned 20. When I decided to pursue my doctorate, Oxford was my first choice among the possible programs. My specialty was the history of science, and my research focused on the period when science supplanted magic, the age when astrology and witch hunts yielded to Newton and universal laws. This was entirely attributable to great literature. Best of all, no one in this university town knew me, and if there were witches in the city that summer, they stayed well away. I returned home, declared a major in history, took all the required courses in record time, and graduated with honors before I turned 20. When I decided to pursue my doctorate, Oxford was my first choice among the possible programs. My specialty was the history of science, and my research focused on the period when science supplanted magic, the age when astrology and witch hunts yielded to Newton and universal laws. This was entirely attributable to great literature. Best of all, no one in this university town knew me, and if there were the search for a rational order in nature rather than a supernatural one mirrored my own efforts to stay away from what was hidden. The lines I'd already drawn between what went on in my mind and what I carried in my blood grew more distinct. My Aunt Sarah had snorted when she heard of my decision to specialize in 17th century chemistry. Her bright red hair was an outward sign of her quick temper and sharp tongue. She was a plain-speaking, no-nonsense witch who commanded a room as soon as she entered it. A pillar of the Madison community, Sarah was often called in to manage things when there was a crisis, large or small, in town. We were on much better terms now that I wasn't subjected to a daily dose of her keen observations on human frailty and inconsistency. Though we were separated by hundreds of miles, Sarah thought my latest attempts to avoid magic were laughable and told me so. "We used to call that alchemy," she said. "There's a lot of magic in it." "No, there's not," I protested hotly. The whole point of my work was to show how scientific this pursuit really was. Alchemy tells us about the growth of experimentation, not the search for a magical elixir that turns lead into gold and makes people immortal. "If you say so," Sarah said doubtfully. "But it's a pretty strange subject to choose if you're trying to pass as human." After earning my degree, I fought fiercely for a spot on the faculty at Yale, the only place that was more English than England. Colleagues warned that I had little chance of being granted tenure. I churned out 2 books, won a handful of prizes, and collected some research grants. Then I received tenure and proved everyone wrong. More important, my life was now my own. No one in my department, not even the historians of early America, connected my last name with that of the first Salem woman executed for witchcraft in 1692. To preserve my hard-won autonomy, I continued to keep any hint of magic or witchcraft out of my life. Of course, there were exceptions, like the time I'd drawn on one of Sarah's spells when the washing machine wouldn't stop filling with water and threatened to flood my small apartment on Worcester Square. Nobody's perfect. Now, taking note of this current lapse, I held my breath, grasped the manuscript with both hands, and placed it in one of the wedge-shaped cradles the library provided to protect its rare books. I had made my decision: to behave as a serious scholar and treat Ashmole 782 like an ordinary manuscript. I'd ignore my burning fingertips, the book's strange smell, and simply describe its contents. Then I'd decide, with professional detachment, whether it was promising enough for a longer look. My fingers trembled when I loosened the small brass clasps nevertheless. The manuscript let out a soft sigh. A quick glance over my shoulder assured me that the room was still empty. The only other sound was the loud ticking of the reading room's clock. Deciding not to record book side, I turned to my laptop and opened up a new file. This familiar task, one that I'd done hundreds if not thousands of times before, was as comforting as my list's neat check marks. I typed the manuscript name and number and copied the title from the catalog description. I eyed its size and binding, describing both in detail. The only thing left to do was open the manuscript. It was difficult to lift the cover, despite the loosened clasps, as if it were stuck to the pages below. I swore under my breath and rested my hand flat on the leather for a moment, hoping that Ashmole 782 simply needed a chance to know me. It wasn't magic, exactly, to put your hand on top of a book. My palm tingled, much as my skin tingled when a witch looked at me, and the tension left the manuscript. After that, it was easy to lift the cover. The first page was rough paper. On the second sheet, which was parchment, were the words Anthropologia, or a treatise containing a short description of man, in Ashmole's handwriting. The neat, round curves were almost as familiar to me as my own cursive script. The second part of the title, in 2 parts, the first anatomical, the second psychological, was written in a later hand in pencil. It was familiar too, but I couldn't place it. Touching the writing might give me some clue, but it was against the library's rules, and it would be impossible to document the information that my fingers might gather. Instead, I made notes in the computer file regarding the use of ink and pencil, the two different hands, and the possible dates of the inscriptions. As I turned the first page, the parchment felt abnormally heavy and revealed itself as the source of the manuscript's strange smell. It wasn't simply ancient, it was something more, a combination of must and musk that had no name. And I noticed immediately that 3 leaves had been cut neatly out of the binding. Here at last was something easy to describe. My fingers flew over the keys. At least 3 folios removed, by straight edge or razor. I peered into the valley of the manuscript spine, but couldn't tell whether any other pages were missing. The closer the parchment to my nose, the more the manuscript's power and odd smell distracted me. I turned my attention to the illustration that faced the gap where the missing pages should be. It showed a tiny baby girl floating in a clear glass vessel. The baby held a silver rose in one hand, a golden rose in the other. On its feet were tiny wings, and drops of red liquid showered down on the baby's long black hair. Underneath the image was a label written in thick black ink, indicating that it was a depiction of the philosophical child, an allegorical representation of a crucial step in creating the philosopher's stone, the chemical substance that promised to make its owner healthy, wealthy, and wise. The colors were luminous and strikingly well preserved. Artists had once mixed crushed stone and gems into their paints to produce such powerful colors. And the image itself had been drawn by someone with real artistic skill. I had to sit on my hands to keep them from trying to learn more from a touch here and there. But the illuminator, for all his obvious talent, had the details all wrong. The glass vessel was supposed to point up, not down. The baby was supposed to be half black and half white, to show that it was a hermaphrodite. It should have had male genitalia and female breasts, or 2 heads at the very least. Alchemical imagery was allegorical and notoriously tricky. That's why I was studying it, searching for patterns that would reveal a systematic, logical approach to chemical transformation in the days before the periodic table of the elements. Images of the moon were almost always representations of silver, for example, while images of the sun referred to gold. When the two were combined chemically, the process was represented as a wedding. In time, the pictures had been replaced by words. Those words, in turn, became the grammar of chemistry. But this manuscript put my belief in the alchemist's logic to the test. Each illustration had at least one fundamental flaw, and there was no accompanying text to help make sense of it. I searched for something, anything that would agree with my knowledge of alchemy. In the softening light, faint traces of handwriting appeared on one of the pages. I slanted the desk lamp so that it shone more brightly. There was nothing there. Slowly, I turned the page as if it were a fragile leaf. Words shimmered and moved across its surface. Hundreds of words, invisible unless the angle of light and the viewer's perspective were just right. I stifled a cry of surprise. Ashmole 782 was a palimpsesta, a manuscript within a manuscript. When parchment was scarce, scribes carefully washed the ink from old books and then wrote new text on the blank sheets. Over time, the former writing often reappeared underneath as a textual ghost, discernible with the help of ultraviolet light, which could see under ink stains and bring faded text back to life. There was no ultraviolet light strong enough to reveal these traces, though this was not an ordinary palimpsest. The writing hadn't been washed away. It had been hidden with some sort of spell. But why would anyone go to the trouble of bewitching the text in an alchemical book? Even experts had trouble puzzling out the obscure language and fanciful imagery the authors used. Dragging my attention from the faint letters that were moving too quickly for me to read, I focused instead on writing a synopsis of the manuscript's contents. Puzzling, I typed. Textual captions from the 15th to 17th centuries. Images mainly 15th century. Image sources possibly older. Mixture of paper and vellum. Colored and black inks, the former of unusually high quality. Illustrations are well executed, but details are incorrect, missing. Depicts the creation of the philosopher's stone, alchemical birth creation, death, resurrection, and transformation. A confused copy of an earlier manuscript? A strange book, full of anomalies. My fingers hesitated above the keys. Scholars do one of two things when they discover information that doesn't fit what they already know. Either they sweep it aside so it doesn't bring their cherished theories into question, or they focus on it with laser-like intensity and try to get to the bottom of the mystery. If this book hadn't been under a spell, I might have been tempted to do the latter. Because it was bewitched, I was strongly inclined toward the former. And when in doubt, scholars usually postpone a decision. I typed an ambivalent final line. Needs more time? Possibly recall later? Holding my breath, I fastened the cover with a gentle tug. Currents of magic still thrummed through the manuscript, especially fierce around the clasps. Relieved that it was closed, I stared at Ashmole 782 for a few more moments. My fingers wanted to stray back and touch the brown leather, but this time I resisted, just as I had resisted touching the inscriptions and illustrations to learn more than a human historian could legitimately claim to know. Aunt Sarah had always told me that magic was a gift. If it was, it had strings attached that bound me to all the bishop witches who had come before me. There was a price to be paid for using this inherited magical power, and for working the spells and charms that made up the witch's carefully guarded craft. By opening Ashmole 782, I'd breached the wall that divided my magic from my scholarship. But back on the right side of it again, I was more determined than ever to remain there. I packed up my computer and notes and picked up the stack of manuscripts, carefully putting Ashmole 782 on the bottom. Mercifully, Jillian wasn't at her desk, though her papers were still strewn around. She must be planning on working late and was off for a cup of coffee. Finished? Sean asked when I reached the call desk. Not quite. I'd like to reserve the top 3 for Monday. And the 4th? I'm done with it, I blurted, pushing the manuscripts toward him. You can send it back to the stacks. Sean put it on top of a pile of returns he had already gathered. He walked with me as far as the staircase, said goodbye, and disappeared behind a swinging door. The conveyor belt that would whisk Ashmole 782 back into the bowels of the library clanged into action. I almost turned and stopped him, but let it go. My hand was raised to push open the door on the ground floor when the air around me constricted, as if the library were squeezing me tight. The air shimmered for a split second, just as the pages of the manuscript had shimmered on Sean's desk, causing me to shiver involuntarily and raising the tiny hairs on my arms. Something had just happened, something magical. My face turned back toward Duke Humphreys, and my feet threatened to follow. It's nothing, I thought, resolutely walking out of the library. Are you sure? Whispered a long-ignored voice. Chapter 2. Oxford's bells chimed 7 times. Night didn't follow twilight as slowly as it would have a few months ago, but the transformation was still lingering. The library staff had turned on the lamps only 30 minutes before, casting small pools of gold in the gray light. It was the 21st day of September. All over the world, witches were sharing a meal on the eve of the autumn equinox to celebrate Mabon and greet the impending darkness of winter. But the witches of Oxford would have to do without me. I was slated to give the keynote address at an important conference next month. My ideas were still unformed, and I was getting anxious. At the thought of what my fellow witches might be eating somewhere in Oxford, my stomach rumbled. I'd been in the library since 9:30 that morning, with only a short break for lunch. Sean had taken the day off, and the person working at the call desk was new. She'd given me some trouble when I requested one crumbling item and tried to convince me to use microfilm instead. The reading room supervisor, Mr. Johnson, overheard and came out of his office to intervene. "My apologies, Dr. Bishop," he said hurriedly, pushing his heavy, dark-rimmed glasses over the bridge of his nose. "If you need to consult this manuscript for your research, we will be happy to oblige." He disappeared to fetch the restricted item and delivered it with more apologies about the inconvenience and the new staff. Gratified that my scholarly credentials had done the trick, I spent the afternoon happily reading. I pulled 2 coiled weights from the upper corners of the manuscript and closed it carefully, pleased at the amount of work I'd completed. After encountering the bewitched manuscript on Friday, I devoted the weekend to routine tasks rather than alchemy in order to restore a sense of normalcy. I filled out financial reimbursement forms, paid bills, wrote letters of recommendation, and even finished a book review. These chores were interspersed with more homely rituals, like doing laundry, drinking copious amounts of tea, and trying recipes from the BBC's cooking programs. After an early start this morning, I'd spent the day trying to focus on the work at hand rather than dwelling on my recollections of Ashmole 782's strange illustrations and mysterious palimpsest. I eyed the short list of to-dos jotted down over the course of the day. Of the 4 questions on my follow-up list, the third was easiest to resolve. The answer was in an arcane periodical, Notes and Queries, which was shelved on one of the bookcases that stretched up toward the room's high ceilings. I pushed back my chair and decided to tick one item off my list before leaving. The upper shelves of the section of Duke Humphreys known as the Selden End were reachable by means of a worn set of stairs to a gallery that looked over the reading desks. I climbed the twisting treads to where the old buckram-covered books sat in neat chronological rows on wooden shelves. No one but me and an ancient literature don from Magdalen College seemed to use them. I located the volume and swore softly under my breath. It was on the top shelf, just out of reach. A low chuckle startled me. I turned my head to see who was sitting at the desk at the far end of the gallery, but no one was there. I was hearing things again. Oxford was still a ghost town, and anyone who belonged to the university had left over an hour earlier to down a glass of free sherry in their college's senior common room before dinner. Given the Wiccan holiday, even Gillian had left in the late afternoon, after extending one final invitation and glancing at my pile of reading material with narrowed eyes. I searched for the gallery step stool, which was missing. The Bodleian was notoriously short on such items, and it would easily take 15 minutes to locate one in the library and haul it upstairs so that I could retrieve the volume. I hesitated. Even though I'd held a bewitched book, I'd resisted temptations to work further magic on Friday. Besides, no one would see. Despite my rationalizations, my skin prickled with anxiety. I didn't break my rules very often, and I kept mental accounts of the situations that had spurred me to turn to my magic for assistance. This was the 5th time this year, including putting the spell on the malfunctioning washing machine and touching Ashmole 782. Not too bad for the end of September, but not a personal best either. I took a deep breath, held up my hand, and imagined the book in it. Volume 19 of Notes and Queries slid backward 4 inches, tipped at an angle as if an invisible hand were pulling it down, and fell into my open palm with a soft thwack. Once there, it flopped open to the page I needed. It had taken all of 3 seconds. I let out another breath to exhale some of my guilt. Suddenly, 2 icy patches bloomed between my shoulder blades. I had been seen, and not by an ordinary human observer. When one witch studies another, the touch of their eyes tingles. Witches aren't the only creatures sharing the world with humans, however. There are also demons, creative, artistic creatures who walk a tightrope between madness and genius. Rock stars and serial killers was how my aunt described these strange, perplexing beings. And there are vampires, ancient and beautiful, who feed on blood and will charm you utterly if they don't kill you first. When a demon takes a look, I feel the slight, unnerving pressure of a kiss. But when a vampire stares, it feels cold, focused, and dangerous. I mentally shuffled through the readers in Duke Humphreys. There had been one vampire, a cherubic monk who pored over medieval missals and prayer books like a lover. But vampires aren't often found in rare bookrooms. Occasionally one succumbed to vanity and nostalgia and came in to reminisce, but it wasn't common. Witches and demons were far more typical in libraries. Gillian Chamberlain had been in today, studying her papyri with a magnifying glass. And there were definitely 2 demons in the music reference room. They'd looked up, dazed, as I walked by on the way to Blackwell's for tea. One told me to bring him back a latte, which was some indication of how immersed he was in whatever madness gripped him at the moment. No, it was a vampire who watched me now. I'd happened upon a few vampires, since I worked in a field that put me in touch with scientists, and there were vampires aplenty in laboratories around the world. Science rewards long study and patience. And thanks to their solitary work habits, scientists were unlikely to be recognized by anyone except their closest coworkers. It made a life that spanned centuries rather than decades much easier to negotiate. These days, vampires gravitated toward particle accelerators, projects to decode the genome, and molecular biology. Once they had flocked to alchemy, anatomy, and electricity. If it went bang, involved blood, or promised to unlock the secrets of the universe, there was sure to be a vampire around. I clutched my ill-gotten copy of Notes and Queries and turned to face the witness. He was in the shadows on the opposite side of the room in front of the paleography reference books, lounging against one of the graceful wooden pillars that held up the gallery. An open copy of Janet Roberts' Guide to Scripts used in English handwriting up to 1500 was balanced in his hands. I had never seen this vampire before, but I was fairly certain he didn't need pointers on how to decipher old penmanship. Anyone who has read paperback bestsellers or even watched television knows that vampires are breathtaking, but nothing prepares you to actually see one. Their bone structures are so well honed that they seem chiseled by an expert sculptor. Then they move or speak, and your mind can't begin to absorb what you're seeing. Every movement is graceful, every word is musical. And their eyes are arresting, which is precisely how they catch their prey. One long look, a few quiet words, a touch. Once you're caught in a vampire's snare, you don't stand a chance. Staring down at this vampire, I realized with a sinking feeling that my knowledge on the subject was, alas, largely theoretical. Little of it seemed useful now that I was facing one in the Bodleian library. The only vampire with whom I had more than a passing acquaintance worked at the nuclear particle accelerator in Switzerland. Jeremy was slight and gorgeous, with bright blonde hair, blue eyes, and an infectious laugh. He'd slept with most of the women in the canton of Geneva and was now working his way through the city of Lausanne. What he did after he seduced them, I had never wanted to inquire into too closely, and I'd turned down his persistent invitations to go out for a drink. I'd always figured that Jeremy was representative of the breed. But in comparison to the one who stood before me now, he seemed raw-boned, gawky, and very, very young. This one was tall, well over 6 feet, even accounting for the problems of perspective associated with looking down on him from the gallery. And he definitely was not slight. Broad shoulders narrowed into slender hips, which flowed into lean, muscular legs. His hands were strikingly long and agile, a mark of physiological delicacy that made your eyes drift back to them to figure out how they could belong to such a large man. As my eyes swept over him, his own were fixed on me. From across the room, they seemed black as night, staring up under thick, equally black eyebrows, one of them lifted in a curve that suggested a question mark. His face was indeed striking, all distinct planes and surfaces, with high-angled cheekbones meeting brows that shielded and shadowed his eyes. Above his chin was one of the few places where there was room for softness, his wide mouth, which, like his long hands, didn't seem to make sense. But the most unnerving thing about him was not his physical perfection. It was his feral combination of strength, agility, and keen intelligence that was palpable across the room. In his black trousers and soft gray sweater, with a shock of black hair swept back from his forehead and cropped close to the nape of his neck, he looked like a panther that could strike at any moment, but was in no rush to do so. He smiled. It was a small, polite smile that didn't reveal his teeth. I was intensely aware of them anyway, sitting in perfectly straight, sharp rows behind his pale lips. The mere thought of teeth sent an instinctive rush of adrenaline through my body, setting my fingers tingling. Suddenly, all I could think was, "Get out of this room now!" The staircase seemed farther away than the 4 steps it took to reach it. I raced down to the floor below, stumbled on the last step, and pitched straight into the vampire's waiting arms. Of course he had beaten me to the bottom of the stairs. His fingers were cool, and his arms felt steelier than flesh and bone. The scent of clove, cinnamon, and something that reminded me of incense filled the air. He set me on my feet, picked notes and queries off the floor, and handed it to me with a small bow. "Dr. Bishop, I presume?" Shaking from head to toe, I nodded. The long, pale fingers of his right hand dipped into a pocket and pulled out a blue and white business card. He extended it. "Matthew Clairmont." I gripped the edge of the card, careful not to touch his fingers in the process. Oxford University's familiar logo, with the 3 crowns and open book, was perched next to Clairmont's name, followed by a string of initials indicating he had already been made a member of the Royal Society. Not bad for someone who appeared to be in his mid to late 30s, though I imagined that his actual age was at least 10 times that. As for his research specialty, it came as no surprise that the vampire was a professor of biochemistry and affiliated with Oxford Neuroscience at the John Radcliffe Hospital. Blood and anatomy, 2 vampire favorites. The card bore 3 different laboratory numbers in addition to an office number and an email address. I might not have seen him before, but he was certainly not unreachable. "Professor Clairmont." I squeaked it out before the words caught in the back of my throat, and I quieted the urge to run screaming toward the exit. "We've not met," he continued in an oddly accented voice. It was mostly Oxbridge, but had a touch of softness that I couldn't place. His eyes, which never left my face, were not actually dark at all, I discovered, but dominated by dilated pupils bordered with a gray-green sliver of iris. Their pull was insistent, and I found myself unable to look away. The vampire's mouth was moving again. "I'm a great admirer of your work." My eyes widened. It was not impossible that a professor of biochemistry would be interested in 17th century alchemy, but it seemed highly unlikely. I picked at the collar of my white shirt and scanned the room. We were the only 2 in it. There was no one at the old oak card file or at the nearby banks of computers. Whoever was at the collection desk was too far away to come to my aid. "I found your article on the color symbolism of alchemical transformation fascinating, and your work on Robert Boyle's approach to the problems of expansion and contraction was quite persuasive," Clairmont continued smoothly, as if he were used to being the only active participant in a conversation. "I've not yet finished your latest book on alchemical apprenticeship and education, but I'm enjoying it a great deal." "Thank you," I whispered. His gaze shifted from my eyes to my throat. I stopped picking at the buttons around my neck. His unnatural eyes floated back to mine. "You have a marvelous way of evoking the past for your readers." I took that as a compliment, since a vampire would know if it was wrong. Clairmont paused for a moment. "Might I buy you dinner?" My mouth dropped open. Dinner? I might not be able to escape from him in the library, but there was no reason to linger over a meal, especially one he would not be sharing, given his dietary preferences. "I have plans," I said abruptly, unable to formulate a reasonable explanation of what those plans might involve. Matthew Clairmont must know I was a witch, and I was clearly not celebrating Mabon. "That's too bad," he murmured, a touch of a smile on his lips. "Another time, perhaps. You are in Oxford for the year, aren't you?" Being around a vampire was always unnerving, and Clairmont's clove scent brought back the strange smell of Ashmole 782. Unable to think straight, I resorted to nodding. It was safer. "I thought so," said Clairmont. "I'm sure our paths will cross again. Oxford is such a small town." "Very small," I agreed, wishing I had taken leave in London instead. "Until then, Dr. Bishop, it has been a pleasure." Clairmont extended his hand. With the exception of their brief excursion to my collar, his eyes had not drifted once from mine. I didn't think he had blinked either. I steeled myself not to be the first to look away. My hand went forward, hesitating for a moment before clasping his. There was a fleeting pressure before he withdrew. He stepped backward, smiled, then disappeared into the darkness of the oldest part of the library. I stood still until my chilled hands could move freely again, then walked back to my desk and switched off my computer. Notes and queries asked me accusingly why I had bothered to go and get it if I wasn't even going to look at it. My to-do list was equally full of reproach. I ripped it off the top of the pad, crumpled it up, and tossed it into the wicker basket under the desk. "Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof," I muttered under my breath. The reading room's night proctor glanced down at his watch when I returned my manuscripts. "Leaving early, Dr. Bishop?" I nodded, my lips closed tightly to keep myself from asking whether he knew there had been a vampire in the paleography reference section. He picked up the stack of gray cardboard boxes that held the manuscripts. "Will you need these tomorrow?" "Yes," I whispered, "tomorrow." Having observed the last scholarly propriety of exiting the library, I was free. My feet clattered against the linoleum floors and echoed against the stone walls as I sped through the reading room's lattice gate, past the books guarded with velvet ropes to keep them from curious fingers, down the worn wooden stairs and into the enclosed quadrangle on the ground floor. I leaned against the iron railings surrounding the bronze statue of William Herbert and sucked the chilly air into my lungs, struggling to get the vestiges of clove and cinnamon out of my nostrils. There were always things that went bump in the night in Oxford, I told myself sternly. So there was one more vampire in town. No matter what I told myself in the quadrangle, my walk home was faster than usual. The gloom of New College Lane was a spooky proposition at the best of times. I ran my card through the reader at New College's back gate and felt some of the tension leave my body when the gate clicked shut behind me, as if every door and wall I put between me and the library somehow kept me safe. I skirted under the chapel windows and through the narrow passage into the quad that had views of Oxford's only surviving medieval garden, complete with the traditional mound that had once offered a green prospect for students to look upon and contemplate the mysteries of God and nature. Tonight the college's spires and archways seemed especially Gothic, and I was eager to get inside. When the door of my apartment closed behind me, I let out a sigh of relief. I was living at the top of one of the college's faculty staircases, in lodgings reserved for visiting former members. My rooms, which included a bedroom, a sitting room with a round table for dining, and a decent if small kitchen, were decorated with old prints and warm wainscoting. All the furniture looked as if it had been culled from previous incarnations of the senior common room and the master's house, with down at the heels late 19th century design predominant. In the kitchen, I put 2 slices of bread in the toaster and poured myself a cold glass of water. Gulping it down, I opened the window to let cool air into the stuffy rooms. Carrying my snack back into the sitting room, I kicked off my shoes and turned on the small stereo. The pure tones of Mozart filled the air. When I sat on one of the maroon upholstered sofas, it was with the intention to rest for a few moments, then take a bath and go over my notes from the day. At 3:30 in the morning, I woke with a pounding heart, a stiff neck, and the strong taste of cloves in my mouth. I got a fresh glass of water and closed the kitchen window. It was chilly, and I shivered at the touch of the damp air. After a glance at my watch and some quick calculations, I decided to call home. It was only 10:30 there, and Sarah and Em were as nocturnal as bats. Slipping around the rooms, I turned off all the lights except the one in my bedroom and picked up my mobile. I was out of my grimy clothes in a matter of minutes. How do you get so filthy in a library? And into a pair of old yoga pants and a black sweater with a stretched-out neck. They were more comfortable than any pajamas. The bed felt welcoming and firm underneath me, comforting me enough that I almost convinced myself a phone call home was unnecessary. But the water had not been able to remove the vestiges of cloves from my tongue, and I dialed the number. "We've been waiting for your call," were the first words I heard. "Witches," I sighed. "Sarah, I'm fine. All signs to the contrary." As usual, my mother's younger sister was not going to pull any punches. "Tabitha has been skittish all evening. Em got a very clear picture of you lost in the woods at night, and I haven't been able to eat anything since breakfast." The real problem was that damned cat. Tabitha was Sarah's baby and picked up any tension within the family with uncanny precision. "I'm fine. I had an unexpected encounter in the library tonight, that's all." A click told me that Em had picked up the extension. "Why aren't you celebrating Mabon?" she asked. Emily Mather had been a fixture in my life for as long as I could remember. She and Rebecca Bishop had met as high school students working in the summer at Plymouth Plantation, where they dug holes and pushed wheelbarrows for the archaeologists. They became best friends, then devoted pen pals when Emily went to Vassar and my mother to Harvard. Later, the two reconnected in Cambridge when Em became a children's librarian. After my parents' death, Em's long weekends in Madison soon led to a new job in the local elementary school. She and Sarah became inseparable partners, even though Em had maintained her own apartment in town, and the two of them had made a big deal of never being seen heading into a bedroom together while I was growing up. This didn't fool me, the neighbors, or anyone else living in town. Everybody treated them like the couple they were, regardless of where they slept. When I moved out of the Bishop house, Em moved in and had been there ever since. Like my mother and my aunt, Em came from a long line of witches. I was invited to the Coven's party but worked instead. "Did the witch from Bryn Mawr ask you to go?" Em was interested in the classicist, mostly. It had turned out over a fair amount of wine one summer night because she'd once dated Gillian's mother. "It was the 60s, was all Em would say. "Yes," I sounded harassed. The two of them were convinced I was going to see the light and begin taking my magic seriously now that I was safely tenured. Nothing cast any doubt on this wishful prognostication, and they were always thrilled when I had any contact with a witch. But I spent the evening with Elias Ashmole instead. "Who's he?" Em asked Sarah. "You know, that dead guy who collected alchemy books," was Sarah's muffled reply. "Still here, you two," I called into the phone. "So who rattled your cage?" Sarah asked. Given that both were witches, there was no point in trying to hide anything. "I met a vampire in the library, one I've never seen before, named Matthew Clairmont." There was silence on Em's end as she flipped through her mental card file of notable creatures. Sarah was quiet for a moment too, deciding whether or not to explode. "I hope he's easier to get rid of than the demons you have a habit of attracting," she said sharply. "Demons haven't bothered me since I stopped acting." "No, there was that demon who followed you into the Beinecke library when you first started working at Yale, too," Em corrected me. "He was just wandering down the street and came looking for you." "He was mentally unstable," I protested. "Like using witchcraft on the washing machine. The fact that I'd somehow caught the attention of a single curious demon shouldn't count against me. You draw creatures like flowers draw bees, Diana. But demons aren't half as dangerous as vampires." "Stay away from him," Sarah said tightly. "I have no reason to seek him out." My hands traveled to my neck again. "We have nothing in common." "That's not the point," Sarah said, voice rising. "Witches, vampires, and demons aren't supposed to mix. You know that. Humans are more likely to notice us when we do. No demon or vampire is worth the risk." The only creatures in the world that Sarah took seriously were other witches. Humans struck her as unfortunate little beings blind to the world around them. Demons were perpetual teenagers who couldn't be trusted. Vampires were well below cats and at least one step below mutts within her hierarchy of creatures. "You've told me the rules before, Sarah." "Not everyone obeys the rules, honey," Em observed. "What did he want?" "He said he was interested in my work, but he's a scientist, so that's hard to believe." My fingers fiddled with the duvet cover on the bed. "He invited me to dinner." "To dinner?" Sarah was incredulous. Em just laughed. "There's not much on a restaurant menu that would appeal to a vampire. I'm sure I won't see him again. He's running 3 labs from the look of his business card, and he holds 2 faculty positions." "Typical," Sarah muttered. "That's what happens when you have too much time on your hands. And stop picking at that quilty. You'll put a hole in it." She'd switched on her witch's radar full blast and was now seeing as well as hearing me. "It's not as if he's stealing money from old ladies and squandering other people's fortunes on the stock market," I countered. The fact that vampires were reputed to be fabulously wealthy was a sore spot with Sarah. "He's a biochemist and a physician of some sort, interested in the brain." "I'm sure that's fascinating, Diana, but what did he want?" Sarah matched my irritation with impatience, the 1-2 punch mastered by all bishop women. "Not dinner," Em said with certainty. Sarah snorted. "He wanted something. Vampires and witches don't go on dates. Unless he was planning to dine on you, of course. They love nothing more than the taste of a witch's blood. Maybe he was just curious. Or maybe he does like your work." Em said it with such doubt that I had to laugh. "We wouldn't be having this conversation at all if you'd just take some elementary precautions," Sarah said tartly. "A protection spell, some use of your abilities as a seer." "And I'm not using magic or witchcraft to figure out why a vampire asked me to dinner," I said firmly. "Not negotiable, Sarah." "Then don't call us looking for answers when you don't want to hear them," Sarah said, her notoriously short temper flaring. She hung up before I could think of a response. "Sarah does worry about you, you know," Em said apologetically. "And she doesn't understand why you won't use your gifts, not even to protect yourself." "Because the gifts had strings attached, as I'd explained before." I tried again. "It's a slippery slope, Em. I protect myself from a vampire in the library today, and tomorrow I protect myself from a hard question at a lecture. Soon I'll be picking research topics based on knowing how they'll turn out and applying for grants that I'm sure to win. It's important to me that I've made my reputation on my own. If I start using magic, nothing would belong entirely to me. I don't want to be the next bishop witch." I opened my mouth to tell Em about Ashmole 782, but something made me close it again. I know, honey." Em's voice was soothing. "I do understand. But Sarah can't help worrying about your safety. You're all the family she has now. My fingers slid through my hair and came to rest at my temples. Conversations like this always led back to my mother and father. I hesitated, reluctant to mention my one lingering concern. "What is it?" Em asked, her sixth sense picking up on my discomfort. "He knew my name. I've never seen him before, but he knew who I was." Em considered the possibilities. "Your picture's on the inside of your latest book cover, isn't it?" My breath, which I hadn't been aware I was holding, came out with a soft whoosh. "Yes, that must be it. I'm just being silly. Can you give Sarah a kiss from me?" "You bet. And, Diana, be careful. English vampires may not be as well behaved around witches as the American ones are." I smiled, thinking of Matthew Clairmont's formal bow. "I will. But don't worry, I probably won't see him again." Em was quiet. "Em," I prompted. "Time will tell." Em wasn't as good at seeing the future as my mother was reputed to have been, but something was niggling at her. Convincing a witch to share a vague premonition was almost impossible. She wasn't going to tell me what worried her about Matthew Clairmont. Not yet. Chapter 3. The vampire sat in the shadows on the curved expanse of the bridge that spanned New College Lane and connected two parts of Hertford College, his back resting against the worn stone of one of the college's newer buildings and his feet propped up on the bridge's roof. The witch appeared, moving surprisingly surely across the uneven stones of the sidewalk outside the Bodleian. She passed underneath him, her pace quickening. Her nervousness made her look younger than she was, and accentuated her vulnerability. So that's the formidable historian, he thought wryly, mentally going over her vita. Even after looking at her picture, Matthew expected Bishop to be older, given her professional accomplishments. Diana Bishop's back was straight, and her shoulders square, in spite of her apparent agitation. Perhaps she would not be as easy to intimidate as he had hoped. Her behavior in the library had suggested as much. She'd met his eyes without a trace of the fear that Matthew had grown to rely upon from those who weren't vampires, and many of those who were. When Bishop rounded the corner, Matthew crept along the roof lines until he reached the new college wall. He slipped silently down into its boundaries. The vampire knew the college's layout and had anticipated where her rooms would be. He was already tucked into a doorway opposite her staircase when she began her climb. Matthew's eyes followed her around the apartment as she moved from room to room, turning on the lights. She pushed the kitchen window open, left it ajar, disappeared. "That will save me from breaking the window or picking her lock," he thought. Matthew darted across the open space and scaled her building, his feet and hands finding sure holds in the old mortar with the help of a copper downspout and some robust vines. From his new vantage point, he could detect the witch's distinctive scent and a rustle of turning pages. He craned his neck to peer into the window. Bishop was reading. In repose, her face looked different, he reflected. It was as if her skin fit the underlying bones properly. Her head bobbed slowly, and she slid against the cushions with a soft sigh of exhaustion. Soon, the sound of regular breathing told Matthew she was asleep. He swung out from the wall and kicked his feet up and through the witch's kitchen window. It had been a very long time since the vampire had climbed into a woman's rooms. Even then, the occasions were rare and usually linked to moments when he was in the grip of infatuation. This time, there was a far different reason. Nonetheless, if someone caught him, he'd have a hell of a time explaining what it was. Matthew had to know if Ashmole 782 was still in Bishop's possession. He hadn't been able to search her desk at the library, but a quick glance had suggested that it wasn't among the manuscripts she'd been consulting today. Still, there was no chance that a bishop, would have let the volume slip through her fingers. With unaudible steps, he traveled through the small set of rooms. The manuscript wasn't in the witch's bathroom or her bedroom. He crept quietly past the couch where she lay sleeping. The witch's eyelids were twitching, as if she were watching a movie only she could see. One of her hands was drawn into a fist, and every now and then her legs danced. Bishop's face was serene, however, unperturbed by whatever the rest of her body thought it was doing. Something wasn't right. He'd sensed it from the first moment he saw Bishop in the library. Matthew crossed his arms and studied her, but he still couldn't figure out what it was. This witch didn't give off the usual scents: shenbane, sulfur, and sage. She's hiding something, the vampire thought, something more than the lost manuscript. Matthew turned away, seeking out the table she was using as a desk. It was easy to spot, littered with books and papers. That was the likeliest place for her to have put the smuggled volume. As he took a step toward it, he smelled electricity and froze. Light was seeping from Diana Bishop's body all around the edges, escaping from her pores. The light was a blue so pale it was almost white, and at first it formed a cloud-like shroud that clung to her for a few seconds. For a moment, she seemed to shimmer. Matthew shook his head in disbelief. It was impossible. It had been centuries since he'd seen such a luminous outpouring from a witch. But other, more urgent matters beckoned, and Matthew resumed the hunt for the manuscript, hurriedly searching through the items on her desk. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. The witch's scent was everywhere, distracting him. Matthew's eyes returned to the couch. Bishop was stirring and shifting again, her knees creeping toward her chest. Once more, luminosity pulsed to the surface, shimmered for a moment, retreated. Matthew frowned, puzzled at the discrepancy between what he'd overheard last night and what he was witnessing with his own eyes. 2 witches had been gossiping about Ashmole 782, and the witch who'd called it. One had suggested that the American historian didn't use her magical power. But Matthew had seen it in the Bodleian, and now watched it wash through her with evident intensity. He suspected she used magic in her scholarship, too. Many of the men she wrote about had been friends of his: Cornelius Drebbel, Andreas Libavius, Isaac Newton. She'd captured their quirks and obsessions perfectly. Without magic, how could a modern woman understand men who had lived so long ago? Fleetingly, Matthew wondered if Bishop would be able to understand him with the same uncanny accuracy. The clock struck 3, startling him. His throat felt parched. He realized he'd been standing for several hours, motionless, watching the witch dream while her power rose and fell in waves. He briefly considered slaking his thirst with this witch's blood. A taste of it might reveal the location of the missing volume and indicate what secrets the witch was keeping. But he restrained himself. It was only his desire to find Ashmole 782 that made him linger with the enigmatic Diana Bishop. If the manuscript wasn't in the witch's rooms, then it was still in the library. He padded to the kitchen, slid out the window, and melted into the night. Chapter 4. 4 hours later, I woke up on top of the duvet, clutching the phone. At some point, I'd kicked off my right slipper, leaving my foot trailing over the edge of the bed. I looked at the clock and groaned. There was no time for my usual trip to the river or even for a run. Cutting my morning ritual short, I showered and then drank a scalding cup of tea while drying my hair. It was straw blonde and unruly, despite the ministrations of a hairbrush. Like most witches, I had a problem getting the shoulder-length strands to stay put. Sarah blamed it on pent-up magic and promised that the regular use of my power would keep the static electricity from building and make my hair more obedient. After brushing my teeth, I slipped on a pair of jeans, a fresh white blouse, and a black jacket. It was a familiar routine, and this was my habitual outfit, but neither proved comforting today. My clothes seemed confining, and I felt self-conscious in them. I jerked on the jacket to see if that would make it fit any better, but it was too much to expect from inferior tailoring. When I looked into the mirror, my mother's face stared back. I could no longer remember when I developed this strong resemblance to her. Sometime in college, perhaps? No one had commented on it until I came home for Thanksgiving break during freshman year. Since then, it was the first thing I heard from those who had known Rebecca Bishop. Today's check in the mirror also revealed that my skin was pale from lack of sleep. This made my freckles, which I'd inherited from my father, stand out in apparent alarm, and the dark blue circles under my eyes made them appear lighter than usual. Fatigue also managed to lengthen my nose and render my chin more pronounced. I thought of the immaculate Professor Clairmont and wondered what he looked like first thing in the morning. Probably just as pristine as he had last night, I decided. The beast. I grimaced at my reflection. On my way out the door, I stopped and surveyed my rooms. Something niggled at me. A forgotten appointment. A deadline. There was something I was missing that was important. The sense of unease wrapped around my stomach, squeezed, then let go. After checking my date book and the stacks of mail on my desk, I wrote it off as hunger and went downstairs. The obliging ladies in the kitchen offered me toast when I passed by. They remembered me as a graduate student and still tried to force-feed me custard and apple pie when I looked stressed. Munching on toast and slipping along the cobblestones of New College Lane was enough to convince me that last night had been a dream. My hair swung against my collar, and my breath showed in the crisp air. Oxford is quintessentially normal in the morning, with the delivery vans pulled up to college kitchens, the aromas of burned coffee and damp pavement, and fresh rays of sunlight slanting through the mist. It was not a place that seemed likely to harbor vampires. The Bodleian's blue-jacketed attendant went through his usual routine of scrutinizing my reader's card as if he had never seen me before and suspected I might be a master book thief. Finally, he waved me through. I deposited my bag in the cubbyholes by the door after first removing my wallet, computer, and notes, and then I headed up to the twisting wooden stairs to the third floor. The smell of the library always lifted my spirits. That peculiar combination of old stone, dust, woodworm, and paper, made properly from rags. Sun streamed through the windows on the staircase landings, illuminating the dust motes flying through the air and shining bars of light on the ancient walls. There, the sun highlighted the curling announcements for last term's lecture series. New posters had yet to go up, but it would only be a matter of days before the floodgates opened and a wave of undergraduates arrived to disrupt the city's tranquility. Humming quietly to myself, I nodded to the busts of Thomas Bodley and King Charles I that flanked the arched entrance to Duke Humphreys, and pushed through the swinging gate by the call desk. "We'll have to set him up in the Selden end today," the supervisor was saying with a touch of exasperation. The library had been open for just a few minutes, but Mr. Johnson and his staff were already in a flap. I'd seen this kind of behavior before, but only when the most distinguished scholars were expected. "He's already put in his requests, and he's waiting down there." The unfamiliar female attendant from yesterday scowled at me and shifted the stack of books in her arms. "These are his, too. He had them sent up from the new Bodleian reading room. That's where they kept the East Asia books." It wasn't my field, and I quickly lost interest. "Get those to him now, and tell him we'll bring the manuscripts down within the hour." The supervisor sounded harassed as he returned to his office. Sean rolled his eyes heavenward as I approached the collection desk. "Hi, Diana. Do you want the manuscripts you put on reserve?" "Thanks," I whispered, thinking of my waiting stack with relish. "Big day, huh?" "Apparently," he said dryly, before disappearing into the locked cage that held the manuscripts overnight. He returned with my stack of treasures. "Here you go. Seat number? A4. It's where I always sat, in the far southeastern corner of the Selden end, where the natural light was best." Mr. Johnson came scurrying toward me. "Ah, Dr. Bishop, we've put Professor Clairmont in A3. You might prefer to sit in A1 or A6. He shifted nervously from one foot to the other and pushed his glasses up, blinking at me through the thick glass. I stared at him. "Professor Clairmont?" "Yes. He's working on the Needham papers and requested good light and room to spread out. Joseph Needham, the historian of Chinese science? Somewhere around my solar plexus, my blood started to seethe. Yes, he was a biochemist too, of course, hence Professor Clairmont's interest, Mr. Johnson explained, looking more flustered by the moment. Would you like to sit in A1? I'll take A6. The thought of sitting next to a vampire, even with an empty seat between us, was deeply unsettling. However, how could I concentrate, wondering what those strange eyes were seeing? Had the desks in the medieval wing been more comfortable, I would have parked myself under one of the gargoyles that guarded the narrow windows and braved Gillian Chamberlain's prim disapproval instead. Oh, that's splendid. Thank you for understanding. Mr. Johnson sighed with relief. As I came into the light of the Selden end, my eyes narrowed. Clairmont looked immaculate and rested, his pale skin startling against his dark hair. This time his open-necked gray sweater had flecks of green, and his collar stood up slightly in the back. A peek under the table revealed charcoal gray trousers, matching socks, and black shoes that surely cost more than the average academic's entire wardrobe. The unsettled feeling returned. What was Clairmont doing in the library? Why wasn't he in his lab? Making no effort to muffle my footsteps, I strode in the vampire's direction. Clairmont, seated diagonally across from me at the far end of the cluster of desks and seemingly oblivious to my approach, continued reading. I dumped my plastic bag and manuscripts onto the space marked A5, staking out the outer edges of my territory. He looked up, brows arching in apparent surprise. Dr. Bishop, good morning. Professor Clairmont. It occurred to me that he'd overheard everything said about him at the reading room's entrance, given that he had the hearing of a bat. I refused to meet his eyes and started pulling individual items out of my bag, building a small fortification of desk supplies between me and the vampire. Clairmont watched until I ran out of equipment, then lowered his eyebrows in concentration and returned to his reading. I took out the cord from my computer and disappeared under the desk to shove it into the power strip. When I righted myself, he was still reading but was also trying not to smile. Surely you'd be more comfortable in the northern end, I grumbled under my breath, rooting around for my list of manuscripts. Clairmont looked up, dilated pupils making his eyes suddenly dark. Am I bothering you, Dr. Bishop? Of course not, I said hastily, my throat closing at the sudden, sharp aroma of cloves that accompanied his words. But I'm surprised you find a southern exposure comfortable. You don't believe everything you read, do you? One of his thick black eyebrows rose into the shape of a question mark. If you're asking whether I think you're going to burst into flames the moment the sunlight hits you, the answer is no. Vampires didn't burn at the touch of sunlight, nor did they have fangs. These were human myths. But I've never met someone like you who liked to bask in its glow either. Clairmont's body remained still, but I could have sworn he was repressing a laugh. How much direct experience have you had, Dr. Bishop? How did he know I hadn't had much experience with vampires? Vampires had preternatural senses and abilities, but no supernatural ones, like mind-reading or precognition. Those belonged to witches, and on rare occasions could sometimes crop up in demons too. This was the natural order, or so my aunt had explained when I was a child and couldn't sleep for fear that a vampire would steal my thoughts and fly out the window with them. I studied him closely. Somehow, Professor Clairmont, I don't think years of experience would tell me what I need right now. I'd be happy to answer your question, if I can, he said, closing his book and placing it on the desk. He waited with the patience of a teacher listening to a belligerent and not very bright student. What is it that you want? Clairmont sat back in his chair, his hands resting easily on the arms. I want to examine Dr. Needham's papers and study the evolution of his ideas on morphogenesis. Morphogenesis? The changes to embryonic cells that result in differentiation? I know what morphogenesis is, Professor Clairmont. That's not what I'm asking. His mouth twitched. I crossed my arms protectively across my chest. I see. He tented his long fingers, resting his elbows on the chair. I came into Bodlei's library last night to request some manuscripts. Once inside, I decided to look around a bit. I like to know my environment, you understand, and don't often spend time here. There you were in the gallery, and of course what I saw after that was quite unexpected. His mouth twitched again. I flushed at the memory of how I'd used magic just to get a book, and I tried not to be disarmed by his old-fashioned use of Bodlei's library, but was not entirely successful. Careful, Diana, I warned myself. He's trying to charm you. So your story is that this has just been a set of odd coincidences, culminating in a vampire and a witch sitting across from each other and examining manuscripts like two ordinary readers? I don't think anyone who took the time to examine me carefully would think I was ordinary, do you? Clairmont's already quiet voice dropped to a mocking whisper, and he tilted forward in his chair. His pale skin caught the light and seemed to glow. But otherwise, yes, it's just a series of coincidences, easily explained. I thought scientists didn't believe in coincidences anymore. He laughed softly. Some have to believe in them. Clairmont kept staring at me, which was unnerving in the extreme. The female attendant rolled the reading room's ancient wooden cart up to the vampire's elbow, boxes of manuscripts neatly arrayed on the trolley shelves. The vampire dragged his eyes from my face. "Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate your assistance." "Of course, Professor Clairmont," Valerie said, gazing at him raptly and turning pink. The vampire had charmed her with no more than a thank you. I snorted. "Do let us know if you need anything else," she said, returning to her bolt hole by the entrance. Clairmont picked up the first box, undid the string with his long fingers, and glanced across the table. "I don't want to keep you from your work." Matthew Clairmont had taken the upper hand. I'd had enough dealings with senior colleagues to recognize the signs and to know that any response would only make the situation worse. I opened my computer, punched the power button with more force than necessary, and picked up the first of my manuscripts. Once the box was unfastened, I placed its leather-bound contents on the cradle in front of me. Over the next hour and a half, I read the first pages at least 30 times. I started at the beginning, reading familiar lines of poetry attributed to George Ripley that promised to reveal the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone. Given the surprises of the morning, the poem's descriptions of how to make the green lion, create the black dragon, and concoct a mystical blood from chemical ingredients were even more opaque than usual. Clairmont, however, got a prodigious amount done, covering pages of creamy paper with rapid strokes of his Mont Blanc Meisterstück mechanical pencil. Every now and again he'd turn over a sheet with a rustle that set my teeth on edge and begin once more. Occasionally, Mr. Johnson drifted through the room, making sure no one was defacing the books. The vampire kept writing. I glared at both of them. At 10:45, there was a familiar tingle when Gillian Chamberlain bustled into the Selden end. She started toward me, no doubt to tell me what a splendid time she'd had at the Mabon dinner. Then she saw the vampire and dropped her plastic bag full of pencils and paper. He looked up and stared until she scampered back to the medieval wing. At 11:10, I felt the insidious pressure of a kiss on my neck. It was the confused, caffeine-addicted daemon from the music reference room. He was repeatedly twirling a set of white plastic headphones around his fingers, then unwinding them to send them spinning through the air. The daemon saw me, nodded at Matthew, and sat at one of the computers in the center of the room. A sign was taped to the screen. "Out of order. Technician called." He remained there for the next several hours, glancing over his shoulder and then at the ceiling periodically, as if trying to figure out where he was and how he'd gotten there. I returned my attention to George Ripley, Clairmont's eyes cold on the top of my head. At 11:40, icy patches bloomed between my shoulder blades. This was the last straw. Sarah always said that 1 in 10 beings was a creature, but in Duke Humphreys this morning, the creatures outnumbered humans 5 to 1. Where had they all come from? I stood abruptly and whirled around, frightening a cherubic, tonsured vampire with an armful of medieval missiles just as he was lowering himself into a chair that was much too small for him. He let out a squeak at the sudden unwanted attention. At the sight of Clairmont, he turned a whiter shade than I thought was possible, even for a vampire. With an apologetic bow, he scuttled off to the library's dimmer recesses. Over the course of the afternoon, a few humans and 3 more creatures entered the Selden End. 2 unfamiliar female vampires who appeared to be sisters glided past Clairmont and came to a stop among the local history shelves under the window, picking up volumes about the early settlement of Bedfordshire and Dorset and writing notes back and forth on a single pad of paper. One of them whispered something, and Clairmont's head swiveled so fast it would have snapped the neck of a lesser being. He made a soft hissing sound that ruffled the hair on my own neck. The 2 exchanged looks and departed as quietly as they had appeared. The third creature was an elderly man who stood in a full beam of sunlight and stared raptly at the leaded windows before turning his eyes to me. He was dressed in familiar academic garb, brown tweed jacket with suede elbow patches, corduroy pants in a slightly jarring tone of green, and a cotton shirt with a button-down collar and ink stains on the pocket. And I was ready to dismiss him as just another Oxford scholar before my skin tingled to tell me that he was a witch. Still, he was a stranger, and I returned my attention to my manuscript. A gentle sensation of pressure on the back of my skull made it impossible to keep reading, however. The pressure flitted to my ears, growing in intensity as it wrapped around my forehead, and my stomach clenched in panic. This was no longer a silent greeting, but a threat. Why, though, would he be threatening me? The wizard strolled toward my desk with apparent casualness. As he approached, a voice whispered in my now throbbing head. It was too faint to distinguish the words. I was sure it was coming from this male witch, but who on earth was he? My breath became shallow. "Get the hell out of my head," I said fiercely, if silently, touching my forehead. Clairmont moved so quickly I didn't see him round the desks. In an instant he was standing with one hand on the back of my chair and the other resting on the surface in front of me. His broad shoulders were curved around me like the wings of a falcon shielding his prey. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," I replied with a shaking voice, utterly confused as to why a vampire would need to protect me from another witch. In the gallery above us, a reader craned her neck to see what all the fuss was about. She stood, her brow creased. 2 witches and a vampire were impossible for a human to ignore. "Leave me alone. The humans have noticed us," I said between clenched teeth. Clairmont straightened to his full height, but kept his back to the witch and his body angled between us like an avenging angel. "Ah, my mistake," the witch murmured from behind Clairmont. "I thought this seat was available. Excuse me." Soft steps retreated into the distance, and the pressure on my head gradually subsided. A slight breeze stirred as the vampire's cold hand reached toward my shoulder, stopped, and returned to the back of the chair Clairmont leaned over. "You look quite pale," he said in his soft, low voice. "Would you like me to take you home?" "No," I shook my head, hoping he would go sit down and let me gather my composure. In the gallery, the human reader kept a wary eye on us. "Dr. Bishop, I really think you should let me take you home." "No!" My voice was louder than I intended. It dropped to a whisper. "I am not being driven out of this library, not by you, not by anyone." Clairmont's face was disconcertingly close. He took a slow breath in, and once again there was a powerful aroma of cinnamon and cloves. Something in my eyes convinced him I was serious, and he drew away. His mouth flattened into a severe line, and he returned to his seat. We spent the remainder of the afternoon in a state of détente. I tried to read beyond the second folio of my first manuscript, and Clairmont leafed through scraps of paper and closely written notebooks with the attention of a judge deciding on a capital case. By 3 o'clock, my nerves were so frayed that I could no longer concentrate. The day was lost. I gathered my scattered belongings and returned the manuscript to its box. Clairmont looked up. "Going home, Dr. Bishop?" His tone was mild, but his eyes glittered. "Yes," I snapped. The vampire's face went carefully blank. Every creature in the library watched me on my way out. The threatening wizard, Gillian, the vampire monk, even the daemon. The afternoon attendant at the collection desk was a stranger to me because I never left at this time of day. Mr. Johnson pushed his chair back slightly, saw it was me, and looked at his watch in surprise. In the quadrangle, I pushed the glass doors of the library open and drank in the fresh air. It would take more than fresh air, though, to turn the day around. 15 minutes later, I was in a pair of fitted, calf-length pants that stretched in 6 different directions, a faded new college boat club tank, and a fleece pullover. After tying on my sneakers, I set off for the river at a run. When I reached it, some of my tension had already abated. Adrenaline poisoning, one of my doctors had called these surges of anxiety that had troubled me since childhood. The doctors explained that, for reasons they could not understand, my body seemed to think it was in a constant state of danger. One of the specialists my aunt consulted explained earnestly that it was a biochemical leftover from hunter-gatherer days. It'd be all right so long as I rid my bloodstream of the adrenaline load by running, just as a frightened ibex would run from a lion. Unfortunately for that doctor, I'd gone to the Serengeti with my parents as a child and had witnessed such a pursuit. The ibex lost. It had made quite an impression on me. Since then, I'd tried medication and meditation, but nothing was better for keeping panic at bay than physical activity. In Oxford, it was rowing each morning before the college crews turned the narrow river into a thoroughfare. But the university was not yet in session, and the river would be clear this afternoon. My feet crunched against the crushed gravel paths that led to the boathouses. I waved at Pete, the boatman who prowled around with wrenches and tubs of grease, trying to put right what the undergraduates mangled in the course of their training. I stopped at the 7th boathouse and bent over to ease the stitch in my side before retrieving the key from the top of the light outside the boathouse doors. Racks of white and yellow boats greeted me inside. There were big 8-seated boats for the first men's crew, slightly leaner boats for the women, and other boats of decreasing quality and size. A sign hung from the bow of one shiny new boat that hadn't been rigged yet, instructing visitors that no one may take the French lieutenant's woman out of this house without the permission of the NCBC president. The boat's name was freshly stenciled on its side in a Victorian-style script in homage to the new college graduate who had created the character. At the back of the boathouse, a whisper of a boat under 12 inches wide and more than 25 feet long rested in a set of slings positioned at hip level. God bless Pete, I thought. He'd taken to leaving the skull on the floor of the boathouse. A note resting on the seat read, "College training next Monday. Boat will be back in racks." I kicked off my sneakers, picked 2 oars with curving blades from the stash near the doors, and carried them down to the dock. Then I went back for the boat. I plopped the skull gently into the water and put one foot on the seat to keep it from floating away while I threaded the oars into the oarlocks. Holding both oars in one hand like a pair of oversized chopsticks, I carefully stepped into the boat and pushed the dock with my left hand. The skull floated out onto the river. Rowing was a religion for me, composed of a set of rituals and movements repeated until they became a meditation. The rituals began the moment I touched the equipment, but its real magic came from the combination of precision, rhythm, and strength that rowing required. Since my undergraduate days, rowing had instilled a sense of tranquility in me like nothing else. My oars dipped into the water and skimmed along the surface. I picked up the pace, powering through each stroke with my legs and feeling the water when my blades swept back and slipped under the waves. The wind was cold and sharp, cutting through my clothes with every stroke. As my movements flowed into a seamless cadence, it felt as though I were flying. During these blissful moments, I was suspended in time and space, nothing but a weightless body on a moving river. My swift little boat darted along, and I swung in perfect unison with the boat and its oars. I closed my eyes and smiled, the events of the day fading in significance. The sky darkened behind my closed lids, and the booming sound of traffic overhead indicated that I'd passed underneath the Donington Bridge. Coming through into the sunlight on the other side, I opened my eyes and felt the cold touch of a vampire's gaze on my sternum. A figure stood on the bridge, his long coat flapping around his knees. Though I couldn't see his face clearly, the vampire's considerable height and bulk suggested that it was Matthew Clairmont. Again. I swore and nearly dropped one oar. The city of Oxford dock was nearby. The notion of pulling an illegal maneuver and crossing the river so that I could smack the vampire upside his beautiful head with whatever piece of boat equipment was handy was very tempting. While formulating my plan, I spotted a slight woman standing on the dock wearing paint-stained overalls. She was smoking a cigarette and talking into a mobile phone. This was not a typical sight for the City of Oxford boathouse. She looked up, her eyes nudging my skin. A daemon. She twisted her mouth into a wolfish smile and said something into the phone. This was just too weird. First Clairmont, and now a host of creatures appearing whenever he did? Abandoning my plan, I poured my unease into my rowing. I managed to get down the river, but the serenity of the outing had evaporated. Turning the boat in front of the Isis Tavern, I spotted Clairmont standing beside one of the pub's tables. He'd managed to get there from the Donington Bridge on foot in less time than I'd done it in a racing scull. Pulling hard on both oars, I lifted them 2 feet off the water like the wings of an enormous bird and glided straight into the tavern's rickety wooden dock. By the time I'd climbed out, Clairmont had crossed the 20-odd feet of grass lying between us. His weight pushed the floating platform down slightly in the water, and the boat wiggled in adjustment. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I demanded, stepping clear of the blade and across the rough planks to where the vampire now stood. My breath was ragged from exertion, my cheeks flushed. "Are you and your friends stalking me?" Clairmont frowned. "They aren't my friends, Dr. Bishop." "No? I haven't seen so many vampires, witches, and demons in one place since my aunts dragged me to a pagan summer festival when I was 13. If they're not your friends, why are they always hanging around you?" I wiped the back of my hand across my forehead and pushed the damp hair away from my face. "Good God," the vampire murmured incredulously. "The rumors are true." "What rumors?" I said impatiently. "You think these things want to spend time with me?" Clairmont's voice dripped with contempt and something that sounded like surprise. Unbelievable. I worked my fleece pullover up above my shoulders and yanked it off. Clairmont's eyes flickered to my collarbones, over my bare arms, and down to my fingertips. I felt uncharacteristically naked in my familiar rowing clothes. "Yes," I snapped. "I've lived in Oxford. I visit every year. The only thing that's been different this time is you. Since you showed up last night, I've been pushed out of my seat in the library, stared at by strange vampires and demons, and threatened by unfamiliar witches." Clairmont's arms rose slightly, as if he were going to take me by the shoulders and shake me. Though I was by no means short, at just under 5'7", He was so tall that my neck had to bend sharply so I could make eye contact. Acutely aware of his size and strength relative to my own, I stepped back and crossed my arms, calling upon my professional persona to steel my nerves. They're not interested in me, Dr. Bishop. They're interested in you. Why? What could they possibly want from me? Do you really not know why every demon, witch, and vampire south of the Midlands is following you? There was a note of disbelief in his voice, and the vampire's expression suggested he was seeing me for the first time. No, I said, my eyes on two men enjoying their afternoon pint at a nearby table. Thankfully, they were absorbed in their own conversation. I've done nothing in Oxford except read old manuscripts, row on the river, prepare for my conference, and keep to myself. It's all I've ever done here. There's no reason for any creature to pay this kind of attention to me. Think, Diana. Clairmont's voice was intense. A ripple of something that wasn't fear passed across my skin when he said my first name. What have you been reading? His eyelids dropped over his strange eyes, but not before I'd seen their avid expression. My aunts had warned me that Matthew Clairmont wanted something. They were right. He fixed his odd, gray-rimmed black eyes on me once more. They're following you because they believe you found something lost many years ago, he said reluctantly. They want it back, and they think you can get it for them. I thought about the manuscripts I'd consulted over the past few days. My heart sank. There was only one likely candidate for all this attention. If they're not your friends, how do you know what they want? I hear things, Dr. Bishop. I have very good hearing, he said patiently, reverting to his characteristic formality. I'm also fairly observant. At a concert on Sunday evening, two witches were talking about an Americana fellow witch who found a book in Bodleian's library that had been given up for lost. Since then, I've noticed many new faces in Oxford, and they make me uneasy. It's Mabon. That explains why the witches are in Oxford. I was trying to match his patient tone, though he hadn't answered my last question. Smiling sardonically, Clairmont shook his head. No, it's not the equinox. It's the manuscript. What do you know about Ashmole 782? I asked quietly. Less than you do, said Clairmont, his eyes narrowing to slits. It made him look even more like a large, lethal beast. I've never seen it. You've held it in your hands. Where is it now, Dr. Bishop? You weren't so foolish as to leave it in your room. I was aghast. You think I stole it? From the Bodleian? How dare you suggest such a thing? You didn't have it Monday night, he said, and it wasn't on your desk today either. You are observant, I said sharply. If you could see all that from where you were sitting. I returned it Friday, if you must know. It occurred to me, belatedly, that he might have rifled through the things on my desk. What's so special about the manuscript that you'd snoop through a colleague's work? He winced slightly, but my triumph at catching him doing something so inappropriate was blunted by a twinge of fear that this vampire was following me as closely as he obviously was. Simple curiosity, he said, baring his teeth. Sarah had not misled me. Vampires don't have fangs. I hope you don't expect me to believe that. I don't care what you believe, Dr. Bishop, but you should be on your guard. These creatures are serious, and when they come to understand what an unusual witch you are, Clairmont shook his head. What do you mean? All the blood drained from my head, leaving me dizzy. It's uncommon these days for a witch to have so much potential. Clairmont's voice dropped to a purr that vibrated in the back of his throat. Not everyone can see it yet, but I can. You shimmer with it when you concentrate, when you're angry too. Surely the demons in the library will sense it soon, if they haven't already. I appreciate the warning, but I don't need your help. I prepared to stalk away, but his hand shot out and gripped my upper arm, stopping me in my tracks. Don't be too sure of that. Be careful. Please." Clairmont hesitated, his face shaken out of its perfect lines as he wrestled with something. "Especially if you see that wizard again." I stared fixedly at the hand on my arm. Clairmont released me. His lids dropped, shuttering his eyes. My row back to the boathouse was slow and steady, but the repetitive movements weren't able to carry away my lingering confusion and unease. Every now and again there was a gray blur on the towpath, but nothing else caught my attention except for people bicycling home from work and a very ordinary human walking her dog. After returning the equipment and locking the boathouse, I set off down the towpath at a measured jog. Matthew Clairmont was standing across the river in front of the university boathouse. I began to run, and when I looked back over my shoulder, he was gone. Chapter 5. After dinner, I sat down on the sofa by the sitting room's dormant fireplace and switched on my laptop. Why would a scientist of Clairmont's caliber want to see an alchemical manuscript, even one under a spell, so much that he'd sit at the Bodleian all day, across from a witch, and read through old notes on morphogenesis? His business card was tucked into one of the pockets of my bag. I fished it out, propping it up against the screen. On the internet, below an unrelated link to a murder mystery and the unavoidable hits from social networking sites, a string of biographical listings looked promising. His faculty webpage, a Wikipedia article, and links to the current fellows of the Royal Society. I clicked on the faculty webpage and snorted. Matthew Clairmont was one of those faculty members who didn't like to post any information, even academic information, on the net. On Yale's website, a visitor could get contact information and a complete vita for practically every member of the faculty. Oxford clearly had a different attitude toward privacy. No wonder a vampire taught here. There hadn't been a hit for Clairmont at the hospital, though the affiliation was on his card. I typed John Radcliffe Neurosciences into the search box and was led to an overview of the department's services. There wasn't a single reference to a physician, however, only a lengthy list of research interests. Clicking systematically through the terms, I finally found him on a page dedicated to the frontal lobe, though there was no additional information. The Wikipedia article was no help at all, and the Royal Society site was no better. Anything useful hinted at on the main pages was hidden behind passwords I had no luck. Imagining what Clairmont's username and password might be, and was refused access to anything at all after my sixth incorrect guess. Frustrated, I entered the vampire's name into the search engines for scientific journals. Yes, I sat back in satisfaction. Matthew Clairmont might not have much of a presence on the internet, but he was certainly active in the scholarly literature. After clicking a box to sort the results by date, I was provided with a snapshot of his intellectual history. My initial sense of triumph faded. He didn't have one intellectual history, he had 4. The first began with the brain. Much of it was beyond me, but Clairmont seemed to have made a scientific and medical reputation at the same time by studying how the brain's frontal lobe processes urges and cravings. He'd made several major breakthroughs related to the role that neural mechanisms play in delayed gratification responses, all of which involved the prefrontal cortex. I opened a new browser window to view an anatomical diagram and locate which bit of the brain was at issue. Some argued that all scholarship is thinly veiled autobiography. My pulse jumped. Given that Clairmont was a vampire, I sincerely hoped delayed gratification was something he was good at. My next few clicks showed that Clairmont's work took a surprising turn away from the brain and toward wolves. Norwegian wolves, to be precise. He must have spent a considerable amount of time in the Scandinavian nights in the course of his research, which posed no problem for a vampire, considering their body temperature and ability to see in the dark. I tried to imagine him in a parka and grubby clothes with a notepad in the snow, and failed. After that, the first references to blood appeared. While the vampire was with the wolves in Norway, he'd started analyzing their blood to determine family groups and inheritance patterns. Clairmont had isolated 4 clans among the Norwegian wolves, 3 of which were indigenous. The 4th he traced back to a wolf that had arrived in Norway from Sweden or Finland. There was, he concluded, a surprising amount of mating across packs, leading to an exchange of genetic material that influenced species evolution. Now he was tracing inherited traits among other animal species as well as in humans. Many of his most recent publications were technical methods for staining tissue samples and processes for handling particularly old and fragile DNA. I grabbed a fistful of my hair and held tight, hoping the pressure would increase blood circulation and get my tired synapses firing again. This made no sense. No scientist could produce this much work in so many different subdisciplines. Acquiring the skills alone would take more than a lifetime, a human lifetime, that is. A vampire might well pull it off if he had been working on problems like this over the span of decades. Just how old was Matthew Clairmont behind that 30-something face? I got up and made a fresh cup of tea. With the mug steaming in one hand, I rooted through my bag and punched in a number with my thumb. One of the best things about scientists was that they always had their phones. They answered them on the second ring, too. Christopher Roberts. Chris, it's Diana Bishop. Diana. Chris's voice was warm, and there was music blaring in the background. I heard you won another prize for your book. Congratulations. Thanks, I said, shifting in my seat. It was quite unexpected. Not to me. Speaking of which, how's the research going? Have you finished writing your keynote? Nowhere near, I said. That's what I should be doing, not tracking down vampires on the internet. Listen, I'm sorry to bother you in the lab. Do you have a minute? Sure. He shouted for someone to turn down the noise. It remained at the same volume. Hold on. There were muffled sounds, then quiet. That's better, he said sheepishly. The new kids are pretty high energy at the beginning of the semester. Grad students are always high energy, Chris. I felt a tiny pang at missing the rush of new classes and new students. You know it. But what about you? What do you need? Chris and I had taken up our faculty positions at Yale in the same year, and he wasn't supposed to get tenure either. He'd beaten me to it by a year, picking up a MacArthur Fellowship along the way for his brilliant work as a molecular biologist. He didn't behave like an aloof genius when I cold-called him to ask why an alchemist might describe 2 substances heated in an alembic as growing branches like a tree. Nobody else in the chemistry department had been interested in helping me. But Chris sent 2 PhD students to get the materials necessary to recreate the experiment, then insisted I come straight to the lab. We'd watch through the walls of a glass beaker while a lump of gray sludge underwent a glorious evolution into a red tree with hundreds of branches. We'd been friends ever since. I took a deep breath. I met someone the other day. Chris whooped. He'd been introducing me to men he'd met at the gym for years. There's no romance, I said hastily. He's a scientist. A gorgeous scientist is exactly what you need. You need a challenge and a life. Look who's talking. What time did you leave the lab yesterday? Besides, there's already one gorgeous scientist in my life, I teased. No changing the subject. Oxford is such a small town, I'm bound to keep running into him. And he seems to be a big deal around here. Not strictly true, I thought, crossing my fingers, but close enough. I've looked up his work and can understand some of it, but I must be missing something because it doesn't seem to fit together. Tell me he's not an astrophysicist, Chris said. You know I'm weak on physics. You're supposed to be a genius. I am, he said promptly. But my genius doesn't extend to card games or physics. Name, please. Chris tried to be patient, but no one's brain moved fast enough for him. Matthew Clairmont. His name caught in the back of my throat just as the scent of clothes had the night before. Chris whistled. The elusive, reclusive Professor Clairmont. Goose flesh rose on my arms. What did you do? Put him under a spell with those eyes of yours? Since Chris didn't know I was a witch, his use of the word spell was entirely accidental. He admires my work on Boyle. Right, Chris scoffed. You turned those crazy blue and gold starbursts on him, and he was thinking about Boyle's law? He's a scientist, Diana, not a monk, and he is a big deal, incidentally. Really, I said faintly. Really. He was a phenom, just like you, and started publishing while he was still a grad student. Good stuff. Not crap work you'd be happy to have your name on if you managed to produce it over the course of a career. I scanned my notes, scratched out on a yellow legal pad. This was his study of neural mechanisms and the prefrontal cortex? You've done your homework, he said approvingly. I didn't follow much of Clairmont's early work. His chemistry is what interests me. But his publications on wolves caused a lot of excitement. How come? He had amazing instincts. Why the wolves picked certain places to live, how they formed social groups, how they mated. It was almost like he was a wolf, too. Maybe he is. I tried to keep my voice light, but something bitter and envious bloomed in my mouth, and it came out harshly instead. Matthew Clairmont didn't have a problem using his preternatural abilities and thirst for blood to advance his career. If the vampire had been making the decisions about Ashmole 782 on Friday night, he would have touched the manuscript's illustrations. I was sure of it. It would have been easier to explain the quality of his work if he were a wolf, Chris said patiently, ignoring my tone. Since he isn't, you just have to admit he's very good. He was elected to the Royal Society on the basis of it after they published his findings. People were calling him the next Attenborough. After that, he dropped out of sight for a while. I'll bet he did. Then he popped up again, doing evolution and chemistry. Yeah, but his interest in evolution was a natural progression from the wolves. So what is it about his chemistry that interests you? Chris' voice got tentative. Well, he's behaving like a scientist does when he's discovered something big. I don't understand, I frowned. We get jumpy and weird. We hide in our labs and don't go to conferences for fear we might say something and help someone else have a breakthrough. You behave like wolves. I now knew a great deal about wolves. The possessive, guarded behaviors Chris described fit the Norwegian wolf nicely. Exactly, Chris laughed. He hasn't bitten anyone or been caught howling at the moon? Not that I'm aware of, I murmured. Has Clairmont always been so reclusive? I'm the wrong person to ask, Chris admitted. He does have a medical degree and must have seen patients, although he never had any reputation as a clinician. And the wolves liked him, but he hasn't been at any of the obvious conferences in the past 3 years. He paused. Wait a minute, though. There was something a few years back. What? He gave a paper, I can't remember the particulars, and a woman asked him a question. It was a smart question, but he was dismissive. She was persistent. He got irritated and then mad. A friend who was there said he'd never seen anybody go from courteous to furious so fast. I was already typing, trying to find information about the controversy. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, huh? There's no sign of the ruckus online. I'm not surprised. Chemists don't air their dirty laundry in public. It hurts all of us at grant time. We don't want the bureaucrats thinking we're high-strung megalomaniacs. We leave that to the physicists. Does Clairmont get grants? Ooh, yes. He's funded up to his eyeballs. Don't you worry about Professor Clairmont's career. He may have a reputation for being contemptuous of women, but it hasn't dried up the money. His work is too good for that. Have you ever met him? I asked, hoping to get Chris's judgment of Clairmont's character. No. You probably couldn't find more than a few dozen people who could claim they had. He doesn't teach. There are lots of stories, though. He doesn't like women, he's an intellectual snob, he doesn't answer his mail, he doesn't take on research students. Sounds like you think that's all nonsense. Not nonsense, Chris said thoughtfully. I'm just not sure it matters, given that he might be the one to unlock the secrets of evolution or cure Parkinson's disease. You make him sound like a cross between Salk and Darwin. Not a bad analogy, actually. He's that good? I thought of Clairmont studying the Needham papers with ferocious concentration and suspected he was better than good. Yes, Chris dropped his voice. If I were a betting man, I'd put down $100 that he'll win a Nobel before he dies. Chris was a genius, but he didn't know that Matthew Clairmont was a vampire. There would be no Nobel. The vampire would see to that, to preserve his anonymity. Nobel Prize winners have their photos taken. It's a bet, I said with a laugh. You should start saving up, Diana, because you're going to lose this one. Chris chuckled. He'd lost our last wager. I'd bet him $50 that he'd be tenured before I was. His money was stuck inside the same frame that held his picture, taken the morning the MacArthur Foundation had called. In it, Chris was dragging his hands over his tight black curls, a sheepish smile lighting his dark face. His tenure had followed 9 months later. Thanks, Chris. You've been a big help, I said sincerely. You should get back to the kids. They've probably blown something up by now. Yeah, I should check on them. The fire alarms haven't gone off, which is a good sign. He hesitated. Fess up, Diana. You're not worried about saying the wrong thing if you see Matthew Clairmont at a cocktail party. This is how you behave when you're working on a research problem. What is it about him that's hooked your imagination? Sometimes Chris seemed to suspect I was different, but there was no way to tell him the truth. I have a weakness for smart men, he sighed. Okay, don't tell me. You're a terrible liar, you know. But be careful. If he breaks your heart, I'll have to kick his ass, and this is a busy semester for me. Matthew Clairmont isn't going to break my heart, I insisted. He's a colleague, one with broad reading interests, that's all. For someone so smart, you really are clueless. I bet you $10 he asks you out before the week is over. I laughed. Are you ever going to learn? $10 then, or the equivalent in British sterling, when I win. We said our goodbyes. I still didn't know much about Matthew Clairmont, but I had a better sense of the questions that remained, most important among them being why someone working on a breakthrough in evolution would be interested in 17th century alchemy. I surfed the internet until my eyes were too tired to continue. When the clock struck midnight, I was surrounded by notes on wolves and genetics, but was no closer to unraveling the mystery of Matthew Clairmont's interest in Ashmole 782. Chapter 6. The next morning was gray and much more typical of early autumn. All I wanted to do was cocoon myself in layers of sweaters and stay in my rooms. One glance at the heavy weather convinced me not to return to the river. I set out for a run instead, waving at the night porter in the lodge, who gave me an incredulous look, followed by an encouraging thumbs up. With each slap of my feet on the sidewalk, some stiffness left my body. By the time they reached the gravel paths of the university parks, I was breathing deeply and felt relaxed and ready for a long day in the library. When I got back, the porter stopped me. "Dr. Bishop?" "Yes?" "I'm sorry about turning your friend away last night, but it's college policy. Next time you're having guests, let us know, and we'll send them straight up." The clear-headedness from my run evaporated. "Was it a man or a woman?" I asked sharply. "A woman." My shoulders floated down from around my ears. "She seemed perfectly nice, and I always like Australians. They're friendly without, you know." The porter trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Australians were like Americans, but not so pushy. "We did call up to your rooms," I frowned. I'd switched off the phone's ringer because Sarah never calculated the time difference between Madison and Oxford correctly and was always calling in the middle of the night. That explained it. "Thank you for letting me know. I'll be sure to tell you about any future visitors," I promised. Back in my rooms, I flipped on the bathroom light and saw that the past 2 days had taken a toll. The circles that had appeared under my eyes yesterday had now blossomed into something resembling bruises. I checked my arm for bruises too, and was surprised not to find any. The vampire's grip had been so strong that I was sure Clairmont had broken the blood vessels under the skin. I showered and dressed in loose trousers and a turtleneck. Their unalleviated black accentuated my height and minimized my athletic build, but it also made me resemble a corpse. So I tied a soft periwinkle sweater around my shoulders. That made the circles under my eyes look bluer, but at least I no longer looked dead. My hair threatened to stand straight up from my head and crackled every time I moved. The only solution for it was to scrape it back into a messy knot at the nape of my neck. Clairmont's trolley had been stuffed with manuscripts, and I was resigned to seeing him in Duke Humphrey's reading room. I approached the call desk with shoulders squared. Once again, the supervisor and both attendants were flapping around like nervous birds. This time, their activity was focused on the triangle between the call desk, the manuscript card catalogs, and the supervisor's office. They carried stacks of boxes and pushed carts loaded with manuscripts under the watchful eyes of the gargoyles and into the first 3 bays of ancient desks. "Thank you, Sean." Clairmont's deep, courteous voice floated from their depths. The good news was that I would no longer have to share a desk with a vampire. The bad news was that I couldn't enter or leave the library or call a book or manuscript without Clairmont's tracking my every move. And today he had backup. A diminutive girl was stacking up papers and file folders in the second alcove. She was dressed in a long, baggy brown sweater that reached almost to her knees. When she turned, I was startled to see a full-grown adult. Her eyes were amber and black, and as cold as frostbite. Even without their touch, her luminous, pale skin and unnaturally thick, glossy hair gave her away as a vampire. Snaky waves of it undulated around her face and over her shoulders. She took a step toward me, making no effort to disguise the swift, sure movements, and gave me a withering glance. This was clearly not where she wanted to be, and she blamed me. "Miriam," Clairmont called softly, walking out into the center aisle. He stopped short, and a polite smile shaped his lips. "Dr. Bishop, good morning." He raked his fingers through his hair, which only made it look more artfully tousled. I patted my own hair self-consciously and tucked a stray strand behind my ear. "Good morning, Professor Clairmont. Back again, I see." "Yes, but today I won't be joining you in the Selden end. They've been able to accommodate us here, where we won't disturb anyone." The female vampire rapped a stack of papers sharply against the top of the desk. Clairmont smiled. "May I introduce my research colleague, Dr. Miriam Shepherd. Miriam, this is Dr. Diana Bishop." "Dr. Bishop," Miriam said coolly, extending her hand in my direction. I took it and felt a shock at the contrast between her tiny, cold hand and my own larger, warmer one. I began to draw back, but her grip grew firmer, crushing the bones together. When she finally let go, I had to resist the urge to shake out my hand. "Dr. Shepherd." The 3 of us stood awkwardly. What were you supposed to ask a vampire first thing in the morning? I fell back on human platitudes. I should really get to work. "Have a productive day," Clairmont said, his nod as cool as Miriam's greeting. Mr. Johnson appeared at my elbow, my small stack of gray boxes waiting in his arms. "We've got you in A4 today, Dr. Bishop," he said with a pleased puff of his cheeks. "I'll just carry these back for you." Clairmont's shoulders were so broad that I couldn't see around him to tell if there were bound manuscripts on his desk. I stifled my curiosity and followed the reading room supervisor to my familiar seat in the Selden end. Even without Clairmont sitting across from me, I was acutely aware of him as I took out my pencils and turned on my computer. My back to the empty room, I picked up the first box, pulled out the leather-bound manuscript, and placed it in the cradle. The familiar task of reading and taking notes soon absorbed my attention, and I finished with the first manuscript in less than 2 hours. My watch revealed that it was not yet 11. There was still time for another before lunch. The manuscript inside the next box was smaller than the last, but it contained interesting sketches of alchemical apparatus and snippets of chemical procedures that read like some unholy combination of joy of cooking and a poisoner's notebook. "Take your pot of mercury and seethe it over a flame for 3 hours," began one set of instructions. "And when it has joined with the philosophical child, take it and let it putrefy until the black crow carries it away to its death." My fingers flew over the keyboard, picking up momentum as the minutes ticked by. I had prepared myself to be stared at today by every creature imaginable. But when the clocks chimed 1, I was still virtually alone in the Selden end. The only other reader was a graduate student wearing a red, white, and blue-striped Keble College scarf. He stared morosely at a stack of rare books without reading them, and bit his nails with occasional loud clicks. After filling out 2 new request slips and packing up my manuscripts, I left my seat for lunch, satisfied with the morning's accomplishments. Gillian Chamberlain stared at me malevolently from an uncomfortable-looking seat near the ancient clock as I passed by. The 2 female vampires from yesterday drove icicles into my skin, and the daemon from the music reference room had picked up 2 other daemons. The 3 of them were dismantling a microfilm reader, the parts scattered all around them, and a roll of film unspooling unnoticed on the floor at their feet. Clairmont and his vampire assistant were still stationed near the reading room's call desk. The vampire claimed that the creatures were flocking to me, not to him. But their behavior today suggested otherwise, I thought with triumph. While I was returning my manuscripts, Matthew Clairmont eyed me coldly. It took a considerable effort, but I refrained from acknowledging him. "All done with these?" Sean asked. "Yes, there are still 2 more at my desk. If I could have these as well, that would be great." I handed over the slips. "Do you want to join me for lunch?" Valerie just stepped out. "I'm stuck here for a while, I'm afraid," he said with regret. "Next time." Gripping my wallet, I turned to leave. Clairmont's low voice stopped me in my tracks. "Miriam, it's lunchtime." "I'm not hungry," she said in a clear, melodic soprano that contained a rumble of anger. "The fresh air will improve your concentration." The note of command in Clairmont's voice was indisputable. Miriam sighed loudly, snapped her pencil onto her desk, and emerged from the shadows to follow me. My usual meal consisted of a 20-minute break in the nearby bookstore's second-floor cafe. I smiled at the thought of Miriam occupying herself during that time, trapped in Blackwell's where the tourists congregate to look at postcards, smack between the Oxford guidebooks and the true crime section. I secured a sandwich and some tea, and squeezed into the farthest corner of the crowded room, between a vaguely familiar member of the history faculty, who was reading the paper, and an undergraduate dividing his attention between a music player, a mobile phone, and a computer. After finishing my sandwich, I cupped the tea in my hands and glanced out the windows. I frowned. One of the unfamiliar daemons from Duke Humphreys was lounging against the library gates and looking up at Blackwell's windows. 2 nudges pressed against my cheekbones, as gentle and fleeting as a kiss. I looked up into the face of another daemon. She was beautiful, with arresting, contradictory features. Her mouth too wide for her delicate face. Her chocolate-brown eyes too close together given their enormous size. Her hair too fair for skin the color of honey. "Dr. Bishop?" The woman's Australian accent sent cold fingers moving around the base of my spine. "Yes," I whispered, glancing at the stairs. Miriam's dark head failed to emerge from below. "I'm Diana Bishop." She smiled. "I'm Agatha Wilson, and your friend downstairs doesn't know I'm here." It was an incongruously old-fashioned name for someone who was only about 10 years older than I was, and far more stylish. Her name was familiar, though, and I dimly remembered seeing it in a fashion magazine. "May I sit down?" she asked, gesturing at the seat just vacated by the historian. "Of course," I murmured. On Monday, I'd met a vampire. On Tuesday, a witch tried to worm his way into my head. Wednesday, it would appear, was Daemon Day. Even though they'd followed me around college, I knew even less about daemons than I did about vampires. Few seemed to understand the creatures, and Sarah had never been able to answer my questions about them. Based on her accounts, daemons constituted a criminal underclass. Their superabundance of cleverness and creativity led them to lie, steal, cheat, and even kill because they felt they could get away with it. Even more troublesome, as far as Sarah was concerned, were the conditions of their birth. There was no telling where or when a demon would crop up, since they were typically born to human parents. To my aunt, this only compounded their already marginal position in the hierarchy of beings. She valued a witch's family traditions and bloodlines, and she didn't approve of demonic unpredictability. Agatha Wilson was content to sit next to me quietly at first, watching me hold my tea. Then she started to talk in a bewildering swirl of words. Sarah always said that conversations with demons were impossible because they began in the middle. So much energy is bound to attract us, she said matter-of-factly, as if I'd asked her a question. The witches were in Oxford for Mabon, and chattering as if the world weren't full of vampires who hear everything. She fell silent. We weren't sure we'd ever see it again. See what? I said softly. The book, she confided in a low voice. The book, I repeated, my voice flat. Yes. After what the witches did to it, we didn't think we'd catch a glimpse of it again. The demon's eyes were focused on a spot in the middle of the room. Of course, you're a witch too. Perhaps it's wrong to talk to you. I would have thought you, of all witches, would be able to figure out how they did it, though. And now there's this, she said sadly, picking up the abandoned newspaper and handing it to me. The sensational headline immediately caught my attention. Vampire on the loose in London. I hurriedly read the story. Metropolitan Police have no new leads in the puzzling murder of two men in Westminster. The bodies of Daniel Bennett, 22, and Jason Enright, 26, were found in an alley behind the White Hart pub on St. Albans Street early Sunday morning by the pub's owner, Reg Scott. Both men had severed carotid arteries and multiple lacerations on the neck, arms, and torso. Forensic tests revealed that massive loss of blood was the cause of death, although no blood evidence was found at the scene. Authorities investigating the vampire murders, as they were dubbed by local residents, sought the advice of Peter Knox. The author of best-selling books on modern occultism, including Dark Matters, The Devil in Modern Times, and Magic Rising, The Need for Mystery in the Age of Science, Knox has been consulted by agencies around the world in cases of suspected satanic and serial killings. There is no evidence that these are ritual murders, Knox told reporters at a news conference. Nor does it seem that this is the work of a serial killer, he concluded, in spite of the similar murders of Christiana Nilsson in Copenhagen last summer and Sergei Morozov in St. Petersburg in the fall of 2007. When pressed, Knox conceded that the London case may involve a copycat killer or killers. Concerned residents have instituted a public watch, and local police have launched a door-to-door safety campaign to answer questions and provide support and guidance. Officials urge London residents to take extra precautions for their safety, especially at night. That's just the work of a newspaper editor in search of a story, I said, handing the paper back to the demon. The press is preying on human fears. Are they? She asked, glancing around the room. I'm not so sure. I think it's much more than that. One never knows with vampires. They're only a step away from animals. Agatha Wilson's mouth drew tight in a sour expression. And you think we're the unstable ones. Still, it's dangerous for any of us to catch human attention. This was too much talk of witches and vampires for a public place. The undergraduate still had his earphones in, however, and all the other patrons were deep into their own thoughts or had their heads close to their lunch companions. "I don't know anything about the manuscript or what the witches did to it, Miss Wilson. I don't have it either," I said hastily, in case she, too, thought I might have stolen it. "You must call me Agatha." She focused on the pattern of the carpet. "The library has it now. Did they tell you to send it back?" Did she mean witches, vampires, the librarians? I picked the likeliest culprits. "Witches?" I whispered. Agatha nodded, her eyes drifting around the room. "No. When I was done with it, I simply returned it to the stacks." "Ah, the stacks," Agatha said knowingly. "Everybody thinks the library is just a building, but it isn't." Once again, I remembered the eerie constriction I'd felt after Sean had put the manuscript on the conveyor belt. "The library is whatever the witches want it to be," she went on. "But the book doesn't belong to you. Witches shouldn't get to decide where it's kept and who sees it. What's so special about this manuscript?" "The book explains why we're here," she said, her voice betraying a hint of desperation. "It tells our story, beginning, middle, even the end. We demons need to understand our place in the world. Our need is greater than that of the witches or vampires." There was nothing addled about her now. She was like a camera that had been chronically out of focus until someone came by and twisted the lenses into alignment. "You know your place in the world?" I began. "There are 4 kinds of creatures: humans, demons, vampires, and witches. And where do demons come from? How are we made? Why are we here?" Her brown eyes snapped. "Do you know where your power comes from? Do you?" "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Nobody knows," she said wistfully. "Every day we wonder. Humans thought demons were guardian angels at first. Then they believed we were gods, bound to the earth and victims of our own passions. Humans hated us because we were different and abandoned their children if they turned out to be demons. They accused us of possessing their souls and making them insane. Demons are brilliant, but we're not vicious, not like the vampires." Her voice was clearly angry now, though it never lifted above a murmur. "We would never make someone insane. Even more than witches, we're victims of human fear and envy." "Witches have their share of nasty legends to contend with," I said, thinking of the witch hunts and the executions that followed. "Witches are born to witches. Vampires make other vampires. You have family stories and memories to comfort you when you're lonely or confused. We have nothing but tales told to us by humans. It's no wonder so many demons are broken in spirit. Our only hope lies in brushing against other demons one day and knowing we're like them. My son was one of the lucky ones. Nathaniel had a demon for a mother, someone who saw the signs and could help him understand." She looked away for a moment, regaining her composure. When her eyes again met mine, they were sad. "Maybe the humans are right. Maybe we are possessed. I see things, Diana, things I shouldn't. Demons could be visionaries. No one knew if their visions were reliable, like the visions that witches had. I see blood and fear. I see you," she said, her eyes losing focus again. "Sometimes I see the vampire. He's wanted this book for a very long time. Instead, he's found you. Curious. Why does Matthew Clairmont want the book?" Agatha shrugged. "Vampires and witches don't share their thoughts with us. Not even your vampire tells us what he knows, though he's fonder of demons than most of his kind. So many secrets, and so many clever humans these days. They'll figure it out if we're not careful. Humans like power, secrets too." "He's not my vampire," I flushed. "Are you sure?" she asked, staring into the chrome on the espresso machine as if it were a magic mirror. "Yes," I said tightly. "A little book can hold a big secret, one that might change the world. You're a witch. You know words have power. And if your vampire knew the secret, he wouldn't need you." Agatha's brown eyes were now melting and warm. Matthew Clairmont can call the manuscript himself if he wants it so badly. The idea that he might be doing so now was unaccountably chilling. "When you get it back," she said urgently, grabbing my arm, "promise me you'll remember that you aren't the only ones who need to know its secrets. Demons are part of the story, too. Promise me." I felt a flicker of panic at her touch, felt suddenly aware of the heat of the room and the press of people in it. Instinctively, I searched for the nearest exit while focusing on my breathing, trying to curb the beginnings of a fight-or-flight response. "I promise," I murmured hesitantly, not sure what it was I was agreeing to. "Good," she said, absently, dropping my arm. Her eyes drifted away. "It was good of you to speak with me." Agatha was staring at the carpet once more. "Well, see each other again. Remember, some promises matter more than others." I dropped my teapot and cup into the gray plastic tub on top of the trash and threw away the bag from my sandwich. When I glanced over my shoulder, Agatha was reading the sports section of the historian's discarded London Daily. On my way out of Blackwell's, I didn't see Miriam, but I could feel her eyes. The Selden End had filled with ordinary human beings while I was gone, all of them busy with their own work and completely oblivious to the creature convention around them. Envious of their ignorance, I took up a manuscript, determined to concentrate, but instead found myself reviewing my conversation in Blackwell's and the events of the past few days. On an immediate level, the illustrations in Ashmole 782 didn't seem related to what Agatha Wilson had said the book was about. And if Matthew Clairmont and the demon were so interested in the manuscript, why didn't they request it? I closed my eyes, recalling the details of my encounter with the manuscript and trying to make some pattern of the events of the past few days by emptying my mind and imagining the problem as a jigsaw puzzle sitting on a white table, then rearranging the colorful shapes. But no matter where they were placed, no clear picture emerged. Frustrated, I pushed my chair away from my desk and walked toward the exit. "Any requests?" Sean asked as he took the manuscripts from my arms. I handed him a bunch of freshly filled out call slips. He smiled at the stack's thickness, but didn't say a word. Before leaving, I needed to do two things. The first was a matter of simple courtesy. I wasn't sure how they'd done it, but the vampires had kept me from being distracted by an endless stream of creatures in the Selden End. Witches and vampires didn't often have occasion to thank one another, but Clairmont had protected me twice in 2 days. I was determined not to be ungrateful or bigoted like Sarah and her friends in the Madison Coven. "Professor Clairmont?" The vampire looked up. "Thank you," I said simply, meeting his gaze and holding it until he looked away. "You're welcome," he murmured, a note of surprise in his voice. The second was more calculated. If Matthew Clairmont needed me, I needed him too. I wanted him to tell me why Ashmole 782 was attracting so much attention. "Perhaps you should call me Diana," I said quickly, before I lost my nerve. Matthew Clairmont smiled. My heart stopped beating for a fraction of a second. This was not the small, polite smile with which I was now familiar. His lips curved toward his eyes, making his whole face sparkle. God, he was beautiful, I thought again, slightly dazzled. "All right," he said softly, "but then you must call me Matthew." I nodded in agreement, my heart still beating in erratic syncopation. Something spread through my body, loosening the vestiges of anxiety that remained after the unexpected meeting with Agatha Wilson. Matthew's nose flared delicately. His smile grew a bit wider. Whatever my body was doing, he had smelled it. What's more, he seemed to have identified it. I flushed. "Have a pleasant evening, Diana." His voice lingered on my name, making it sound exotic and strange. "Good night, Matthew," I replied, beating a hasty retreat. That evening, rowing on the quiet river as sunset turned to dusk, I saw an occasional smoky smudge on the towpath, always slightly ahead of me, like a dark star guiding me home. Chapter 7. At 2:15, I was ripped from sleep by a terrible sensation of drowning. Flailing my way out from under the covers, transformed into heavy, wet seaweed by the power of the dream, I moved toward the lighter water above me. Just when I was making progress, something grabbed me by the ankle and pulled me down deeper. As usual with nightmares, I awoke with a start before finding out who had caught me. For several minutes I lay disoriented, my body drenched with sweat and my heart sounding a staccato beat that reverberated through my ribcage. Gingerly, I sat up. A white face stared at me from the window with dark, hollow eyes. Too late, I realized that it was just my reflection in the glass. I barely made it to the bathroom before being sick. Then I spent the next 30 minutes curled into a ball on the cold tile floor, blaming Matthew Clairmont and the other gathering creatures for my unease. Finally, I crawled back into bed and slept for a few hours. At dawn, I dragged myself into rowing gear. When I got to the lodge, the porter gave me an amazed look. "You're not going out at this hour in the fog, Dr. Bishop? You look like you've been burning the candle at both ends, if you don't mind me saying so. Wouldn't a nice lie-in be a better idea? The river will still be there tomorrow." After considering Fred's advice, I shook my head. "No, I'll feel better for it." He looked doubtful. "And the students are back this weekend." The pavement was slick with moisture, so I ran more slowly than usual to make allowances for the weather as well as my fatigue. My familiar route took me past Oriel College and to the tall, black iron gates between Merton and Corpus Christi. They were locked from dusk until dawn to keep people out of the meadows that bordered the river, but the first thing you learned when you rode at Oxford was how to scale them. I climbed them with ease. The familiar ritual of putting the boat in the water did its work. By the time it slipped away from the dock and into the fog, I felt almost normal. When it's foggy, rowing feels even more like flying. The air muffles the normal sounds of birds and automobiles and amplifies the soft thwack of oars in the water and the swoosh of the boat seats. With no shorelines and familiar landmarks to orient you, there's nothing to steer by but your instincts. I fell into an easy, swinging rhythm in the scull, my ears and eyes tuned to the slightest change in the sound of my oars that would tell me I was getting too close to the banks or a shadow that would indicate the approach of another boat. The fog was so thick that I considered turning back, but the prospect of a long, straight stretch of river was too enticing. Just shy of the tavern, I carefully turned the boat. 2 rowers were downstream, engaged in a heated discussion about competing strategies for winning the idiosyncratic Oxbridge style of racing known as bumps. "Do you want to go ahead of me?" I called. "Sure," came the quick response. The pair shot past, never breaking their stroke. The sound of their oars faded. I decided to row back to the boathouse and call it quits. It was a short workout, but the stiffness from my 3rd consecutive night of little sleep had lessened. The equipment put away, I locked the boathouse and walked slowly along the path toward town. It was so quiet in the early morning mist that time and place receded. I closed my eyes, imagining that I was nowhere, not in Oxford, nor anywhere that had a name. When I opened them, a dark outline had risen up in front of me. I gasped in fear. The shape shot toward me, and my hands instinctively warded off the danger. "Diana, I'm so sorry. I thought you had seen me." It was Matthew Clairmont, his face creased with concern. I was walking with my eyes closed. I grabbed at the neck of my fleece, and he backed away slightly. I propped myself against a tree until my breathing slowed. "Can you tell me something?" Clairmont asked, once my heart stopped pounding. "Not if you plan to ask why I'm out on the river in the fog when there are vampires and demons and witches following me." I wasn't up for a lecture, not this morning. "No," his voice held a touch of acid, "although that's an excellent question. I was going to ask why you walk with your eyes closed." I laughed. "What, you don't?" Matthew shook his head. "Vampires have only 5 senses. We find it best to use all of them," he said sardonically. There's nothing magical about it, Matthew. It's a game I've played since I was a child. It made my aunt crazy. I was always coming home with bruised legs and scratches from running into bushes and trees. The vampire looked thoughtful. He shoved his hands into his slate-gray trouser pockets and gazed off into the fog. Today he was wearing a blue-gray sweater that made his hair appear darker, but no coat. It was a striking omission, given the weather. Suddenly feeling unkempt, I wished my rowing tights didn't have a hole in the back of the left thigh from catching on the boat's rigging. "How was your row this morning?" Clairmont asked finally, as if he didn't already know. He wasn't out for a morning stroll. "Good," I said shortly. "There aren't many people here this early." "No, but I like it when the river isn't crowded." "Isn't it risky to row in this kind of weather when so few people are out?" His tone was mild, and had he not been a vampire watching my every move, I might have taken his inquiry for an awkward attempt at conversation. Risky how? If something were to happen, it's possible nobody would see it. I'd never been afraid before on the river, but he had a point. Nevertheless, I shrugged it off. The students will be here on Monday. I'm enjoying the peace while it lasts. "Does term really start next week?" Clairmont sounded genuinely surprised. "You are on the faculty, aren't you?" I laughed. "Technically, but I don't really see students. I'm here in more of a research capacity." His mouth tightened. He didn't like being laughed at. "Must be nice." I thought of my 300-seat introductory lecture class and all those anxious freshmen. It's quiet. My laboratory equipment doesn't ask questions about my long hours. And I have Dr. Shepard and another assistant, Dr. Whitmore, so I'm not entirely alone. It was damp, and I was cold. Besides, there was something unnatural about exchanging pleasantries with a vampire in the pea-soup gloom. I really should go home. Would you like a ride? 4 days ago, I wouldn't have accepted a ride home from a vampire, but this morning it seemed like an excellent idea. Besides, it gave me an opportunity to ask why a biochemist might be interested in a 17th-century alchemical manuscript. "Sure," I said. Clairmont's shy, pleased look was utterly disarming. "My car's parked nearby," he said, gesturing in the direction of Christ Church College. We walked in silence for a few minutes, wrapped up in the gray fog and the strangeness of being alone, witch and vampire. He deliberately shortened his stride to keep in step with me, and he seemed more relaxed outdoors than he had in the library. "Is this your college?" "No, I've never been a member here." The way he phrased it made me wonder what colleges he had been a member of. Then I began to consider how long his life had been. Sometimes he seemed as old as Oxford itself. "Diana," Clairmont had stopped. I'd started to wander off toward the college's parking area. "It's this way," he said, pointing in the opposite direction. Matthew led me to a tiny walled enclave. A low-slung black Jaguar was parked under a bright yellow sign that proclaimed, "Positively no parking here." The car had a John Radcliffe Hospital permit hanging from the rearview mirror. "I see," I said, putting my hands on my hips. "You park pretty much wherever you want." "Normally, I'm a good citizen when it comes to parking, but this morning's weather suggested that an exception might be made," Matthew said defensively. He reached a long arm around me to unlock the door. The Jaguar was an older model, without the latest technology of keyless entries and navigation systems, but it looked as if it had just rolled off the showroom floor. He pulled the door open, and I climbed in, the caramel-colored leather upholstery fitting itself to my body. I'd never been in a car so luxurious. Sarah's worst suspicions about vampires would be confirmed if she knew they drove Jaguars while she drove a broken-down purple Honda Civic that had oxidized to the brownish lavender of roasted eggplant. Clairmont rolled along the drive to the gates of Christ Church, where he waited for an opening in the early morning traffic dominated by delivery trucks, buses, and bicycles. "Would you like some breakfast before I take you home?" he asked casually, gripping the polished steering wheel. "You must be hungry after all that exercise." This was the second meal Clairmont had invited me to, not share with him. Was this a vampire thing? Did they like to watch other people eat? The combination of vampires and eating turned my mind to the vampires' dietary habits. Everyone on the planet knew that vampires fed on human blood, but was that all they ate? No longer sure that driving around in a car with a vampire was a good idea, I zipped up the neck of my fleece pullover and moved an inch closer to the door. "Diana," he prompted. "I could eat," I admitted hesitantly, "and I'd kill for some tea." He nodded, his eyes back on the traffic. "I know just the place." Clairmont steered up the hill and took a right down the high street. We passed the statue of George II's wife standing under the cupola at the Queen's College, then headed towards Oxford's botanical gardens. The hushed confines of the car made Oxford seem even more otherworldly than usual, its spires and towers appearing suddenly out of the quiet and fog. We didn't talk, and his stillness made me realize how much I moved, constantly blinking, breathing, and rearranging myself. Not Clairmont. He never blinked and seldom breathed, and his every turn of the steering wheel or push of the pedals was as small and efficient as possible, as if his long life required him to conserve energy. I wondered again how old Matthew Clairmont was. The vampire darted down a side street, pulling up in front of a tiny cafe that was packed with locals bolting down plates of food. Some were reading the newspaper, others were chatting with their neighbors at adjoining tables. All of them, I noted with pleasure, were drinking huge mugs of tea. "I didn't know about this place," I said. "It's a well-kept secret," he said mischievously. "They don't want university dons ruining the atmosphere." I automatically turned to open my car door, but before I could touch the handle, Clairmont was there, opening it for me. "How did you get here so fast?" I grumbled. "Magic," he replied through pursed lips. Apparently, Clairmont did not approve of women who opened their own car doors any more than he reportedly approved of women who argued with him. "I am capable of opening my own door," I said. "Why do today's women think it's important to open a door themselves?" he said sharply. "Do you believe it's a testament to your physical power?" "No, but it is a sign of our independence." I stood with my arms crossed, daring him to contradict me, and remembering what Chris had said about Clairmont's behavior toward a woman who'd asked too many questions at a conference. Wordlessly, he closed the car's door behind me and opened the cafe door. I stood resolutely in place, waiting for him to enter. A gust of warm, humid air carried the smell of bacon fat and toasted bread. My mouth started to water. "You're impossibly old-fashioned," I said with a sigh, deciding not to fight it. He could open doors for me this morning so long as he was prepared to buy me a hot breakfast. "After you," he murmured. Once inside, we wended our way through the crowded tables. Clairmont's skin, which had looked almost normal in the fog, was conspicuously pale under the cafe's stark overhead lighting. A couple of humans stared as we passed. The vampire stiffened. This wasn't a good idea, I thought uneasily, as more human eyes studied us. "Hiya, Matthew," a cheerful female voice called from behind the counter. "Two for breakfast?" His face lightened. "Two, Mary. How's Dan?" "Well enough to complain that he's fed up being in bed. I'd say he's definitely on the mend." "That's wonderful news," Clairmont said. "Can you get this lady some tea when you have a chance? She's threatened to kill for it." "Won't be necessary, dearie," Mary told me with a smile. "We serve tea without bloodshed." She eased her ample body out from behind the formica counter and led us to a table tucked into the far corner next to the kitchen door. Two plastic-covered menus hit the table with a slap. "You'll be out of the way here, Matthew. I'll send Steph around with the tea. Stay as long as you like." Clairmont made a point of settling me with my back to the wall. He sat opposite, between me and the rest of the room, curling the laminated menu into a tube and letting it gently unfurl in his fingers, visibly bristling. In the presence of others, the vampire was restless and prickly, just as he had been in the library. He was much more comfortable when the two of us were alone. I recognized the significance of this behavior thanks to my new knowledge of the Norwegian wolf. He was protecting me. Just who do you think poses a threat, Matthew? I told you I could take care of myself. My voice came out a little more tartly than I had intended. Yes, I'm sure you can, he said doubtfully. Look, I said, trying to keep my tone even, you've managed to keep them away from me so I could get some work done. The tables were too close together for me to include any more details. I'm grateful for that. But this cafe is full of humans. The only danger now would come from your drawing their attention. You're officially off duty. Clairmont cocked his head in the direction of the cash register. That man over there told his friend that you looked tasty. He was trying to make light of it, but his face darkened. I smothered a laugh. I don't think he's going to bite me, I said. The vampire's skin took on a grayish hue. From what I understand of modern British slang, tasty is a compliment, not a threat. Clairmont continued to glower. If you don't like what you're hearing, stop listening in on other people's conversations, I offered, impatient with his male posturing. That's easier said than done, he pronounced, picking up a jar of Marmite. A younger, slightly svelter version of Mary came up with an enormous brown stoneware teapot and 2 mugs. "Milk and sugar are on the table, Matthew," she said, eyeing me with curiosity. Matthew made the necessary introductions. "Steph, this is Diana. She's visiting from America." "Really? Do you live in California? I'm dying to get to California." "No, I live in Connecticut," I said regretfully. "That's one of the little states, isn't it?" Steph was clearly disappointed. "Yes, and it snows. I fancy palm trees and sunshine myself." At the mention of snow, she'd lost interest in me entirely. "What'll it be?" "I'm really hungry," I said apologetically, ordering 2 scrambled eggs, 4 pieces of toast, and several rashers of bacon. Steph, who had clearly heard far worse, wrote down the order without comment and picked up our menus. "Just tea for you, Matthew?" He nodded. Once Steph was out of earshot, I leaned across the table. "Do they know about you?" Clairmont tilted forward, his face a foot away from mine. This morning he smelled sweeter, like a freshly picked carnation. I inhaled deeply. "They know I'm a little different. Mary may suspect I'm more than a little different, but she's convinced that I saved Dan's life, so she's decided it doesn't matter." "How did you save her husband? Vampires were supposed to take human lives, not save them." "I saw him on a rotation at the Radcliffe when they were short-staffed. Mary had seen a program that described the symptoms of stroke, and she recognized them when her husband began to struggle. Without her, he'd be dead or seriously incapacitated." "But she thinks you saved Dan?" The vampire's spiciness was making me dizzy. I lifted the lid from the teapot, replacing the aroma of carnations with the tannic smell of black tea. "Mary saved him the first time, but after he was admitted into hospital, he had a terrible reaction to his medication. I told you she's observant. When she took her concerns to one of the physicians, he brushed them aside. I overheard and intervened. Do you often see patients?" I poured each of us a steaming mug of tea, so strong you could stand a spoon up in it. My hands trembled slightly at the idea of a vampire prowling the wards at the John Radcliffe among the sick and injured. "No," he said, toying with the sugar jar, "only when they have an emergency." Pushing one of the mugs toward him, I fixed my eyes on the sugar. He handed it to me. I put precisely half a teaspoon of sugar and half a cup of milk into my tea. This was just how I liked it. black as tar, a hint of sugar to cut the edge off the bitterness, then enough milk to make it look less like stew. This done, I stirred the concoction clockwise. As soon as experience told me it wouldn't burn my tongue, I took a sip. Perfect. The vampire was smiling. "What?" I asked. "I've never seen anyone approach tea with that much attentiveness to detail. You must not spend much time with serious tea drinkers. It's all about being able to gauge the strength before you put the sugar and milk in it." His steaming mug sat untouched in front of him. "You like yours black, I see." "Tea's not really my drink," he said, his voicing dropping slightly. "What is your drink?" The minute the question was out of my mouth, I wished I could call it back. His mood went from amusement to tight-lipped fury. "You have to ask?" he said scathingly. "Even humans know the answer to that question." "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." I gripped the mug, trying to steady myself. "No, you shouldn't." I drank my tea in silence. We both looked up when Steph approached with a toast rack full of grilled bread and a plate heaped high with eggs and bacon. "Mom thought you needed veg," Steph explained when my eyes widened at the mound of fried mushrooms and tomatoes that accompanied the breakfast. "She said you looked like death." "Thank you," I said. Mary's critique of my appearance did nothing to diminish my appreciation for the extra food. Steph grinned, and Clairmont offered me a small smile when I picked up the fork and applied myself to the plate. Everything was piping hot and fragrant, with the perfect ratio of fried surface to melting, tender insides. My hunger appeased, I started a methodical attack on the toast rack, taking up the first triangle of cold toast and scraping butter over its surface. The vampire watched me eat with the same acute attention he'd devoted to watching me make my tea. "So why science?" I ventured, tucking the toast into my mouth so he'd have to answer. "Why history?" His voice was dismissive, but he wasn't going to fend me off that easily. "You first." "I suppose I need to know why I'm here," he said, looking fixedly at the table. He was building a moated castle from the sugar jar and a ring of blue artificial sweetener packets. I froze at the similarity between his explanation and what Agatha had told me the day before about Ashmole 782. That's a question for philosophers, not scientists. I sucked a drop of butter off my finger to hide my confusion. His eyes glittered with another wave of sudden anger. "You don't really believe that scientists don't care about why?" "They used to be interested in the whys," I conceded, keeping a wary eye on him. His sudden shifts in mood were downright frightening. Now it seems all they're concerned with is the question of how does the body work? How do the planets move? Clairmont snorted. "Not the good scientists." The people behind him got up to leave, and he tensed, ready if they decided to rush the table. "And you're a good scientist." He let my assessment pass without comment. "Someday you'll have to explain to me the relationship between neuroscience, DNA research, animal behavior, and evolution. They don't obviously fit together." I took another bite of toast. Clairmont's left eyebrow rose toward his hairline. "You've been catching up on your scientific journals," he said sharply. I shrugged. "You had an unfair advantage. You knew all about my work. I was just leveling the playing field." He mumbled something under his breath that sounded French. "I've had a lot of time to think," he replied flatly in English, enlarging the moat around his castle with another ring of sweetener packets. "There's no connection between them." "Liar," I said softly. Not surprisingly, my accusation made Clairmont furious, but the speed of the transformation still took me aback. It was a reminder that I was having breakfast with a creature who could be lethal. "Tell me what the connection is, then," he said through clenched teeth. "I'm not sure," I said truthfully. "Something's holding them all together, a question that links your research interests and gives meaning to them. The only other explanation is that you're an intellectual magpie, which is ridiculous, given how highly regarded your work is. Or maybe you get bored easily. You don't seem the type to be prone to intellectual ennui. Quite the opposite, in fact. Clairmont studied me until the silence grew uncomfortable. My stomach was starting to complain at the amount of food I'd expected it to absorb. I poured fresh tea and doctored it while waiting for him to speak. For a witch, you're observant, too. The vampire's eyes showed grudging admiration. Vampires aren't the only creatures who can hunt, Matthew. No, we all hunt something, don't we, Diana? He lingered over my name. Now it's my turn. Why history? You haven't answered all my questions. And I hadn't yet asked him my most important question. He shook his head firmly, and I redirected my energy from ferreting out information to protecting myself from Clairmont's attempts to obtain it. At first, it was the neatness of it, I suppose. My voice sounded surprisingly tentative. The past seemed so predictable, as if nothing that happened there was surprising. Spoken like someone who wasn't there, the vampire said dryly. I gave a short laugh. I found that out soon enough. But in the beginning, that's how it seemed. At Oxford, the professors made the past a tidy story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. Everything seemed logical, inevitable. Their stories hooked me, and that was it. No other subject interested me. I became a historian and have never looked back. Even though you discovered that human beings, past or present, aren't logical, history only became more challenging when it became less neat. Every time I pick up a book or a document from the past, I'm in a battle with people who lived hundreds of years ago. They have their secrets and obsessions, all the things they won't or can't reveal. It's my job to discover and explain them. What if you can't? What if they defy explanation? That's never happened, I said after considering his question. At least I don't think it has. All you have to do is be a good listener. Nobody really wants to keep secrets, not even the dead. People leave clues everywhere, and if you pay attention, you can piece them together. So you're the historian as detective, he observed. Yes, with far lower stakes. I sat back in my chair, thinking the interview was over. Why the history of science, then? He continued. The challenge of great minds, I suppose? I tried not to sound glib, nor to let my voice rise up at the end of the sentence into a question, and failed on both counts. Clairmont bowed his head and slowly began to take apart his moated castle. Common sense told me to remain silent, but the knotted threads of my own secrets began to loosen. I wanted to know how humans came up with a view of the world that had so little magic in it, I added abruptly. I needed to understand how they convinced themselves that magic wasn't important. The vampire's cool gray eyes lifted to mine. Have you found out? Yes and no, I hesitated. I saw the logic that they used, and the death of 1,000 cuts as experimental scientists slowly chipped away at the belief that the world was an inexplicably powerful, magical place. Ultimately, they failed, though. The magic never really went away. It waited, quietly, for people to return to it when they found the science wanting. So, alchemy, he said. No, I protested. Alchemy is one of the earliest forms of experimental science. Perhaps, but you don't believe that alchemy is devoid of magic. Matthew's voice was certain. I've read your work. Not even you can keep it away entirely. Then it's science with magic, or magic with science, if you prefer. I'm not sure, I said defensively. Thank you. Clairmont's look suggested he knew how difficult it was for me to talk about this. You're welcome, I think. I pushed my hair back from my eyes, feeling a little shaky. Can I ask you something else? His eyes were wary, but he nodded. Why are you interested in my work, in alchemy? He almost didn't answer, ready to brush the question aside, then reconsidered. I'd given him a secret. Now it was his turn. The alchemists wanted to know why we're here, too. Clairmont was telling the truth, I could see that, but it got me no closer to understanding his interest in Ashmole 782. He glanced at his watch. If you're finished, I should get you back to college. You must want to get into warm clothes before you go to the library. What I need is a shower. I stood and stretched, twisting my neck in an effort to ease its chronic tightness. And I have to go to yoga tonight. I'm spending too much time sitting at a desk. The vampire's eyes glinted. You practice yoga? Couldn't live without it, I replied. I love the movement and the meditation. I'm not surprised, he said. That's the way you row, a combination of movement and meditation. My cheeks colored. He was watching me as closely on the river as he had in the library. Clairmont put a 20-pound note on the table and waved at Mary. She waved back, and he touched my elbow lightly, steering me between the tables and the few remaining customers. "Whom do you take class with?" he asked, after he opened the car door and settled me inside. "I go to that studio on the high street. I haven't found a teacher I like yet, but it's close, and beggars can't be choosers." New Haven had several yoga studios, but Oxford was lagging behind. The vampire settled himself in the car, turned the key, and neatly reversed in a nearby driveway before heading back to town. "You won't find the class you need there," he said confidently. "You do yoga too?" I was fascinated by the image of his massive body twisting itself through a practice. "Some," he said. "If you want to go to yoga with me tomorrow, I could pick you up outside Hertford at 6. This evening, you'd have to brave the studio in town, but tomorrow you'd have a good practice. Where's your studio? I'll call and see if they have a class tonight." Clairmont shook his head. "They aren't open tonight. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday evenings only." "Oh," I said, disappointed. "What's the class like?" "You'll see. It's hard to describe." He was trying not to smile. To my surprise, we'd arrived at the lodge. Fred craned his neck to see who was idling inside the gates, saw the Radcliffe tag, and strolled over to see what was going on. Clairmont let me out of the car. Outside, I gave Fred a wave and extended my hand. "I enjoyed breakfast. Thanks for the tea and company." "Any time," he said. "I'll see you in the library." Fred whistled as Clairmont pulled away. "Nice car, Dr. Bishop."
Friend of yours? It was his job to know as much as possible about what happened in the college for safety's sake, as well as to satisfy the unabashed curiosity that was part of a porter's job description. "I suppose so," I said thoughtfully. In my rooms, I pulled out my passport case and removed a $10 bill from my stash of American currency. It took me a few minutes to find an envelope. After slipping the bill inside without a note, I addressed it to Chris, wrote "Air Mail" on the front in capital letters, and stuck the required postage in the upper corner. Chris was never going to let me forget he'd won this bet. Never. Chapter 8. Honestly, that car is such a cliché. The hair clung to my fingers, crackling and snapping as I tried to push it from my face. Clairmont was lounging against the side of his Jaguar, looking unrumpled and at ease. Even his yoga clothes, characteristically gray and black, looked bandbox fresh, though considerably less tailored than what he wore to the library. Contemplating the sleek black car and the elegant vampire, I felt unaccountably cross. It had not been a good day. The conveyor belt broke in the library, and it took forever for them to fetch my manuscripts. My keynote address remained elusive, and I was beginning to look at the calendar with alarm, imagining a room full of colleagues peppering me with difficult questions. It was nearly October, and the conference was in November. "You think a subcompact would be better subterfuge?" he asked, holding out his hand for my yoga mat. "Not really, no." Standing in the fall twilight, he positively screamed vampire. Yet the rising tide of undergraduates and dons passed him without a second glance. If they couldn't sense what he was, see what he was, standing in the open air, the car was immaterial. The irritation built under my skin. Have I done something wrong? His gray-green eyes were wide and guileless. He opened the car door, taking a deep breath as I slid past. My temper flared. "Are you smelling me?" After yesterday, I suspected that my body was giving him all kinds of information I didn't want him to have. "Don't tempt me," he murmured, shutting me inside. The hair on my neck rose slightly as the implication of his words sank in. He popped open the trunk and put my mat inside. Night air filled the car as the vampire climbed in without any visible effort or moment of limb-bent awkwardness. His face creased into the semblance of a sympathetic frown. Bad day? I gave him a withering glance. Clairmont knew exactly how my day had been. He and Miriam had been in Duke Humphreys again, keeping the other creatures out of my immediate environment. When we left to change for yoga, Miriam had remained to make sure we weren't followed by a train of demons, or worse. Clairmont started the car and headed down the Woodstock Road without further attempts at small talk. There was nothing on it but houses. "Where are we going?" I asked suspiciously. "To yoga," he replied calmly. "Based on your mood, I'd say you need it." "And where is yoga?" I demanded. We were headed out to the countryside, in the direction of Blenheim. "Have you changed your mind?" Matthew's voice was touched with exasperation. "Should I take you back to the studio on the high street?" I shuddered at the memory of last night's uninspiring class. "No." "Then relax. I'm not kidnapping you. It can be pleasant to let someone else take charge. Besides, it's a surprise." I said. He switched on the stereo system, and classical music poured from the speakers. "Stop thinking and listen," he commanded. "It's impossible to be tense around Mozart." Hardly recognizing myself, I settled in the seat with a sigh and shut my eyes. The jaguar's motion was so subtle, and the sounds from outside so muffled, that I felt suspended above the ground, held up by invisible musical hands. The car slowed, and we pulled up to a set of high iron gates that even I, though practiced, couldn't have scaled. The walls on either side were warm red brick, with irregular forms and intricate woven patterns. I sat up a little straighter. "You can't see it from here," Clairmont said, laughing. He rolled down his window and punched a series of numbers into a polished keypad. A tone sounded, and the gates swung open. Gravel crunched under the tires as we passed through another set of gates, even older than the first. There was no scrolled ironwork here, just an archway spanning brick walls that were much lower than the ones facing the Woodstock Road. The archway had a tiny room on top with windows on all sides, like a lantern. To the left of the gate was a splendid brick gatehouse with twisted chimneys and leaded windows. A small brass plaque with weathered edges read, "The Old Lodge." "Beautiful," I breathed. "I thought you'd like it." The vampire looked pleased. Through the growing darkness, we passed into a park. A small herd of deer skittered off at the sound of the car, jumping into the protective shadows as the jaguar's headlights swept the grounds. We climbed a slight hill and rounded a curve in the drive. The car slowed to a crawl as we reached the top of the rise, and the headlights dipped over into blackness. "There," Clairmont said, pointing with his left hand. A two-story Tudor manor house was around a central courtyard. Its bricks glowed in the illumination of powerful spotlights that shone up through the branches of gnarled oak trees to light the face of the building. I was so dumbfounded that I swore. Clairmont looked at me in shock, then chuckled. He pulled the car into the circular drive in front and parked behind a late-model Audi sports car. A dozen more cars were already parked there, and headlights continued to sweep down over the hill. "Are you sure I'm going to be all right?" I'd been doing yoga for more than a decade, but that didn't mean I was any good at it. It had never occurred to me to ask whether this might be the kind of class where people balanced on one forearm with their feet suspended in midair. "It's a mixed class," he assured me. "Okay." My anxiety went up a notch in spite of his easy answer.
Clairmont took our yoga mats out of the trunk. Moving slowly as the last of the arrivals headed for the wide entry, he finally reached my door and put out his hand. "This is new," I noted before putting my hand in his. I was still not entirely comfortable when our bodies came into contact. He was shockingly cold, and the contrast between our body temperatures took me aback. The vampire held my hand lightly and tugged on it gently to help me out of the car. Before releasing me, he gave a soft, encouraging squeeze. Surprised, I glanced at him and caught him doing the same thing. Both of us looked away in confusion. We entered the house through another arched gate and a central courtyard. The manor was in an astonishing state of preservation. No later architects had been allowed to cut out symmetrical Georgian windows or affix fussy Victorian conservatories to it. We might have been stepping back in time. "Unbelievable," I murmured. Clairmont grinned and steered me through a big wooden door propped open with an iron doorstop. I gasped. The outside was remarkable, but the inside was stunning. Miles of linen fold paneling extended in every direction, all burnished and glowing. Someone had lit a fire in the room's enormous fireplace. A single trestle table and some benches looked about as old as the house, and electric lights were the only evidence that we were in the 21st century. Rows of shoes sat in front of the benches, and mounds of sweaters and coats covered their dark oak surfaces. Clairmont laid his keys on the table and removed his shoes. I kicked off my own and followed him. "Remember I said this was a mixed class?" the vampire asked when we reached a door set into the paneling. I looked up, nodded. "It is. But there's only one way to get into this room. You have to be one of us." He pulled open the door. Dozens of curious eyes nudged, tingled, and froze in my direction. The room was full of demons, witches, and vampires. They sat on brightly colored mats, some with crossed legs, others kneeling, waiting for class to begin. Some of the demons had headphones jammed into their ears. The witches were gossiping in a steady hum. The vampires sat quietly, their faces displaying little emotion. My jaw dropped. "Sorry," Clairmont said. "I was afraid you wouldn't come if I told you, and it really is the best class in Oxford." A tall witch who had short, jet-black hair and skin the color of coffee with cream walked toward us, and the rest of the room turned away, resuming their silent meditations. Clairmont, who'd tensed slightly when we entered, visibly relaxed as the witch approached us. "Matthew." Her husky voice was brushed with an Indian accent. "Welcome. Amira." He nodded in greeting. "This is the woman I told you about, Diana Bishop." The witch looked at me closely, her eyes taking in every detail of my face. She smiled. "Diana, nice to meet you. Are you new to yoga?" "No." My heart pounded with a fresh wave of anxiety. "But this is my first time here." Her smile widened. "Welcome to the old lodge." I wondered if anyone here knew about Ashmole 782, but there wasn't a single familiar face, and the atmosphere in the room was open and easy, with none of the usual tension between creatures. A warm, firm hand closed around my wrist, and my heart slowed immediately. I looked at Amira in astonishment. How had she done that? She let loose my wrist, and my pulse remained steady. "I think that you and Diana will be most comfortable here," she told Clairmont. "Get settled, and we'll begin." We unrolled our mats in the back of the room, close to the door. There was no one to my immediate right, but across a small expanse of open floor, two demons sat in lotus position, with their eyes closed. My shoulder tingled. I started, wondering who was looking at me. The feeling quickly disappeared. "Sorry," a guilty voice said, quite distinctly within my skull. The voice came from the front of the room, from the same direction as the tingle. Amira frowned slightly at someone in the first row before bringing the class to attention. Out of sheer habit, my body folded obediently into a cross-legged position when she began to speak, and after a few seconds, Clairmont followed suit. "It's time to close your eyes." Amira picked up a tiny remote control, and the soft strains of a meditative chant came out of the walls and ceiling. It sounded medieval, and one of the vampires sighed happily. My eyes wandered, distracted by the ornate plasterwork of what must once have been the house's great hall. "Close your eyes," Amira suggested again gently. "It can be hard to let go of our worries, our preoccupations, our egos. That's why we're here tonight." The words were familiar. I'd heard variations on this theme before, in other yoga classes, but they took on new meaning in this room. We're here tonight to learn to manage our energy. We spend our time striving and straining to be something that we're not. Let those desires go. Honor who you are. Amira took us through some gentle stretches and got us onto our knees to warm up our spines before we pushed back into downward dog. We held the posture for a few breaths before walking our hands to our feet and standing up. "Root your feet into the earth," she instructed, "and take mountain pose." I concentrated on my feet and felt an unexpected jolt from the floor. My eyes widened. We followed Amira as she began her vinyasas. We swung our arms up toward the ceiling before diving down to place our hands next to our feet. We rose halfway, spines parallel to the floor, before folding over and shooting our legs back into a push-up position. Dozens of demons, vampires, and witches dipped and swooped their bodies into graceful upward curves. We continued to fold and lift, sweeping our arms overhead once more before touching palms lightly together. Then Amira freed us to move at our own pace. She pushed a button on the stereo's remote, and a slow, melodic cover of Elton John's Rocket Man filled the room. The music was oddly appropriate, and I repeated the familiar movements in time to it, breathing into my tight muscles and letting the flow of the class push all thoughts from my head. After we'd started the series of poses for a third time, the energy in the room shifted. 3 witches were floating about a foot off the wooden floorboards. "Stay grounded," Amira said in a neutral voice. 2 quietly returned to the floor. The third had to swan dive to get back down, and even then his hands reached the floor before his feet. Both the demons and the vampires were having trouble with the pacing. Some of the demons were moving so slowly that I wondered if they were stuck. The vampires were having the opposite problem, their powerful muscles coiling and then springing with sudden intensity. "Gently," Amira murmured. "There's no need to push, no need to strain." Gradually, the room's energy settled again. Amira moved us through a series of standing poses. Here, the vampires were clearly at their best, able to sustain them for minutes without effort. Soon, I was no longer concerned with who was in the room with me or whether I could keep up with the class. There was only the moment and the movement. By the time we took to the floor for backbends and inversions, everyone in the room was dripping wet, except for the vampires, who didn't even look dewy. Some performed death-defying arm balances and handstands, but I wasn't among them. Clairmont was, however. At one point, he looked to be attached to the ground by nothing more than his ear, his entire body in perfect alignment above him. The hardest part of any practice for me was the final corpse pose, savasana. I found it nearly impossible to lie flat on my back without moving. The fact that everyone else seemed to find it relaxing only added to my anxiety. I lay as quietly as possible, eyes closed, trying not to twitch. A swoosh of feet moved between me and the vampire. "Diana," Amira whispered, "this pose is not for you. Roll over onto your side." My eyes popped open. I stared into the witch's wide black eyes, mortified that she had somehow uncovered my secret. "Curl into a ball." Mystified, I did what she said. My body instantly relaxed. She patted me lightly on the shoulder. "Keep your eyes open, too." I had turned toward Clairmont. Amira lowered the lights, but the glow of his luminous skin allowed me to see his features clearly. In profile, he looked like a medieval knight lying atop a tomb in Westminster Abbey. Long legs, long torso, long arms, and a remarkably strong face. There was something ancient about his looks, even though he appeared to be only a few years older than I was. I mentally traced the line of his forehead with an imaginary finger, from where it started at his uneven hairline, up slightly over his prominent brow bone, with its thick black brows. My imaginary finger crested the tip of his nose and the bowing of his lips. I counted as he breathed. At 200, his chest lifted. He didn't exhale for a long time afterward. Finally, Amira told the class it was time to rejoin the world outside. Matthew turned toward me and opened his eyes. His face softened, and my own did the same. There was movement all around us, but the socially correct had no pull on me. I stayed where I was, staring into a vampire's eyes. Matthew waited, utterly still, watching me watch him. When I sat up, the room spun at the sudden movement of blood through my body. At last the room stopped its dizzying revolutions. Amira closed the practice with chant and rang some tiny silver bells that were attached to her fingers. Class was over. There were gentle murmurs throughout the room, as vampire greeted vampire and witch greeted witch. The demons were more ebullient, arranging for midnight meetings at clubs around Oxford, asking where the best jazz could be found. They were following the energy, I realized with a smile, thinking back to Agatha's description of what tugged at a demon's soul. 2 investment bankers from London, both vampires, were talking about a spate of unsolved London murders. I thought of Westminster and felt a flicker of unease. Matthew scowled at them, and they began arranging lunch tomorrow instead. Everyone had to file by us as they left. The witches nodded at us curiously. Even the demons made eye contact, grinning and exchanging meaningful glances. The vampires studiously avoided me, but every one of them said hello to Clairmont. Finally, only Amira, Matthew, and I remained. She gathered up her mat and padded toward us. "Good practice, Diana," she said. "Thank you, Amira. This was a class I'll never forget." "You're welcome any time, with or without Matthew," she added, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. "You should have warned her. I was afraid Diana wouldn't come, and I thought she'd like it if she gave it a chance." He looked at me shyly. "Turn out the lights, will you, when you leave?" Amira called over her shoulder, already halfway out of the room. My eyes traveled around the perfect jewel of a great hall. "This was certainly a surprise," I said dryly, not yet ready to let him off the hook. He came up behind me, swift and soundless. "A pleasant one, I hope. You did like the class?" I nodded slowly and turned to reply. He was disconcertingly close, and the difference in our heights meant that I had to lift my eyes so as not to be staring straight into his sternum. I did. Matthew's face split into his heart-stopping smile. I'm glad. It was difficult to pull free from the undertow of his eyes. To break their spell, I bent down and began rolling up my mat. Matthew turned off the lights and grabbed his own gear. We slid our shoes on in the gallery where the fire had burned down to embers. He picked up his keys. "Can I interest you in some tea before we head back to Oxford?" "Where?" "Well, go to the gatehouse," Matthew said matter-of-factly. "There's a cafe there?" "No, but there's a kitchen. A place to sit down, too. I can make tea," he teased. "Matthew," I said, shocked, "is this your house?" By that time we were standing in the doorway, looking out into the courtyard. I saw the keystone over the house's gate, 1536. "I built it," he said, watching me closely. Matthew Clairmont was at least 500 years old. "The spoils of the Reformation," he continued. "Henry gave me the land on the condition that I tear down the abbey that was here and start over.
I saved what I could, but it was difficult to get away with much. The king was in a foul mood that year. There's an angel here and there, and some stonework I couldn't bear to destroy. Other than that, it's all new construction. I've never heard anyone describe a house built in the early 16th century as new construction before. I tried to see the house not only through Matthew's eyes, but as a part of him. This was the house he had wanted to live in nearly 500 years ago. In seeing it, I knew him better. It was quiet and still, just as he was. More than that, it was solid and true. There was nothing unnecessary, no extra ornamentation, no distractions. "It's beautiful," I said simply. "It's too big to live in now," he replied, "not to mention too fragile. Every time I open a window, something seems to fall off it, despite careful maintenance. I let Amira live in some of the rooms and open the house to her students a few times a week." "You live in the gatehouse?" I asked, as we walked across the open expanse of cobbles and brick to the car. "Part of the time. I live in Oxford during the week, but come here on the weekends. It's quieter." I thought that it must be challenging for a vampire to live surrounded by noisy undergraduates whose conversations he couldn't help overhearing. We got back into the car and drove the short distance to the gatehouse. As the manor's one-time public face, it had slightly more frills and embellishments than the main house. I studied the twisted chimneys and the elaborate patterns in the brick. Matthew groaned. "I know, the chimneys were a mistake. The stonemason was dying to try his hand at them. His cousin worked for Wolsey at Hampton Court, and the man simply wouldn't take no for an answer. He flipped a light switch near the door, and the gatehouse's main room was bathed in a golden glow. It had serviceable flagstone floors and a big stone fireplace suitable for roasting an ox. "Are you cold?" Matthew asked, as he went to the part of the space that had been turned into a sleek modern kitchen. It was dominated by a refrigerator rather than a stove. I tried not to think about what he might keep in it. "A little." I drew my sweater closer. It was still relatively warm in Oxford, but my drying perspiration made the night air feel chilly. "Light the fire, then," Matthew suggested. It was already laid, and I set it alight with a long match drawn from an antique pewter tankard. Matthew put the kettle on, and I walked around the room taking in the elements of his taste. It ran heavily toward brown leather and dark polished wood, which stood out handsomely against the flagstones. An old carpet in warm shades of red, blue, and ochre provided jolts of color. Over the mantel there was an enormous portrait of a dark-haired, late 17th century beauty in a yellow gown. It had certainly been painted by Sir Peter Lely. Matthew noticed my interest. "My sister Louisa," he said, coming around the counter with a fully outfitted tea tray. He looked up at the canvas, his face touched with sadness. "Dio, she was beautiful. What happened to her?" "She went to Barbados, intent on making herself queen of the Indies. We tried to tell her that her taste for young gentlemen was not likely to go unnoticed on a small island, but she wouldn't listen. Louisa loved plantation life. She invested in sugar and slaves." A shadow flitted across his face. During one of the island's rebellions, her fellow plantation owners, who had figured out what she was, decided to get rid of her. They sliced off Louisa's head and cut her body into pieces. Then they burned her and blamed it on the slaves. "I'm so sorry," I said, knowing that words were inadequate in the face of such a loss. He mustered a small smile. "The death was only as terrible as the woman who suffered it. I loved my sister, but she didn't make that easy. She absorbed every vice of every age she lived through. If there was excess to be had, Louisa found it." Matthew shook himself free from his sister's cold, beautiful face with difficulty. "Will you pour?" he asked. He put the tray on a low, polished oak table in front of the fireplace, between two overstuffed leather sofas. I agreed, happy to lighten the mood, even though I had enough questions to fill more than one evening of conversation. Louisa's huge black eyes watched me,
and I made sure not to spill a drop of liquid on the shining wooden surface of the table just in case it had once been hers. Matthew had remembered the big jug of milk and the sugar, and I doctored my tea until it was precisely the right color before sinking back into the cushions with a sigh. Matthew held his mug politely, without once lifting it to his lips. "You don't have to, for my sake, you know," I said, glancing at the cup. "I know," he shrugged. "It's a habit, and comforting to go through the motions." "When did you start practicing yoga?" I asked, changing the subject. "The same time that Louisa went to Barbados. I went to the other Indies, the East Indies, and found myself in Goa during the monsoons. There wasn't a lot to do but drink too much and learn about India. The yogis were different then, more spiritual than most teachers today. I met Amira a few years ago when I was speaking at a conference in Mumbai. As soon as I heard her lead a class, it was clear to me that she had the gifts of the old yogis, and she didn't share the concerns some witches have about fraternizing with vampires." There was a touch of bitterness in his voice. "You invited her to come to England?" I explained what might be possible here, and she agreed to give it a try. "It's been almost 10 years now, and the class is full to capacity every week. Of course, Amira teaches private classes too, mainly to humans. I'm not used to seeing witches, vampires, and demons sharing anything, never mind a yoga class," I confessed. "The taboos against mixing with other creatures were strong. If you'd told me it was possible, I wouldn't have believed you. Amira is an optimist, and she loves a challenge. It wasn't easy at first. The vampires refused to be in the same room with the demons during the early days, and of course no one trusted the witches when they started showing up." His voice betrayed his own ingrained prejudices. "Now most in the room except were more similar than different and treat one another with courtesy. We may look similar," I said, taking a gulp of tea and drawing my knees toward my chest, "but we certainly don't feel similar." "What do you mean?" Matthew said, looking at me attentively. "The way we know that someone is one of us, a creature," I replied, confused. "The nudges, the tingles, the cold?" Matthew shook his head. "No, I don't know." "I'm not used to seeing when I look at you?" I asked. "No. Can you?" His eyes were guileless and caused the familiar reaction on my skin. I nodded. "Tell me what it feels like." He leaned forward. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, but I felt that a trap was being set. "It feels cold," I said slowly, unsure how much to divulge. "Like ice growing under my skin." "That sounds unpleasant." His forehead creased slightly. "It's not," I replied truthfully, "just a little strange. The demons are the worst. When they stare at me, it's like being kissed." I made a face. Matthew laughed and put his tea down on the table. He rested his elbows on his knees and kept his body angled toward mine. "So you do use some of your witch's power." The trap snapped shut. I looked at the floor, furious, my cheeks flushing. I wish I'd never opened Ashmole 782 or taken that damn journal off the shelf. That was only the 5th time I've used magic this year, and the washing machine shouldn't count, because if I hadn't used a spell, the water would have caused a flood and wrecked the apartment downstairs. Both his hands came up in a gesture of surrender. "Diana, I don't care if you use magic or not, but I'm surprised at how much you do." "I don't use magic or power or witchcraft or whatever you want to call it. It's not who I am." 2 red patches burned on my cheeks. "It is who you are. It's in your blood. It's in your bones. You were born a witch, just as you were born to have blonde hair and blue eyes." I'd never been able to explain to anyone my reasons for avoiding magic. Sarah and Em had never understood. Matthew wouldn't either. My tea grew cold, and my body remained in a tight ball as I struggled to avoid his scrutiny. "I don't want it," I finally said through gritted teeth, and never asked for it. "What's wrong with it?" "You were glad of Amira's power of empathy tonight. That's a large part of her magic. It's no better or worse to have the talents of a witch than it is to have the talent to make music or to write poetry. It's just different. I don't want to be different, I said fiercely. I want a simple, ordinary life like humans enjoy. One that doesn't involve death and danger and the fear of being discovered, I thought. My mouth closed tight against the words. You must wish you were normal. I can tell you as a scientist, Diana, that there's no such thing as normal. His voice was losing its careful softness. Normal is a bedtime story, a fable that humans tell themselves to feel better when faced with overwhelming evidence that most of what's happening around them is not normal at all. Nothing he said would shake my conviction that it was dangerous to be a creature in a world dominated by humans. Diana, look at me. Against my instincts, I did. You're trying to push your magic aside, just as you believe your scientists did hundreds of years ago. The problem is, he continued quietly, it didn't work. Not even the humans among them could push the magic out of their world entirely. You said so yourself. It kept returning. This is different, I whispered. This is my life. I can control my life. It isn't different. His voice was calm and sure. You can try to keep the magic away, but it won't work, any more than it worked for Robert Hooke or Isaac Newton. They both knew there was no such thing as a world without magic. Hooke was brilliant, with his ability to think through scientific problems in 3 dimensions and construct instruments and experiments. But he never reached his full potential because he was so fearful of the mysteries of nature. Newton? He had the most fearless intellect I've ever known. Newton wasn't afraid of what couldn't be seen and easily explained. He embraced it all. As a historian, you know that it was alchemy and his belief in invisible, powerful forces of growth and change that led him to the theory of gravity. Then I'm Robert Hooke in this story, I said. I don't need to be a legend like Newton, like my mother. Hooke's fears made him bitter and envious, Matthew warned. He spent his life looking over his shoulder and designing other people's experiments. It's no way to live. I'm not having magic involved in my work, I said stubbornly. You're no Hooke, Diana, Matthew said roughly. He was only a human, and he ruined his life trying to resist the lure of magic. You're a witch. If you do the same, it will destroy you. Fear began to worm its way into my thoughts, pulling me away from Matthew Clairmont. He was alluring, and he made it seem as if you could be a creature without any worries or repercussions. But he was a vampire and couldn't be trusted. And he was wrong about the magic. He had to be. If not, then my whole life had been a fruitless struggle against an imaginary enemy. And it was my own fault I was afraid. I'd let magic into my life against my own rules, and a vampire had crept in with it. Dozens of creatures had followed. Remembering the way that magic had contributed to the loss of my parents, I felt the beginnings of panic in shallow breath and prickling skin. Living without magic is the only way I know to survive, Matthew. I breathed slowly so that the feelings wouldn't take root, but it was difficult with the ghosts of my mother and father in the room. You're living a lie, and an unconvincing one at that. You think you pass as a human? Matthew's tone was matter-of-fact, almost clinical. You don't fool anyone except yourself. I've seen them watching you. They know you're different. That's nonsense. Every time you look at Sean, you reduce him to speechlessness. He had a crush on me when I was a graduate student, I said dismissively. Sean still has a crush on you. That's not the point. Is Mr. Johnson one of your admirers, too? He's nearly as bad as Sean, trembling at your slightest change of mood and worrying because you might have to sit in a different seat. And it's not just the humans. You frightened Dom Bernot nearly to death when you turned and glared at him. That monk in the library? My tone was disbelieving. You frightened him, not me. I've known Dom Bernot since 1718, Matthew said dryly. He knows me far too well to fear me. We met at the Duke of Chando's house party, where he was singing the role of daemon in Handel's Axis and Galatea. I assure you, it was your power and not mine that startled him. This is a human world, Matthew, not a fairy tale. Humans outnumber and fear us, and there's nothing more powerful than human fear, not magic, not vampire strength, nothing. Fear and denial are what humans do best, Diana, but it's not a way that's open to a witch. I'm not afraid. Yes, you are, he said softly, rising to his feet. And I think it's time I took you home. Look, I said, my need for information about the manuscript pushing all other thoughts aside. We're both interested in Ashmole 782. A vampire and a witch can't be friends, but we should be able to work together.
I'm not so sure, Matthew said impassively. The ride back to Oxford was quiet. Humans had it all wrong when it came to vampires, I reflected. To make them frightening, humans imagined vampires as bloodthirsty. But it was Matthew's remoteness, combined with his flashes of anger and abrupt mood swings, that scared me. When we arrived at the new college lodge, Matthew retrieved my mat from the trunk. "Have a good weekend," he said without emotion. "Good night, Matthew. Thank you for taking me to yoga." My voice was as devoid of expression as his, and I resolutely refused to look back, even though his cold eyes watched me walk away. Chapter 9. Matthew crossed the River Avon, driving over the bridge's high, arched spans. He found the familiar Lanarkshire landscape of craggy hills, dark sky, and stark contrasts soothing. Little about this part of Scotland was soft or inviting, and its forbidding beauty suited his present mood. He downshifted through the lime alley that had once led to a palace and now led nowhere, an odd remnant of a grand life no one wanted to live anymore. Pulling up to what had been the back entrance of an old hunting lodge, where rough brown stone stood in sharp contrast to the creamy stuccoed front, he climbed out of his jaguar and lifted his bags from the trunk. The lodge's welcoming white door opened. "You look like hell." A wiry demon with dark hair, twinkling brown eyes, and a hooked nose stood with his hand on the latch and inspected his best friend from head to foot. Hamish Osborne had met Matthew Clairmont at Oxford nearly 20 years ago. Like most creatures, they'd been taught to fear each other and were uncertain how to behave. The two became inseparable once they'd realized they shared a similar sense of humor and the same passion for ideas. Matthew's face registered anger and resignation in quick succession. "Nice to see you too," he said gruffly, dropping his bags by the door. He drank in the house's cold, clear smell, with its nuances of old plaster and aging wood, and Hamish's unique aroma of lavender and peppermint. The vampire was desperate to get the smell of witch out of his nose. Jordan, Hamish's human butler, appeared silently and brought with him the scent of lemon furniture polish and starch. It didn't drive Diana's honeysuckle and horehound entirely from Matthew's nostrils, but it helped. "Good to see you, sir," he said, before heading for the stairs with Matthew's bags. Jordan was a butler of the old school. Even had he not been paid handsomely to keep his employer's secrets, he would never divulge to a soul that Osborne was a demon or that he sometimes entertained vampires. It would be as unthinkable as letting slip that he was occasionally asked to serve peanut butter and banana sandwiches at breakfast. "Thank you, Jordan." Matthew surveyed the downstairs hall so that he wouldn't have to meet Hamish's eyes. "You've picked up a new Hamilton, I see." He stared raptly at the unfamiliar landscape on the far wall. "You don't usually notice my new acquisitions." Like Matthew's, Hamish's accent was mostly Oxbridge, with a touch of something else. In his case, it was the burr of Glasgow streets. "Speaking of new acquisitions, how is sweet William?" William was Hamish's new lover, a human so adorable and easygoing that Matthew had nicknamed him after a spring flower. It stuck.
Now Hamish used it as an endearment, and William had started bothering florists in the city for pots of it to give to friends. "Grumpy," Hamish said with a chuckle. "I'd promised him a quiet weekend at home. You didn't have to come, you know. I didn't expect it." Matthew sounded grumpy too. "Yes, I know, but it's been a while since we've seen each other, and Cadzo is beautiful this time of year." Matthew glowered at Hamish, disbelief evident on his face. "Christ, you do need to go hunting, don't you?" was all Hamish could say. "Badly," the vampire replied, his voice clipped. "Do we have time for a drink first, or do you need to get straight to it?" "I believe I can manage a drink," Matthew said in a withering tone. "Excellent. I've got a bottle of wine for you, and some whiskey for me." Hamish had asked Jordan to pull some of the good wine out of the cellar shortly after he'd received Matthew's dawn call. He hated to drink alone, and Matthew refused to touch whiskey. "Then you can tell me why you have such an urgent need to go hunting this fine September weekend." Hamish led the way across the gleaming floors and upstairs to his library. The warm brown paneling had been added in the 19th century, ruining the architect's original intention to provide an airy, spacious place for 18th century ladies to wait while their husbands busied themselves with sport. The original white ceiling remained, festooned with plaster garlands and busy angels, a constant reproach to modernity. The two men settled into the leather chairs that flanked the fireplace, where a cheerful blaze was already taking the edge off the autumn chill. Hamish showed Matthew the bottle of wine, and the vampire made an appreciative sound. "That will do nicely." "I should think so. The gentleman at Berry Brothers and Rudd assured me it was excellent." Hamish poured the wine and pulled the stopper from his decanter. Glasses in hand, the two men sat in companionable silence. "I'm sorry to drag you into all this," Matthew began. "I'm in a difficult situation. It's complicated." Hamish chuckled. "It always is, with you." Matthew had been drawn to Hamish Osborne in part because of his directness, and in part because, unlike most demons, he was level-headed and difficult to unsettle. Over the years, a number of the vampire's friends had been demons, gifted and cursed in equal measure. Hamish was far more comfortable to be around. There were no blazing arguments, bursts of wild activity, or dangerous depressions. Time with Hamish consisted of long stretches of silence, followed by blindingly sharp conversation, all colored by his serene approach to life. Hamish's differences extended to his work, which was not in the usual demonic pursuits of art or music. Instead, he had a gift for money, for making it, and for spotting fatal weaknesses in international financial instruments and markets. He took a demon's characteristic creativity and applied it to spreadsheets rather than sonatas, understanding the intricacies of currency exchange with such remarkable precision that he was consulted by presidents, monarchs, and prime ministers. The demon's uncommon predilection for the economy fascinated Matthew, as did his ease among humans. Hamish loved being around them and found their faults stimulating rather than aggravating. It was a legacy of his childhood, with an insurance broker for a father and a housewife as a mother. Having met the unflappable Osbornes, Matthew could understand Hamish's fondness. The crackling of the fire and the smooth smell of whiskey in the air began to do their work, and the vampire found himself relaxing. Matthew sat forward, holding his wine-glass lightly between his fingers, the red liquid winking in the firelight. "I don't know where to begin," he said shakily. "At the end, of course. Why did you pick up the phone and call me?" "I needed to get away from a witch." Hamish watched his friend for a moment, noting Matthew's obvious agitation. Somehow, Hamish was certain the witch wasn't male. "What makes this witch so special?" he asked quietly. Matthew looked up from under his heavy brows. "Everything." "Oh, you are in trouble, aren't you?" Hamish's burr deepened in sympathy and amusement. Matthew laughed unpleasantly. "You could say that, yes. Does this witch have a name?" "Diana. She's a historian, and American." "The goddess of the hunt?" Hamish said slowly. "Apart from her ancient name, is she an ordinary witch?" "No," Matthew said abruptly. "She is far from ordinary." "Ah, the complications." Hamish studied his friend's face for signs that he was calming down, but saw that Matthew was spoiling for a fight instead. "She's a bishop." Matthew waited. Had learned it was never a good idea to anticipate that the daemon wouldn't grasp the significance of a reference, no matter how obscure. Hamish sifted and sorted through his mind and found what he was seeking. "As in Salem, Massachusetts?" Matthew nodded grimly. "She's the last of the bishop witches. Her father is a proctor." The daemon whistled softly. "A witch twice over, with a distinguished magical lineage. You never do things by half, do you? She must be powerful. Her mother is. I don't know much about her father. Rebecca Bishop, though, that's a different story. She was doing spells at 13 that most witches can't manage after a lifetime of study and experience. And her childhood abilities as a seer were astonishing. Do you know her, Matt?" Hamish had to ask. Matthew had lived many lives and crossed paths with too many people for his friend to keep track of them all. Matthew shook his head. "No. There's always talk about her, though, and plenty of envy. You know how witches are," he said, his voice taking on the slightly unpleasant tone it did whenever he referred to the species. Hamish let the remark about witches pass and eyed Matthew over the rim of his glass. "And Diana? She claims she doesn't use magic." There were two threads in that brief sentence that needed pulling. Hamish tugged on the easier one first. What, not for anything? Finding a lost earring? Coloring her hair? Hamish sounded doubtful. "She's not the earrings and colored hair type. She's more the 3-mile run followed by an hour on the river in a dangerously tiny boat type. With her background, I find it difficult to believe she never uses her power." Hamish was a pragmatist as well as a dreamer. It was why he was so good with other people's money. "And you don't believe it either, or you wouldn't suggest that she's lying." There was the second thread pulled. "She says she only uses magic occasionally, for little things." Matthew hesitated, raked his fingers through his hair so half of it stood on end, and took a gulp of wine. "I've been watching her, though, and she's using it more than that. I can smell it," he said, his voice frank and open for the first time since his arrival. "The scent is like an electrical storm about to break, or summer lightning. There are times when I can see it, too. Diana shimmers when she's angry or lost in her work. And when she's asleep," he thought, frowning. "Christ, there are times when I think I can even taste it." "She shimmers?" "It's nothing you would see, though you might sense the energy some other way. The chatoiement, a witch's shimmer, is very faint. Even when I was a young vampire, only the most powerful witches emitted these tiny pulses of light. It's rare to see it today. Diana's unaware she's doing it, and she's oblivious to its significance." Matthew shuddered and balled up his fist. The daemon glanced at his watch. The day was young, but he already knew why his friend was in Scotland. Matthew Clairmont was falling in love. Jordan came in, his timing impeccable. "The gilly dropped off the jeep, sir. I told him you wouldn't need his services today." The butler knew there was little need for a guide to track down deer when you had a vampire in the house. "Excellent," Hamish said, rising to his feet and draining his glass. He sorely wanted more whiskey, but it was better to keep his wits about him. Matthew looked up. "I'll go out by myself, Hamish. I'd rather hunt alone." The vampire didn't like hunting with warmbloods, a category that included humans, daemons, and witches. He usually made an exception for Hamish, but today he wanted to be on his own while he got his craving for Diana Bishop under control. "Oh, we're not going hunting," Hamish said, with a wicked glint in his eye. "We're going stalking." The daemon had a plan. It involved occupying his friend's mind until he let down his guard and willingly shared what was going on in Oxford rather than requiring Hamish to drag it out of him. "Come on, it's a beautiful day. You'll have fun." Outside, Matthew grimly climbed into Hamish's beat-up Jeep. It was what the two of them preferred to roam around in when they were at Cadzow, even though a Land Rover was the vehicle of choice in grand Scottish hunting lodges. Matthew didn't mind that it was freezing to drive in, and Hamish found its hyper-masculinity amusing. In the hills, Hamish ground the Jeep's gear. The vampire cringed at the sound each time, as he climbed to where the deer grazed. Matthew spotted a pair of stags on the next crag and told Hamish to stop. He got out of the Jeep quietly and crouched by the front tire, already mesmerized. Hamish smiled and joined him. The daemon had stalked deer with Matthew before and understood what he needed. The vampire did not always feed, though today Hamish was certain that, left to his own devices, Matthew would have come home sated after dark, and there would be 2 fewer stags on the estate. His friend was as much predator as carnivore. It was the hunt that defined vampires' identity, not their feeding or what they fed upon. Sometimes, when Matthew was restless, he just went out and tracked whatever he could chase without making a kill. While the vampire watched the deer, the daemon watched Matthew. There was trouble in Oxford. He could feel it. Matthew sat patiently for the next several hours, considering whether the stags were worth pursuing. Through his extraordinary senses of smell, sight, and hearing, he tracked their movements, figured out their habits, and gauged their every response to a cracking twig or a bird in flight. The vampire's attention was avid, but he never showed impatience. For Matthew, the crucial moment came when his prey acknowledged that it was beaten and surrendered. The light was dimming when he finally rose and nodded to Hamish. It was enough for the first day, and though he didn't need the light to see the deer, he knew that Hamish needed it to get back down the mountain. By the time they reached the lodge, it was pitch black, and Jordan had turned on every lamp, which made the building look even more ridiculous, sitting on a rise in the middle of nowhere. "This lodge never did make any sense," Matthew said, in a conversational tone that was nevertheless intended to sting. "Robert Adam was insane to take the commission." "You've shared your thoughts on my little extravagance many times, Matthew," Hamish said serenely, "and I don't care if you understand the principles of architectural design better than I do, or whether you believe that Adam was a madman to construct, what do you always call it, an ill-conceived folly in the Lanarkshire wilderness. I love it, and nothing you say is going to change that." They'd had versions of this conversation regularly, since Hamish's announcement he'd purchased the lodge, complete with all its furnishings, the gilly, and Jordan, from an aristocrat who had no use for the building and no money to repair it. Matthew had been horrified. To Hamish, however, Cadzow Lodge was a sign he had risen so far above his Glasgow roots that he could spend money on something impractical that he could love for its own sake. Matthew said, with a scowl. Grumpiness was preferable to agitation, Hamish thought. He moved on to the next step of his plan. "Dinner's at 8, he said, in the dining room. Matthew hated the dining room, which was grand, high-ceilinged, and drafty. More importantly, it upset the vampire because it was gaudy and feminine. It was Hamish's favorite room. Matthew groaned. "I'm not hungry." "You're famished," Hamish said sharply, taking in the color and texture of Matthew's skin. "When was your last real meal?" "Weeks ago." Matthew shrugged with his usual disregard for the passage of time. "I can't remember." "Tonight you're having wine and soup. Tomorrow it's up to you what you eat. Do you want some time alone before dinner, or will you risk playing billiards with me?" Hamish was extremely good at billiards, and even better at snooker, which he had learned to play as a teenager. Had made his first money in Glasgow's billiards halls, and could beat almost anyone. Matthew refused to play snooker with him anymore on the ground that it was no fun to lose every time, even to a friend. The vampire had tried to teach him carambole instead, the old French game involving balls and cues, but Matthew always won those games. Billiards was the sensible compromise. Unable to resist a battle of any sort, Matthew agreed. "I'll change and join you." Hamish's felt-covered billiards table was in a room opposite the library. He was there in a sweater and trousers when Matthew arrived in a white shirt and jeans. The vampire avoided wearing white, which made him look startling and ghostly, but it was the only decent shirt he had with him. He'd packed for a hunting trip, not a dinner party. He picked up his cue and stood at the end of the table. "Ready?" Hamish nodded. "Let's say an hour of play, shall we? Then we'll go down for a drink." The two men bent over their cues. "Be gentle with me, Matthew," Hamish murmured just before they struck the balls. The vampire snorted as they shot to the far end, hit the cushion, and rebounded. "I'll take the white," said Matthew when the ball stopped rolling and his was closest. He palmed the other and tossed it to Hamish. The demon put a red ball on its mark and stood back. As in hunting, Matthew was in no rush to score points. He shot 15 hazards in a row, putting the red ball in a different pocket each time. "If you don't mind," he drawled, pointing to the table. The demon put his yellow ball on it without comment. Matthew mixed up simple shots that took the red ball into the pockets with trickier shots known as cannons that were not his forte. Cannons involved hitting both Hamish's yellow ball and the red ball with one strike of the cue, and they required not only strength but finesse. "Where did you find the witch?" Hamish asked casually after Matthew cannoned the yellow and red balls. Matthew retrieved the white ball and prepared for his next shot. "The Bodleian." The demon's eyebrows rose in surprise. "The Bodleian? Since when have you been a regular at the library?" Matthew fouled, his white ball hopping over the cushion and onto the floor. "Since I was at a concert and overheard two witches talking about an American who'd got her hands on a long-lost manuscript," he said. "I couldn't figure out why the witches would give a damn." He stepped back from the table, annoyed at his error. Hamish quickly played his 15 hazards. Matthew placed his ball on the table and picked up the chalk to mark down Hamish's score. "So you just strolled in there and struck up a conversation with her to find out?" The demon pocketed all 3 balls with a single shot. "I went looking for her, yes." Matthew watched while Hamish moved around the table. "I was curious." "Was she happy to see you?" Hamish asked mildly, making another tricky shot. He knew that vampires, witches, and demons seldom mixed. They preferred to spend time within close-knit circles of similar creatures. His friendship with Matthew was a relative rarity, and Hamish's demonic friends thought it was madness to let a vampire get so close. On a night like this one, he thought, they might have a point. Not exactly. Diana was frightened at first, even though she met my eyes without flinching. Her eyes are extraordinary, blue and gold and green and gray, Matthew mused. Later, she wanted to hit me. She smelled so angry. Hamish bit back a laugh. Sounds like a reasonable response to being ambushed by a vampire in the Bodleian. He decided to be kind to Matthew and save him from a reply. The demon shot his yellow ball over the red, deliberately nicking it just enough that the red ball drifted forward and collided with it. "Damn," he groaned, "a foul." Matthew returned to the table, shot a few hazards, and tried a cannon or two. "Have you seen each other outside the library?" Hamish asked when the vampire had regained some of his composure. "I don't see her much, actually, even in the library. I sit in one part and she sits in another. I've taken her to breakfast, though, and to the old lodge, to meet Amira." Hamish kept his jaw closed with difficulty. Matthew had known women for years without taking them to the old lodge. And what was this about sitting at opposite ends of the library? Wouldn't it be easier to sit next to her in the library if you're interested in her? "I'm not interested in her." Matthew's cue exploded into the white ball. I want the manuscript. I've been trying to get my hands on it for more than 100 years. She just put in the slip and up it came from the stacks." His voice was envious. "What manuscript, Matt?" Hamish was doing his best to be patient, but the exchange was rapidly becoming unendurable. Matthew was giving out information like a miser parting with pennies. It was intensely aggravating for quick-minded demons to deal with creatures who didn't consider any division of time smaller than a decade particularly important. An alchemical book that belonged to Elias Ashmole. Diana Bishop is a highly respected historian of alchemy. Matthew fouled again by striking the balls too hard. Hamish respotted the balls and continued to rack up points while his friend simmered down. Finally, Jordan came to tell them that drinks were available downstairs. "What's the score?" Hamish peered at the chalk marks. He knew he'd won, but the gentlemanly thing was to ask, or so Matthew had told him. "You won, of course." Matthew stalked out of the room and pounded down the stairs at considerably more than a human pace. Jordan eyed the polished treads with concern. "Professor Clairmont is having a difficult day, Jordan." "So it would seem," the butler murmured. "Better bring up another bottle of red. It's going to be a long night." They had their drinks in what had once been the lodge's reception area. Its windows looked out on the gardens, which were still kept in orderly classical parterres despite the fact that their proportions were all wrong for a hunting lodge. They were too grand. They belonged to a palace, not a folly. In front of the fireplace, drinks in hand, Hamish could at last press his way into the heart of the mystery. "Tell me about this manuscript of Diana's, Matthew. It contains what, exactly? The recipe for the philosopher's stone that turns lead into gold?" Hamish's voice was lightly mocking. "Instructions on how to concoct the elixir of life so you can transform mortal into immortal flesh?" The daemon stopped his teasing the instant Matthew's eyes rose to meet his. "You aren't serious," Hamish whispered, his voice shocked. "The philosopher's stone was just a legend, like the Holy Grail or Atlantis. It couldn't possibly be real." Belatedly, he realized that vampires, daemons, and witches weren't supposed to be real either. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Matthew asked. "No." The daemon shuddered. Matthew had always been convinced that he could use his scientific skills to figure out what made vampires resistant to death and decay. The philosopher's stone fit neatly into those dreams. "It's the lost book," Matthew said grimly. Like most creatures, Hamish had heard the stories. One version suggested the witches had stolen a precious book from the vampires, a book that held the secret of immortality. Another claimed the vampires had snatched an ancient spell book from the witches and then lost it. Some whispered that it was not a spell book at all, but a primer covering the basic traits of all 4 humanoid species on Earth. Matthew had his own theories about what the book might contain. An explanation of why vampires were so difficult to kill, and accounts of early human and creature history were only a small part of it. "You really think this alchemical manuscript is your book?" he asked. When Matthew nodded, Hamish let out his breath with a sigh. No wonder the witches were gossiping. How did they discover Diana had found it? Matthew turned, ferocious. "Who knows or cares? The problems began when they couldn't keep their mouths shut." Hamish was reminded once again that Matthew and his family really didn't like witches. "I wasn't the only one to overhear them on Sunday. Other vampires did too. And then the daemon sensed that something interesting was happening. And now Oxford is crawling with creatures," the daemon finished. "What a mess. Isn't term about to start? The humans will be next. They're about to return in droves. It gets worse." Matthew's expression was grim. The manuscript wasn't simply lost. It was under a spell, and Diana broke it. Then she sent it back to the stacks and shows no interest in recalling it. And I'm not the only one waiting for her to do so.
Matthew, Hamish said, voice tense, are you protecting her from other witches? She doesn't seem to recognize her own power. It puts her at risk. I couldn't let them get to her first. Matthew seemed suddenly, disconcertingly vulnerable. Oh, Matt, Hamish said, shaking his head, you shouldn't interfere between Diana and her own people. You'll only cause more trouble. Besides, he continued, no witch will be openly hostile to a bishop. Her family's too old and distinguished. Nowadays, creatures no longer killed one another except in self-defense. Aggression was frowned on in their world. Matthew had told Hamish what it was like in the old days, when blood feuds and vendettas had raged, and creatures were constantly catching human attention. The daemons are disorganized, and the vampires won't dare to cross me. But the witches can't be trusted. Matthew rose, taking his wine to the fireplace. Let Diana Bishop be, Hamish advised. Besides, if this manuscript is bewitched, you're not going to be able to examine it. I will if she helps me, Matthew said, in a deceptively easy tone, staring into the fire. Matthew, the daemon said, in the same voice he used to let his junior partners know when they were on thin ice, leave the witch and the manuscript alone. The vampire placed his wineglass carefully on the mantel and turned away. I don't think I can, Hamish. I'm craving her. Even saying the word made the hunger spread. When his hunger focused, grew insistent like this, not just any blood would do. His body demanded something more specific. If only he could taste it, taste Diana, he would be satisfied, and the painful longing would subside. Hamish studied Matthew's tense shoulders. He wasn't surprised that his friend craved Diana Bishop. A vampire had to desire another creature more than anyone or anything else in order to mate, and cravings were rooted in desire. Hamish strongly suspected that Matthew, despite his previous fervent declarations that he was incapable of finding anyone who would stir that kind of feeling, was mating. Then the real problem you're facing at the moment is not the witches nor Diana, and it's certainly not some ancient manuscript that may or may not hold the answers to your questions. Hamish let his words sink in before continuing. You do realize you're hunting her? The vampire exhaled, relieved that it had been said aloud. I know. I climbed into her window when she was sleeping. I follow her when she's running. She resists my attempts to help her, and the more she does, the hungrier I feel. He looked so perplexed that Hamish had to bite the inside of his lip to keep from smiling. Matthew's women didn't usually resist him. They did what he told them to do, dazzled by his good looks and charm. No wonder he was fascinated. But I don't need Diana's blood, not physically. I won't give in to this craving. Being around her needn't be a problem. Matthew's face crumpled unexpectedly. What am I saying? We can't be near each other. We'll attract attention. Not necessarily. We've spent a fair bit of time together, and no one has been bothered, Hamish pointed out. In the early years of their friendship, the two had struggled to mask their differences from curious eyes. They were brilliant enough separately to attract human interest. When they were together, their dark heads bent to share a joke at dinner or sitting in the quadrangle in the early hours of the morning with empty champagne bottles at their feet, they were impossible to ignore. It's not the same thing, and you know it, Matthew said impatiently. Oh yes, I forgot. Hamish's temper snapped. Nobody cares what daemons do, but a vampire and a witch? That's important. You're the creatures who really matter in this world. Hamish, Matthew protested, you know that's not how I feel. You have the characteristic vampire contempt for daemons, Matthew. Witches too, I might add. Think long and hard how you feel about other creatures before you take this witch to bed. I have no intention to take Diana to bed, Matthew said, his voice acid. Dinner is served, sir. Jordan had been standing in the doorway, unobserved, for some time.
Thank God, Hamish said with relief, getting up from his chair. The vampire was easier to manage if he was dividing his attention between the conversation and anything else. Seated in the dining room at one end of a vast table designed to feed a house party's worth of guests, Hamish tucked into the first of several courses, while Matthew toyed with a soup spoon until his meal cooled. The vampire leaned over the bowl and sniffed. "Mushrooms and sherry?" he asked. "Yes. Jordan wanted to try something new, and since it didn't contain anything you find objectionable, I let him. Matthew didn't ordinarily require much in the way of supplemental sustenance at Cadzo Lodge, but Jordan was a wizard with soup, and Hamish didn't like to eat alone any more than he liked drinking alone." "I'm sorry, Hamish," Matthew said, watching his friend eat. "I accept your apology, Matt," Hamish said, the soup spoon hovering near his mouth. "But you cannot imagine how difficult it is to accept being a daemon or a witch. With vampires, it's definite and incontrovertible. You're not a vampire, and then you are. No question, no room for doubt. The rest of us have to wait, watch, and wonder. It makes your vampire superiority doubly hard to take." Matthew was twirling the spoon's handle in his fingers like a baton. "Witches know they're witches. They're not like daemons at all," he said with a frown. Hamish put his spoon down with a clatter and topped off his wineglass. "You know full well that having a witch for a parent is no guarantee. You can turn out perfectly ordinary, or you can set your crib on fire. There's no telling if, when, or how your powers are going to manifest. Unlike Matthew, Hamish had a friend who was a witch. Janine did his hair, which had never looked better, and made her own skin lotion, which was nothing short of miraculous. He suspected that witchcraft was involved." "It's not a total surprise, though," Matthew persisted, scooping some soup into his spoon and waving it slightly to cool it further. "Diana has centuries of family history to rely upon. It's nothing like what you went through as a teenager." "I had a breeze of a time," Hamish said, recalling some of the demonic coming-of-age stories he'd been privy to over the years. When Hamish was 12, his life had gone topsy-turvy in the space of one afternoon. He had come to realize, over the long Scottish autumn, that he was far smarter than his teachers. Most children who reach 12 suspect this, but Hamish knew it with deeply upsetting certainty. He responded by feigning sickness so he could skip school, and when that no longer worked, by doing his schoolwork as rapidly as he could and abandoning all pretense of normalcy. In desperation, his schoolmaster sent for someone from the university mathematics department to evaluate Hamish's troublesome ability to solve in minutes problems that occupied his schoolmates for a week or more. Jack Watson, a young daemon from the University of Glasgow with red hair and brilliant blue eyes, took one look at elfin Hamish Osborne and suspected that he too was a daemon.
After going through the motions of a formal evaluation, which produced the expected documentary proof that Hamish was a mathematical prodigy whose mind did not fit within normal parameters, Watson invited him to attend lectures at the university. He also explained to the headmaster that the child could not be accommodated within a normal classroom without becoming a pyromaniac or something equally destructive. After that, Watson made a visit to the Osbornes' modest home and told an astonished family how the world worked and exactly what kinds of creatures were in it. Percy Osborne, who came from a staunch Presbyterian background, resisted the notion of multiple supernatural and preternatural creatures until his wife pointed out that he had been raised to believe in witches. Why not demons and vampires too? Hamish wept with relief, no longer feeling utterly alone. His mother hugged him fiercely and told him that she had always known he was special. While Watson was still sitting in front of their electric fire, drinking tea with her husband and son, Jessica Osborne thought she might as well take the opportunity to broach other aspects of Hamish's life that might make him feel different. She informed her son over chocolate biscuits that she also knew he was unlikely to marry the girl next door,
who was infatuated with him. Instead, Hamish was drawn to the girl's elder brother, a strapping lad of 15 who could kick a football farther than anyone else in the neighborhood. Neither Percy nor Jack seemed remotely surprised or distressed by the revelation. Still, Matthew said now, after his first sip of tepid soup, Diana's whole family must have expected her to be a witch, and she is, whether she uses her magic or not. I should think that would be every bit as bad as being among a bunch of clueless humans. Can you imagine the pressure? Not to mention the awful sense that your life didn't belong to you? Hamish shuddered. I'd prefer blind ignorance. What did it feel like? Matthew asked hesitantly. The first day you woke up knowing you were a demon? The vampire didn't normally ask such personal questions. Like being reborn, Hamish said. It was every bit as powerful and confusing as when you woke up craving blood and hearing the grass grow blade by blade. Everything looked different. Everything felt different. Most of the time, I smiled like a fool who'd won the lottery, and the rest of the time, I cried in my room. But I don't think I believed it, really believed it, until you smuggled me into the hospital. Matthew's first birthday present to Hamish, after they became friends, had involved a bottle of Krug and a trip to the John Radcliffe. There, Matthew sent Hamish through the MRI while the vampire asked him a series of questions. Afterward, they compared Hamish's scans with those of an eminent brain surgeon on the staff, both of them drinking champagne and the demon still in a surgical gown. Hamish made Matthew play the scans back repeatedly, fascinated by the way his brain lit up like a pinball machine even when he was replying to basic questions. It remained the best birthday present he'd ever received. From what you've told me, Diana is where I was before that MRI, Hamish said. She knows she's a witch, but she still feels she's living a lie. She is living a lie, Matthew growled, taking another sip of soup. Diana's pretending she's human. Wouldn't it be interesting to know why that's the case? More important, can you be around someone like that? You don't like lies. Matthew looked thoughtful but didn't respond. There's something else, Hamish continued. For someone who dislikes lies as much as you do, you keep a lot of secrets. If you need this witch, for whatever reason, you're going to have to win her trust. And the only way to do that is by telling her things you don't want her to know. She's roused your protective instincts, and you're going to have to fight them. While Matthew mulled the situation over, Hamish turned the conversation to the latest catastrophes in the city and the government. The vampire calmed further, caught up in the intricacies of finance and policy. You've heard about the murders in Westminster, I presume? Hamish said when Matthew was completely at ease. I have. Somebody needs to put a stop to it. You? Hamish asked. It's not my job, yet. Hamish knew that Matthew had a theory about the murders, one that was linked to his scientific research. You still think the murders are a sign that vampires are dying out? Yes, Matthew said. Matthew was convinced that creatures were slowly becoming extinct. Hamish had dismissed his friend's hypotheses at first, but he was beginning to think Matthew might be right. They returned to less disturbing topics of conversation and, after dinner, retreated upstairs. The demon had divided one of the lodge's redundant reception rooms into a sitting room and a bedroom. The sitting room was dominated by a large, ancient chessboard with carved ivory and ebony pieces that by all rights should be in a museum under protective glass rather than in a drafty hunting lodge. Like the MRI, the chess set had been a present from Matthew. Their friendship had deepened over long evenings like this one, spent playing chess and discussing their work. One night, Matthew began to tell Hamish stories of his past exploits. Now there was little about Matthew Clairmont that the demon did not know, and the vampire was the only creature Hamish had ever met who wasn't frightened of his powerful intellect. Hamish, as was his custom, sat down behind the black pieces. "Did we finish our last game?" Matthew asked, feigning surprise at the neatly arranged board. "Yes, you won," Hamish said curtly. earning one of his friend's rare, broad smiles. The two began to move their pieces, Matthew taking his time and Hamish moving swiftly and decisively when it was his turn. There was no sound except for the crackle of the fire and the ticking of the clock. After an hour of play, Hamish moved to the final stage of his plan. "I have a question." His voice was careful as he waited for his friend to make his next move. "Do you want the witch for herself, or for her power over that manuscript?" "I don't want her power," Matthew exploded, making a bad decision with his rook, which Hamish quickly captured. He bowed his head, looking more than ever like a Renaissance angel focused on some celestial mystery. "Christ, I don't know what I want." Hamish sat as still as possible. "I think you do, Matt." Matthew moved a pawn and made no reply. "The other creatures in Oxford," Hamish continued, "they'll know soon, if they don't know already, that you're interested in more than this old book. What's your end game?" "I don't know," the vampire whispered. "Love? Tasting her? Making her like you?" Matthew snarled. "Very impressive," Hamish said in a bored tone. "There's a lot I don't understand about all this, Hamish, but there are 3 things I do know," Matthew said emphatically, picking up his wineglass from the floor by his feet. "I will not give in to this craving for her blood. I do not want to control her power, and I certainly have no wish to make her a vampire." He shuddered at the thought. "That leaves love. You have your answer, then. You do know what you want." Matthew swallowed a gulp of wine. "I want what I shouldn't want, and I crave someone I can never have." "You're not afraid you'd hurt her?" Hamish asked gently. "You've had relationships with warm-blooded women before, and you've never harmed any of them." Matthew's heavy crystal wine goblet snapped in two. The bowl toppled to the floor, red wine spreading on the carpet. Hamish saw the glint of powdered glass between the vampire's index finger and thumb. "Oh, Matt, why didn't you tell me?" Hamish governed his features, making sure that not a particle of his shock was evident. "How could I?" Matthew stared at his hands and ground the shards between his fingertips until they sparkled reddish-black from the mixture of glass and blood. "You always had too much faith in me, you know." "Who was she?" "Her name was Eleanor." Matthew stumbled over the name. He dashed the back of his hand across his eyes, a fruitless attempt to wipe the image of her face from his mind. "My brother and I were fighting. Now I can't even remember what the argument was about. Back then, I wanted to destroy him with my bare hands. Eleanor tried to make me see reason. She got between us." And the vampire's voice broke. He cradled his head without bothering to clean the bloody residue from his already healed fingers. "I loved her so much, and I killed her." "When was this?" Hamish whispered. Matthew lowered his hands, turning them over to study his long, strong fingers. "Ages ago. Yesterday." "What does it matter?" he asked with a vampire's disregard for time. "It matters enormously if you made this mistake when you were a newly minted vampire and not in control of your instincts and your hunger. Ah, then it will also matter that I killed another woman, Cecilia Martin, just over a century ago. I wasn't a newly minted vampire then." Matthew got up from his chair and walked to the windows. He wanted to run into the night's blackness and disappear so he wouldn't have to see the horror in Hamish's eyes. "Are there more?" Hamish asked sharply. Matthew shook his head. "2 is enough. There can't be a third. Not ever." "Tell me about Cecilia," Hamish commanded, leaning forward in his chair. "She was a banker's wife," Matthew said reluctantly. "I saw her at the opera and became infatuated. Everyone in Paris was infatuated with someone else's wife at the time." His finger traced the outline of a woman's face on the pane of glass before him. "It didn't strike me as a challenge. I only wanted a taste of her. That night I went to her house. But once I started, I couldn't stop. And yet I couldn't let her die either. She was mine, and I wouldn't give her up. I barely stopped feeding in time. Dieu, she hated being a vampire. Cecilia walked into a burning house before I could stop her. Hamish frowned. Then you didn't kill her, Matt. She killed herself. I fed on her until she was at the brink of death, forced her to drink my blood, and turned her into a creature without her permission because I was selfish and scared, he said furiously. In what way did I not kill her? I took her life, her identity, her vitality. That's death, Hamish. Why did you keep this from me? Hamish tried not to care that his best friend had done so, but it was difficult. Even vampires feel shame, Matthew said tightly. I hate myself, and I should, for what I did to those women. This is why you have to stop keeping secrets, Matt. They're going to destroy you from the inside. Hamish thought about what he wanted to say before he continued. You didn't set out to kill Eleanor and Cecilia. You're not a murderer. Matthew rested his fingertips on the white-painted window frame and pressed his forehead against the cold panes of glass. When he spoke, his voice was flat and dead. No, I'm a monster. Eleanor forgave me for it. Cecilia never did. You're not a monster, Hamish said, worried by Matthew's tone. Maybe not, but I am dangerous. He turned and faced Hamish. Especially around Diana. Not even Eleanor made me feel this way. The mere thought of Diana brought the craving back, the tightness spreading from his heart to his abdomen. His face darkened with the effort to bring it under control. Come back here and finish this game, Hamish said, his voice rough. I could go, Hamish, Matthew said uncertainly. You don't have to share your roof with me. Don't be an idiot, Hamish replied as quick as a whip. You're not going anywhere. Matthew sat. I don't understand how you can know about Eleanor and Cecilia and not hate me too, he said after a few minutes. I can't conceive of what you would have to do to make me hate you, Matthew. I love you like a brother, and I will until I draw my last breath. Thank you, Matthew said, his face somber. I'll try to deserve it. Don't try. Do it, Hamish said gruffly. You're about to lose your bishop, by the way. The two creatures dragged their attention back to the game with difficulty, and they were still playing in the early morning when Jordan brought up coffee for Hamish and a bottle of port for Matthew. The butler picked up the ruined wineglass without comment, and Hamish sent him off to bed. When Jordan was gone, Hamish surveyed the board and made his final move. Checkmate! Matthew let out his breath and sat back in his chair, staring at the chessboard. His queen stood encircled by his own pieces, pawns, a knight, and a rook. Across the board, his king was checked by a lowly black pawn. The game was over, and he had lost. There's more to the game than protecting your queen, Hamish said. Why do you find it so difficult to remember that it's the king who's not expendable? The king just sits there, moving one square at a time. The queen can move so freely. I suppose I'd rather lose the game than forfeit her freedom. Hamish wondered if he was talking about chess or Diana. Is she worth the cost, Matt? He asked softly. Yes, Matthew said without a moment of hesitation, lifting the white queens from the board and holding it between his fingers. I thought so, Hamish said. You don't feel this way now, but you're lucky to have found her at last. The vampire's eyes glittered and his mouth twisted into a crooked smile. But is she lucky, Hamish? Is she fortunate to have a creature like me in pursuit? That's entirely up to you. Just remember, no secrets, not if you love her. Matthew looked into his queen's serene face, his fingers closing protectively around the small carved figure. He was still holding it when the sun rose, long after Hamish had gone to sleep. Chapter 10. Still trying to shake the ice from my shoulders left by Matthew's stare, I opened the door to my rooms. Inside, the answering machine greeted me with a flashing red 13. There were 9 additional voicemail messages on my mobile. All of them were from Sarah and reflected an escalating concern about what her sixth sense told her was happening in Oxford. Unable to face my all-too-prescient aunts, I turned down the volume on the answering machine, turned off the ringers on both phones, and climbed wearily into bed. Next morning, when I passed through the porter's lodge for a run, Fred waved a stock of message slips at me. "I'll pick them later," I called, and he flashed his thumb in acknowledgement. My feet pounded on familiar dirt paths through the fields and marshes north of the city, the exercise helping to keep at bay both my guilt over not calling my aunts and the memory of Matthew's cold face. Back in college, I collected the messages and threw them into the trash. Then I staved off the inevitable call home with cherished weekend rituals, boiling an egg, brewing tea, gathering laundry, piling up the drifts of papers that littered every surface. After I'd wasted most of the morning, there was nothing left to do but call New York. It was early there, but there was no chance that anyone was still in bed. "What do you think you're up to?" Diana demanded in lieu of hello. "Good morning, Sarah." I sank into the armchair by the defunct fireplace and crossed my feet on a nearby bookshelf. This was going to take a while. "It is not a good morning," Sarah said tartly. "We've been beside ourselves. What's going on?" Em picked up the extension. "Hi, Em," I said, recrossing my legs. This was going to take a long while. "Is that vampire bothering you?" Em asked anxiously. "Not exactly." "We know you've been spending time with vampires and demons," my aunt broke in impatiently. "Have you lost your mind, or is something seriously wrong?" "I haven't lost my mind, and nothing's wrong." The last bit was a lie, but I crossed my fingers and hoped for the best. "Do you really think you're going to fool us? You cannot lie to a fellow witch," Sarah exclaimed. "Out with it, Diana." "So much for that plan." "Let her speak, Sarah," Em said. "We trust Diana to make the right decisions, remember?" The ensuing silence led me to believe that this had been a matter of some controversy. Sarah drew in her breath, but Em cut her off. "Where were you last night?" "Yoga." There was no way of squirming out of this inquisition, but it was to my advantage to keep all responses brief and to the point. "Yoga?" Sarah asked, incredulous. "Why are you doing yoga with those creatures? You know it's dangerous to mix with demons and vampires. The class was led by a witch." I became indignant, seeing Amira's serene, lovely face before me. "This yoga class? Was it his idea?" Em asked. "Yes, it was at Clairmont's house." Sarah made a disgusted sound. "Told you it was him," Em muttered to my aunt. She directed her next words to me. "I see a vampire standing between you and something. I'm not sure what exactly. And I keep telling you, Emily Mather, that's nonsense. Vampires don't protect witches." Sarah's voice was crisp with certainty. "This one does," I said. "What?" Em asked, and Sarah shouted, "He has been for days." I bit my lip, unsure how to tell the story, then plunged in. "Something happened at the library. I called up a manuscript, and it was bewitched." There was silence. "A bewitched book?" Sarah's voice was keen with interest. "Was it a grimoire?" She was an expert on grimoires, and her most cherished possession was the ancient volume of spells that had been passed down in the Bishop family. "I don't think so," I said. "All that was visible were alchemical illustrations." "What else?" My aunt knew that the visible was only the beginning when it came to bewitched books. "Someone's put a spell on the manuscript's text." There were faint lines of writing, layers upon layers of them, moving underneath the surface of the pages. In New York, Sarah put down her coffee mug with a sharp sound. "Was this before or after Matthew Clairmont appeared?" "Before," I whispered. You didn't think this was worth mentioning when you told us you'd met a vampire?" Sarah did nothing to disguise her anger. "By the goddess, Diana, you can be so reckless! How was this book bewitched? And don't tell me you don't know." "It smelled funny. It felt wrong. At first I couldn't lift the book's cover. I put my palm on it. I turned my hand over on my lap, recalling the sense of instant recognition between me and the manuscript, half expecting to see the shimmer that Matthew had mentioned." "And?" Sarah asked. "It tingled against my hand, then sighed and relaxed. I could feel it through the leather and the wooden boards. How did you manage to unravel this spell? Did you say any words? What were you thinking?" Sarah's curiosity was now thoroughly roused. "There was no witchcraft involved, Sarah. I needed to look at the book for my research, and I laid my palm flat on it, that's all. I took a deep breath. Once it was open, I took some notes, closed it, and returned the manuscript." "You returned it?" There was a loud clatter as Sarah's phone hit the floor. I winced and held the receiver away from my head, but her colorful language was still audible. "Diana," Em said faintly. "Are you there?" I said sharply. "Diana Bishop, you know better." Sarah's voice was reproachful. "How could you send back a magical object you didn't fully understand? My aunt had taught me how to recognize enchanted and bewitched objects and what to do with them. You were to avoid touching or moving them until you knew how their magic worked. Spells could be delicate, and many had protective mechanisms built into them. What was I supposed to do, Sarah?" I could hear my defensiveness. "Refuse to leave the library until you could examine it? It was a Friday night. I wanted to go home." "What happened when you returned it?" Sarah said tightly. "The air might have been a little funny," I admitted, "and the library might have given the impression it shrank for just a moment." "You sent the manuscript back and the spell reactivated?" Sarah said. She swore again. "Few witches are adept enough to set up a spell that automatically resets when it's broken. You're not dealing with an amateur." "That's the energy that drew them to Oxford," I said, suddenly understanding. "It wasn't my opening the manuscript, it was the resetting of the spell. The creatures aren't just at yoga, Sarah. I'm surrounded by vampires and demons in the Bodleian. Clairmont came to the library on Monday night, hoping to catch a glimpse of the manuscript after he heard two witches talking about it. By Tuesday, the library was crawling with them." "Here we go again," Sarah said with a sigh. "Before the month's out, demons will be showing up in Madison looking for you. There must be witches you can rely on for help." Em was making an effort to keep her voice level, but I could hear the concern in it. "There are witches," I said haltingly, "but they're not helpful. A wizard in a brown tweed coat tried to force his way into my head. He would have succeeded, too, if not for Matthew." "The vampire put himself between you and another witch?" Em was horrified. "That's not done. You never interfere in business between witches if you're not one of us. You should be grateful. I might not want to be lectured by Clairmont or have breakfast with him again, but the vampire deserved some credit. If he hadn't been there, I don't know what would have happened. No witch has ever been so invasive with me before." "Maybe you should get out of Oxford for a while," Em suggested. "I'm not going to leave because there's a witch with no manners in town." Em and Sarah whispered to each other, their hands over the receivers. "I don't like this one bit," my aunt finally said, in a tone that suggested that the world was falling apart. "Bewitched books? Demons following you? Vampires taking you to yoga? Witches threatening a bishop? Witches are supposed to avoid notice, Diana. Even the humans are going to know something's going on." "If you stay in Oxford, you'll have to be more inconspicuous," Em agreed. "There's nothing wrong with coming home for a while and letting the situation cool off, if that becomes impossible. You don't have the manuscript anymore. Maybe they'll lose interest." None of us believed that was likely. "I'm not running away." "You wouldn't," Em protested. "I would. and I wasn't going to display a shred of cowardice so long as Matthew Clairmont was around. "He can't be with you every minute of every day, honey," Em said sadly, hearing my unspoken thoughts. "I should think not," Sarah said darkly. "I don't need Matthew Clairmont's help. I can take care of myself," I retorted. "Diana, that vampire isn't protecting you out of the goodness of his heart," Em said. "You represent something he wants. You have to figure out what it is. Maybe he is interested in alchemy. Maybe he's just bored." "Vampires do not get bored," Sarah said crisply, "not when there's a witch's blood around." There was nothing to be done about my aunt's prejudices. I was tempted to tell her about yoga class, where for over an hour I'd been gloriously free from fear of other creatures. But there was no point. "Enough," I was firm. "Matthew Clairmont won't get any closer, and you needn't worry about me fiddling with more bewitched manuscripts. But I'm not leaving Oxford, and that's final." "All right," Sarah said, "but there's not much we can do from here if things go wrong." "I know, Sarah. And the next time you get handed something magical, whether you expected it or not, behave like the witch you are, not some silly human. Don't ignore it or tell yourself you're imagining things." Willful ignorance and dismissing the supernatural were at the top of Sarah's list of human pet peeves. Treat it with respect, and if you don't know what to do, ask for help. "Promise," I said quickly, wanting to get off the phone. But Sarah wasn't through yet. "I never thought I'd see the day when a bishop relied on a vampire for protection rather than her own power," she said. "My mother must be turning in her grave. This is what comes from avoiding who you are, Diana."
You've got a mess on your hands, and it's all because you thought you could ignore your heritage. It doesn't work that way. Sarah's bitterness soured the atmosphere in my room long after I'd hung up the phone. The next morning, I stretched my way through some yoga poses for half an hour and then made a pot of tea. Its vanilla and floral aromas were comforting, and it had just enough caffeine to keep me from dozing in the afternoon without keeping me awake at night. After the leaves steeped, I wrapped the white porcelain pot in a towel to hold in the heat and carried it to the chair by the fireplace reserved for my deep thinking. Calmed by the tea's familiar scent, I pulled my knees up to my chin and reviewed my week. No matter where I started, I found myself returning to my last conversation with Matthew Clairmont. Had my efforts to prevent magic from seeping into my life and work meant nothing? Whenever I was stuck with my research, I imagined a white table, gleaming and empty, and the evidence as a jigsaw puzzle that needed to be pieced together. It took the pressure off and felt like a game. Now I tumbled everything from the past week onto that table. Ashmole 782, Matthew Clairmont, Agatha Wilson's wandering attention, the Tweedy Wizard, my tendency to walk with my eyes closed, the creatures and the Bodleian, how I'd fetch notes and queries from the shelf, Amira's yoga class. I swirled the bright pieces around, putting some together and trying to form a picture, but there were too many gaps and no clear image emerged. Sometimes picking up a random piece of evidence helped me figure out what was most important. Putting my imaginary fingers on the table, I drew out a shape, expecting to see Ashmole 782. Matthew Clairmont's dark eyes looked back at me. Why was this vampire so important? The pieces of my puzzle started to move of their own volition, swirling in patterns that were too fast to follow. I slapped my imaginary hands on the table, and the pieces stopped their dance. My palms tingled with recognition. This didn't seem like a game anymore. It seemed like magic. And if it was, then I'd been using it in my schoolwork, in my college courses, and now in my scholarship. But there was no room in my life for magic, and my mind closed resolutely against the possibility that I'd been violating my own rules without knowing it. The next day I arrived in the library's cloakroom at my normal time, went up the stairs, rounded the corner near the collection desk, and braced myself to see him. Clairmont wasn't there.
"Do you need something?" Miriam said in an irritable voice, scraping her chair against the floor as she stood. "Where is Professor Clairmont?" "He's hunting," Miriam said, eyes snapping with dislike, "in Scotland." "Hunting?" I swallowed hard. "Oh, when will he be back?" "I honestly don't know, Dr. Bishop." Miriam crossed her arms and put out a tiny foot. "I was hoping he'd take me to yoga at the old lodge tonight," I said faintly, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse for stopping. Miriam turned and picked up a ball of black fluff. She tossed it at me, and I grabbed it as it flew by my hip. "You left that in his car on Friday." "Thank you." My sweater smelled of carnations and cinnamon. "You should be more careful with your things," Miriam muttered. "You're a witch, Dr. Bishop. Take care of yourself and stop putting Matthew in this impossible situation." I turned on my heel without comment and went to pick up my manuscripts from Sean. "Everything all right?" he asked, eyeing Miriam with a frown. "Perfectly." I gave him my usual seat number, and when he still looked concerned, a warm smile. How dare Miriam speak to me like that? I fumed while settling into my workspace. My fingers itched as if hundreds of insects were crawling under the skin. Tiny sparks of blue-green were arcing between my fingertips, leaving traces of energy as they erupted from the edges of my body. I clenched my hands and quickly sat on top of them. This was not good. Like all members of the university, I'd sworn an oath not to bring fire or flame into Bodleian's library. The last time my fingers had behaved like this, I was 13, and the fire department had to be called to extinguish the blaze in the kitchen. When the burning sensation abated, I looked around carefully and sighed with relief. I was alone in the Selden end. No one had witnessed my fireworks display. Pulling my hands from underneath my thighs, I scrutinized them for further signs of supernatural activity. The blue was already diminishing to a silvery gray as the power retreated from my fingertips. I opened the first box only after ascertaining I wouldn't set fire to it and pretended that nothing unusual had happened. Still, I hesitated to touch my computer for fear that my fingers would fuse to the plastic keys. Not surprisingly, it was difficult to concentrate, and that same manuscript was still before me at lunchtime. Maybe some tea would calm me down. At the beginning of term, one would expect to see a handful of human readers in Duke Humphrey's medieval wing. Today, there was only one, an elderly human woman examining an illuminated manuscript with a magnifying glass. She was squashed between an unfamiliar daemon and one of the female vampires from last week. Gillian Chamberlain was there too, glowering at me along with 4 other witches as if I'd let down our entire species. Hurrying past, I stopped at Miriam's desk. "I presume you have instructions to follow me to lunch. Are you coming?" She put down her pencil with exaggerated care. "After you." Miriam was in front of me by the time I reached the back staircase. "Go down that way." "Why? What difference does it make?" "Suit yourself." She shrugged. One flight down, I glanced through the small window stuck into the swinging door that led to the upper reading room, and I gasped. The room was full to bursting with creatures. They had segregated themselves. One long table held nothing but demons, conspicuous because not a single book, open or closed, sat in front of them. Vampires sat at another table, their bodies perfectly still and their eyes never blinking. The witches appeared studious, but their frowns were signs of irritation rather than concentration, since the demons and vampires had staked out the tables closest to the staircase. No wonder we're not supposed to mix. "No human could ignore this," Miriam observed. "What have I done now?" I asked in a whisper. "Nothing. Matthew's not here," she said matter-of-factly. "Why are they so afraid of Matthew?" "You'll have to ask him. Vampires don't tell tales. But don't worry," she continued, baring her sharp white teeth. "These work perfectly, so you've got nothing to fear." Shoving my hands into my pockets, I clattered down the stairs, pushing through the tourists in the quadrangle. At Blackwell's, I swallowed a sandwich and a bottle of water. Miriam caught my eye as I passed by her on the way to the exit. She put aside a murder mystery and followed me. "Diana," she said quietly as we passed through the library's gates, "what are you up to?" "None of your business," I snapped. Miriam sighed. Back in Duke Humphreys, I located the wizard in brown tweed. Miriam watched intently from the center aisle, still as a statue. "Are you in charge?" He tipped his head to the side in acknowledgement. "I'm Diana Bishop," I said, sticking out my hand. "Peter Knox. And I know very well who you are. You're Rebecca and Stephen's child." He touched my fingertips lightly with his own. There was a 19th century grimoire sitting in front of him, a stack of reference books at his side. The name was familiar, though I couldn't place it, and hearing my parents' names come out of this wizard's mouth was disquieting. I swallowed hard. "Please clear your friends out of the library. The new students arrived today, and we wouldn't want to frighten them. If we could have a quiet word, Dr. Bishop, I'm sure we could come to some arrangement." He pushed his glasses up over the bridge of his nose. The closer I was to Knox, the more danger I felt. The skin under my fingernails started to prickle ominously. "You have nothing to fear from me," he said sorrowfully. "That vampire, on the other hand—" "You think I've found something that belongs to the witches?" I interrupted. "I no longer have it. If you want Ashmole 782, there are request slips on the desk in front of you. You don't understand the complexity of the situation." "No, and I don't want to know. Please leave me alone." "Physically, you are very like your mother." Knox's eyes swept over my face. "But you have some of Stephen's stubbornness as well, I see." I felt the usual combination of envy and irritation that accompanied a witch's references to my parents or family history, as if they had an equal claim to mine. "I'll try," he continued, "but I don't control those animals." He waved across the aisle, where one of the scary sisters was watching Knox and me with interest. I hesitated, then crossed over to her seat. "I'm sure you heard our conversation, and you must know I'm under the direct supervision of 2 vampires already," I said. "You're welcome to stay if you don't trust Matthew and Miriam, but clear the others out of the upper reading room. Witches are hardly ever worth a moment of a vampire's time, but you are full of surprises today, Diana Bishop. Wait until I tell my sister Clarissa what she's missed." The female vampire's words came out in a lush, unhurried drawl, redolent of impeccable breeding and a fine education. She smiled, teeth gleaming in the low light of the medieval wing. "Challenging Noxa, a child like you? What a tale I'll have to tell." I dragged my eyes away from her flawless features and went off in search of a familiar demonic face. The latte-loving demon was drifting around the computer terminals, wearing headphones and humming under his breath to some unheard music as the end of the cord was swinging freely around the tops of his thighs. Once he pulled the white plastic discs from his ears, I tried to impress upon him the seriousness of the situation. "Listen, you're welcome to keep surfing the net up here, but we've got a problem downstairs. It's not necessary for 24 demons to be watching me." The demon made an indulgent sound. "You'll know soon enough." Could they watch me from farther away? The Sheldonian? The white horse? I was trying to be helpful. If not, the human readers will start asking questions. "We're not like you," he said dreamily. "Does that mean you can't help, or you won't?" I tried not to sound impatient. "It's all the same thing. We need to." This was impossible. Whatever you can do to take some of the pressure off the seats would be greatly appreciated. Miriam was still watching me. Ignoring her, I returned to my desk. At the end of the completely unproductive day, I pinched the bridge of my nose, swore under my breath, and packed up my things. The next morning, the Bodleian was far less crowded. Miriam was scribbling furiously and didn't look up when I passed. There was still no sign of Clairmont. Even so, everybody was observing the rules that he had clearly, if silently, laid down, and they stayed out of the Selden end. Gillian was in the medieval wing, crouched over her papyri, as were both scary sisters and a few demons. With the exception of Gillian, who was doing real work, the rest went through the motions with perfect respectability. And when I stuck my head around the swinging door into the upper reading room after a hot cup of tea at mid-morning, only a few creatures looked up. The musical, coffee-loving demon was among them. He tipped his fingers and winked at me knowingly. I got a reasonable amount of work done, although not enough to make up for yesterday. I began by reading alchemical poems, the trickiest of texts, that were attributed to Mary, the sister of Moses. 3 things, if you 3 hours attend, read one part of the poem, are chained together in the end. The meaning of the verses remained a mystery, although the most likely subject was the chemical combination of silver, gold, and mercury. Could Chris produce an experiment from this poem, I wondered, noting the possible chemical processes involved? When I turned to another, anonymous poem entitled Verse on the Threefold Sophic Fire, the similarities between its imagery and an illumination I'd seen yesterday of an alchemical mountain riddled with mines and miners digging in the ground for precious metals and stones were unmistakable. Within this mine 2 stones of old were found, whence this the ancients called holy ground, who knew their value, power, and extent, and nature how with nature to ferment. For these, if you ferment with natural gold or silver, there hid treasures they unfold. I stifled a groan. My research would become exponentially more complicated if I had to connect not only art and science, but art and poetry. It must be hard to concentrate on your research with vampires watching you. Gillian Chamberlain was standing next to me, her hazel eyes sparking with suppressed malevolence. "What do you want, Gillian?" "I'm just being friendly, Diana. We're sisters, remember?" Gillian's shiny black hair swung above her collar. Its smoothness suggested that she was not troubled by surges of static electricity. Her power must be regularly released. I shivered. "I have no sisters, Gillian. I'm an only child." "It's a good thing, too. Your family has caused more than enough trouble. Look at what happened at Salem. It was all Bridget Bishop's fault." Gillian's tone was vicious. Here we go again, I thought, closing the volume before me. As usual, the Bishops were proving to be an irresistible topic of conversation. "What are you talking about, Gillian?" My voice was sharp. "Bridget Bishop was found guilty of witchcraft and executed. She didn't instigate the witch hunts. She was a victim of it, just like the others. You know that, as does every other witch in this library. Bridget Bishop drew human attention, first with those poppets of hers, and then with her provocative clothes and immorality. The human hysteria would have passed if not for her." "She was found innocent of practicing witchcraft," I retorted, bristling. "In 1680, but no one believed it. Not after they found a poppets in her cellar wall, pins stuck through them, and the heads ripped off. Afterward, Bridget did nothing to protect her fellow witches from falling under suspicion. She was so independent." Gillian's voice dropped. "That was your mother's fatal flaw, too." "Stop it, Gillian." The air around us seemed unnaturally cold and clear. "Your mother and father were standoffish, just like you, thinking they didn't need the Cambridge Coven's support after they got married. They learned, didn't they?" I shut my eyes, but it was impossible to block out the image I'd spent most of my life trying to forget. My mother and father lying dead in the middle of a chalk-marked circle somewhere in Nigeria, their bodies broken and bloody. My aunt wouldn't share the details of their death at the time, so I'd slipped into the public library to look them up. That's where I'd first seen the picture and the lurid headline that accompanied it. The nightmares had gone on for years afterward. There was nothing the Cambridge Coven could do to prevent my parents' murder. They were killed on another continent by fearful humans. I gripped the arms of my chair, hoping that she wouldn't see my white knuckles. Gillian gave an unpleasant laugh. It wasn't humans, Diana. If it had been, their killers would have been caught and dealt with. She crouched down, her face close to mine. Rebecca Bishop and Stephen Proctor were keeping secrets from other witches. We needed to discover them. Their deaths were unfortunate, but necessary. Your father had more power than we ever dreamed. Stop talking about my family and my parents as though they belonged to you, I warned. They were killed by humans. There was a roaring in my ears, and the coldness that surrounded us was intensifying.
"Are you sure?" Jillian whispered, sending a fresh chill into my bones. "As a witch, you'd know if I was lying to you." I governed my features, determined not to show my confusion. What Jillian said about my parents couldn't be true, and yet there were none of the subtle alarms that typically accompanied untruths between witches. The spark of anger, an overwhelming feeling of contempt. Think about what happened to Bridget Bishop and your parents the next time you turned down an invitation to a coven gathering, Jillian murmured, her lips so close to my ear that her breath swept against my skin. A witch shouldn't keep secrets from other witches. Bad things happen when she does. Jillian straightened and stared at me for a few seconds, the tingle of her glance growing uncomfortable the longer it lasted. Staring fixedly at the closed manuscript before me, I refused to meet her eyes. After she left, the air's temperature returned to normal. When my heart stopped pounding and the roaring in my ears abated, I packed my belongings with shaking hands, badly wanting to be back in my rooms. Adrenaline was coursing through my body, and I wasn't sure how long it would be possible to fend off my panic. I managed to get out of the library without incident, avoiding Miriam's sharp glance. If Jillian was right, it was the jealousy of fellow witches that I needed to be wary of, not human fear. And the mention of my father's hidden powers made something half-remembered flit at the edges of my mind. But it eluded me when I tried to fix it in place long enough to see it clearly. At New College, Fred hailed me from the porter's lodge with a fistful of mail. A creamy envelope, thick with a distinctive woven feeling, lay on top. It was a note from the warden summoning me for a drink before dinner. In my rooms, I considered calling his secretary and feigning illness to get out of the invitation. My head was reeling, and there was little chance I could keep down even a drop of sherry in my present state. But the college had behaved handsomely when I'd requested a place to stay. The least I could do was express my thanks personally. My sense of professional obligation began to supplant the anxiety stirred up by Jillian. Holding on to my identity as a scholar like a lifeline, I resolved to make my appreciation known. After changing, I made my way to the warden's lodgings and rang the bell. A member of the college staff opened the door and ushered me inside, leading me to the parlor. "Hello, Dr. Bishop." Nicholas Marsh's blue eyes crinkled at the corners, and his snowy white hair and round red cheeks made him look like Santa Claus. Soothed by his warmth and armored with a sense of professional duty, I smiled. "Professor Marsh." I took his outstretched hand. "Thank you for inviting me. It's overdue, I'm afraid. I was in Italy, you know." "Yes, the bursar told me." "Then you have forgiven me for neglecting you for so long," he said. "I hope to make it up to you by introducing you to an old friend of mine who is in Oxford for a few days. He's a well-known author and writes about subjects that might interest you." Marsh stood aside, giving me a glimpse of a thick head of brown hair peppered with gray and the sleeve of a brown tweed jacket. I froze in confusion. "Come and meet Peter Knox," the warden said, taking my elbow gently. "He's acquainted with your work." The wizard stood. Finally, I recognized what had been eluding me. Knox's name had been in the newspaper story about vampire murders. He was the expert the police called in to examine deaths that had an occult twist. My finger started to itch. "Dr. Bishop," Knox said, holding out his hand, "I've seen you in the Bodleian." "Yes, I believe you have." I extended my own and was relieved to see that it was not emitting sparks.
We clasped hands as briefly as possible. His right fingertips flickered slightly, a tiny furl and a release of bones and skin that no human would have noticed. It reminded me of my childhood, when my mother's hands had flickered and furled to produce pancakes and fold laundry. Shutting my eyes, I braced for an outpouring of magic. The phone rang. "I must get that, I'm afraid," Marsh apologized. "Do sit down." I sat as far from Knox as possible, perched on a straight-backed wooden chair usually reserved for disgraced junior members of the college. Knox and I remained silent while Marsh murmured and tutted into the phone. He punched a button on the console and approached me, a glass of sherry in his hand. "That's the vice-chancellor. 2 freshers have gone missing," he said, using the university's slang term for new students. "You two chat while I deal with this in my study. Please excuse me." Distant doors opened and closed, and muffled voices conferred in the hall before there was silence. "Missing students?" I said blandly. Surely Knox had magically engineered both the crisis and the phone call that had drawn Marsh away. "I don't understand, Dr. Bishop," Knox murmured. "It seems unfortunate for the university to misplace 2 children. Besides, this gives us a chance to talk privately. What do we have to talk about?" I sniffed my sherry and prayed for the warden's return. "A great many things." I glanced at the door. "Nicholas will be quite busy until we're through. Let's get this over with then, so that the warden can return to his drink." "As you wish," Knox said. "Tell me what brought you to Oxford, Dr. Bishop." "Alchemy." I would answer the man's questions, if only to get Marsh back into the room, but wasn't going to tell him more than was necessary. "You must have known that Ashmole 782 was bewitched. No one with even a drop of bishop blood in her veins could have failed to notice. Why did you send it back?" Knox's brown eyes were sharp. He wanted the manuscript as much as Matthew Clairmont did, if not more. I was done with it. It was difficult to keep my voice even. "Was there nothing about the manuscript that piqued your interest?" "Nothing." Peter Knox's mouth twisted into an ugly expression. He knew I was lying. "Have you shared your observations with the vampire? I take it you mean Professor Clairmont." When creatures refused to use proper names, it was a way of denying that those who were not like you were your equals. Knox's fingers unwound once more. When I thought he might point them at me, he curled them around the arms of his chair instead. "We all respect your family and what you've endured. Nevertheless, questions have been raised about your unorthodox relationship with this creature. You are betraying your ancestral lineage with this self-indulgent behavior. It must stop." "Professor Clairmont is a professional colleague," I said, steering the conversation away from my family, "and I know nothing about the manuscript. It was in my possession for a matter of minutes. Yes, I knew it was under a spell, but that was immaterial to me, since I'd requested it to study the contents." "The vampire has wanted that book for more than a century," Knox said, his voice vicious. "He mustn't be allowed to have it." "Why?" My voice crackled with suppressed anger. "Because it belongs to the witches? Vampires and demons can't enchant objects. A witch put that book under a spell, and now it's back under the same spell. What are you worried about?" "More than you could possibly comprehend, Dr. Bishop." "I'm confident I can keep up, Mr. Knox," I replied. Knox's mouth tightened with displeasure when I emphasized his position outside the academy. Every time the wizard used my title, his formality sounded like a taunt, as if he were trying to make a point that he, not I, was the real expert. I might not use my power, and I couldn't have conjured up my own lost keys, but being patronized by this wizard was intolerable. I am disturbed that you, a bishop, are associating with a vampire." He held up his hand as a protest bubbled to my lips. "Let's not insult each other with further untruths. Instead of the natural revulsion you should feel for that animal, you feel gratitude." I remained selfing. And I'm concerned because we are perilously close to catching human attention, he continued. I tried to get the creatures out of the library. Ah, but it's not just the library, is it? A vampire is leaving drained, bloodless corpses around Westminster. The demons are unusually restless, vulnerable as ever to their own madness and the swings of energy in the world. We can't afford to be noticed. You told the reporters that there was nothing supernatural about those deaths. Knox looked incredulous. You don't expect me to tell humans everything? I do, actually, when they're paying you. You're not only self-indulgent, you're foolish. That surprises me, Dr. Bishop. Your father was known for his good sense. I've had a long day. Is that all? Standing abruptly, I moved toward the door. Even in normal circumstances, it was difficult to listen to anyone but Sarah and Em talking about my parents. Now, after Gillian's revelations, there was something almost obscene about it. No, is not, said Knox unpleasantly. What I am most intrigued by, at present, is the question of how an ignorant witch with no training of any sort managed to break a spell that has defied the efforts of those far more adept than you will ever be. So that's why you're all watching me. I sat down, my back pressing against the chair's slats. Don't look so pleased with yourself, he said curtly. Your success may have been a fluke, an anniversary reaction related to when the spell was first cast. The passage of time can interfere with witchcraft, and anniversaries are particularly volatile moments. You haven't tried to recall it yet, but when you do, it may not come as easily as it did the first time. And what anniversary would we be celebrating? The sesquicentennial. I had wondered why a witch would put a spell on the manuscript in the first place. Someone must have been looking for it all those years ago, too. I blanched. We were back to Matthew Clairmont and his interest in Ashmole 782. You are managing to keep up, aren't you? The next time you see your vampire, ask him what he was doing in the autumn of 1859. I doubt he'll tell you the truth, but he might reveal enough for you to figure it out on your own. I'm tired. Why don't you tell me, witch to witch, what your interest is in Ashmole 782? I'd heard why the demons wanted the manuscript. Even Matthew had given me some explanation. Knox's fascination with it was a missing piece of the puzzle. That manuscript belongs to us, Knox said fiercely. We're the only creatures who can understand its secrets, and the only creatures who can be trusted to keep them. What is in the manuscript? I said, temper flaring at last. The first spells ever constructed. Descriptions of the enchantments that bind the world together. Knox's face grew dreamy. The secret of immortality. How witches made the first demon. How vampires can be destroyed once and for all. His eyes pierced mine. It's the source of all our power, past and present. It cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of demons or vampires or humans. The events of the afternoon were catching up with me, and I had to press my knees together to keep them from shaking. Nobody would put all that information in a single book. The first witch did, Knox said, and her sons and daughters too, down through time. It's our history, Diana. Surely you want to protect it from prying eyes. The warden entered the room as if he'd been waiting by the door. The tension was suffocating, but he seemed blissfully unaware of it. What a palaver over nothing! Marsh shook his white head. The Freshers illegally obtained a punt. They were located, stuck under a bridge, and a little worse for wine, utterly content with their situation. A romance may result. I'm so glad, I murmured. The clock struck 45 minutes past the hour, and I stood. Is that the time? I have a dinner engagement. You won't be joining us for dinner? The warden asked with a frown. Peter has been looking forward to talking to you about alchemy. Our paths will cross again. Soon, Knox said smoothly. My visit was such a surprise, and of course the lady has better things to do than have dinner with two men our age. "Be careful with Matthew Clairmont," Knox's voice rang in my head. "He's a killer." Marsh smiled. "Yes, of course. I do hope to see you again when the freshers have settled down. Ask him about 1859. See if he'll share his secrets with a witch. It's hardly a secret if you know it." Surprise registered on Knox's face when I replied to his mental warning in kind. It was the 6th time I'd used magic this year, but these were surely extenuating circumstances. "It would be a pleasure, Warden, and thank you again for letting me stay in college this year." I nodded to the wizard. "Mr. Knox." Fleeing from the warden's lodgings, I turned toward my old refuge in the cloisters and walked among the pillars until my pulse stopped racing. My mind was occupied with only one question: what to do now that 2 witches, my own people, had threatened me in the space of a single afternoon? With sudden clarity, I knew the answer. In my rooms, I searched my bag until my fingers found Clairmont's crumpled business card, and then I dialed the first number. He didn't answer. After a robotic voice indicated that it was ready to receive my message, I spoke. "Matthew, it's Diana. I'm sorry to bother you when you're out of town." I took a deep breath, trying to dispel some of the guilt associated with my decision not to tell Clairmont about Gillian and my parents, but only about Knox. "We need to talk. Something has happened. It's that wizard from the library. His name is Peter Knox. If you get this message, please call me." I'd assured Sarah and Em that no vampire would meddle in my life. Gillian Chamberlain and Peter Knox had changed my mind. With shaking hands, I lowered the shades and locked the door, wishing I'd never heard of Ashmole 782. Chapter 11. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat on the sofa, then on the bed, the phone at my side. Not even a pot of tea and a raft of email took my mind off the day's events. The notion that witches might have murdered my parents was beyond my comprehension. Pushing back those thoughts, I instead puzzled over the spell on Ashmole 782. Still awake at dawn, I showered and changed. The idea of breakfast was uncharacteristically unappetizing. Rather than eat, I perched by the door until the Bodleian opened, then walked the short distance to the library and took my regular seat. My phone was in my pocket, set to vibrate, even though I hated it when other people's phones started buzzing and hopping in the quiet. At 10:30, Peter Knox strolled in and sat at the opposite end of the room. On the premise of returning a manuscript, I walked back to the call desk to make sure that Miriam was still in the library. She was, and she was angry. "Tell me that witch didn't take a seat down there." "He did. He keeps staring at my back while I work." "I wish I were larger," Miriam said with a frown. "Somehow I think it would take more than size to deter that creature." I gave her a lopsided smile. When Matthew came into the Selden end, without warning or sound, no icy patches announced his arrival. Instead, there were touches of snowflakes all along my hair, shoulders, and back, as if he were checking quickly to make sure I was all in one piece. My fingers gripped the table in front of me. For a few moments, I didn't dare turn in case it was simply Miriam. When I saw it was indeed Matthew, my heart gave a single loud thump. But the vampire was no longer looking in my direction. He was staring at Peter Knox, his face ferocious. "Matthew," I called softly, rising to my feet. He dragged his eyes from the witch and strode to my side. When I frowned uncertainly at his fierce expression, he gave me a reassuring smile. "I understand there's been some excitement." He was so close that the coolness of his body felt as refreshing as a breeze on a summer day. "Nothing we couldn't handle," I said evenly, conscious of Peter Knox. "Can our conversation wait just until the end of the day?" he asked. Matthew's fingers strayed up to touch a bump on his sternum that was visible under the soft fibers of his sweater. I wondered what he was wearing, close to his heart. "We could go to yoga." Though I'd had no sleep, a drive to Woodstock in a moving vehicle with very good sound insulation, followed by an hour and a half of meditative movement, sounded perfect. "That would be wonderful," I said sincerely. "Would you like me to work here, with you?" he asked, leaning toward me. His scent was so powerful it was dizzying. "That's not necessary," I said firmly. "Let me know if you change your mind. Otherwise, I'll see you outside Hertford at 6. Matthew held my eyes a few moments longer. Then he sent a look of loathing in Peter Knox's direction and returned to his seat. When I passed his desk on the way to lunch, Matthew coughed. Miriam slammed her pencil down in irritation and joined me. Knox would not be following me to Blackwell's. Matthew would see to that. The afternoon dragged on interminably, and it was almost impossible to stay awake. By 5 o'clock I was more than ready to leave the library. Knox remained in the Selden end along with a motley assortment of humans. Matthew walked me downstairs, and my spirits lightened as I raced back to college, changed, and picked up my yoga mat. When his car pulled up to Hertford's metal railings, I was waiting for him. "You're early," he observed with a smile, taking my mat and putting it into the trunk. Matthew breathed in sharply as he helped me into the car, and I wondered what messages my body had passed on to him. "We need to talk." "There's no rush. Let's get out of Oxford first." He closed the car door behind me and climbed into the driver's seat. The traffic on the Woodstock Road was heavier due to the influx of students and darns. Matthew maneuvered deftly around the slow spots. "How was Scotland?" I asked as we cleared the city limits, not caring what he talked about so long as he talked. Matthew glanced at me and returned his eyes to the road. "Fine. Miriam said you were hunting." He exhaled softly, his fingers rising to the bump under his sweater. "She shouldn't have." "Why?" "Because some things shouldn't be discussed in mixed company," he said with a touch of impatience. "Do witches tell creatures who aren't witches that they've just returned from 4 days of casting spells and boiling bats?" "Witches don't boil bats," I said indignantly. "The point remains. Were you alone?" I asked. Matthew waited a long time before answering. "No, I wasn't alone in Oxford either," I began. "The creatures Miriam told me." His hands tightened on the wheel. "If I'd known that the witch bothering you was Peter Knox, I'd never have left Oxford." "You were right," I blurted, needing to make my own confession before tackling the subject of Knox. "I've never kept the magic out of my life. I've been using it in my work, without realizing it. It's in everything. I've been fooling myself for years." The words tumbled from my mouth. Matthew remained focused on the traffic. "I'm frightened." His cold hand touched my knee. "I know. What am I going to do?" I whispered. "We'll figure it out," he said calmly, turning into the old lodge's gates. He scrutinized my face as we crested the rise and pulled into the circular drive. "You're tired. Can you manage yoga?" I nodded. Matthew got out of the car and opened the door for me. This time he didn't help me out. Instead, he fished around in the trunk, pulled out our mats, and shouldered both of them himself. Other members of the class filtered by, casting curious looks in our direction. He waited until we were the only ones on the drive. Matthew looked down at me, wrestling with himself over something. I frowned, my head tilted back to meet his eyes. I'd just confessed to engaging in magic without realizing it. What was so awful that he couldn't tell me? "I was in Scotland with an old friend, Hamish Osborne," he finally said. "The man the newspapers want to run for Parliament so he can be Chancellor of the Exchequer?" I said in amazement. "Hamish will not be running for Parliament," Matthew said dryly, adjusting the strap of his yoga bag with a twitch. "So he is gay," I said, thinking back to a recent late-night news program. Matthew gave me a withering glance. "Yes. More important, he's a demon." I didn't know much about the world of creatures, but participating in human politics or religion was also forbidden. "Oh, finance is an odd career choice for a demon," I thought for a moment. "It explains why he's so good at figuring out what to do with all that money, though. He is good at figuring things out." The silence stretched on, and Matthew made no move for the door. I needed to get away and hunt. I gave him a confused look. "You left your sweater in my car," he said, as if that were an explanation. "Miriam gave it back to me already." "I know. I couldn't hold on to it. Do you understand why?" When I shook my head, he sighed and then swore in French. "My car was full of your scent, Diana. I needed to leave Oxford." "I still don't understand," I admitted. "I couldn't stop thinking about you." He raked his hand through his hair and looked down the drive. My heart was beating irregularly, and the reduced blood flow slowed my mental processes. Finally, though, I understood. "You're not afraid you would hurt me?" I had a healthy fear of vampires, but Matthew seemed different. "I can't be sure." His eyes were wary, and his voice held a warning. "So you didn't go because of what happened Friday night?" My breath released in sudden relief. "No," he said gently, "it had nothing to do with that." "Are you two coming in, or are you going to practice out here on the drive?" Amira called from the doorway. We went into class, occasionally glancing at each other when one of us thought the other wasn't looking. Our first honest exchange of information had altered things. We were both trying to figure out what was going to happen next. After class ended, when Matthew swung his sweater over his head, something shining and silver caught my eye. The object was tied around his neck on a thin leather cord. It was what he kept touching through his sweater over and over, like a talisman. "What's that?" I pointed. "A reminder," Matthew said shortly. "Of what?" "The destructive power of anger." Peter Knox had warned me to be careful around Matthew. "Is it a pilgrim's badge?" The shape reminded me of one in the British Museum. It looked ancient. He nodded and pulled the badge outward. It swung freely, glinting as the light struck it. "It's an ampulla from Bethany." It was shaped like a coffin and just big enough to hold a few drops of holy water. "Lazarus," I said faintly, eyeing the coffin. Bethany was where Christ had resurrected Lazarus from the dead. And though raised a pagan, I knew why Christians went on pilgrimage. They did it to atone for their sins. Matthew slid the ampulla back into his sweater, concealing it from the eyes of the creatures who were still filing out of the room. We said goodbye to Amira and stood outside the old lodge in the crisp autumn air. "Do you feel better?" Matthew asked, breaking into my thoughts. I nodded. "Then tell me what's happened." "It's the manuscript. Knox wants it. Agatha Wilson, the creature I met in Blackwell's, said the demons want it too. But Ashmole 782 is under a spell." "I know," he said again. A white owl swooped down in front of us, its wings beating the air. I flinched and lifted my arms to protect myself, convinced it was going to strike me with its beak and talons. But then the owl lost interest and soared up into the oak trees along the drive. My heart was pounding, and a sudden rush of panic swept up from my feet. Without any warning, Matthew pulled open the back door of the Jaguar and pushed me into the seat. "Keep your head down and breathe," he said, crouching on the gravel with his fingers resting on my knees. The bile rose. There was nothing in my stomach but water and crawled up my throat, choking me. I covered my mouth with my hand and retched convulsively. He reached over and tucked a wayward piece of hair behind my ear, his fingers cool and soothing. "You're safe," he said. "I'm so sorry." My shaking hand passed across my mouth as the nausea subsided. The panic started last night after I saw Knox. "Do you want to walk a bit?" "No," I said hastily. The park seemed overly large and very black, and my legs felt like they were made of rubber bands. Matthew inspected me with his keen eyes. "I'm taking you home. The rest of this conversation can wait." He pulled me up from the back seat and held my hand loosely until he had me settled in the front of the car. I closed my eyes while he climbed in. We sat for a moment in silence, and then Matthew turned the key in the ignition. The Jaguar quickly sprang to life. "Does this happen often?" he asked, his voice neutral. "No, thank God," I said. "It happened a lot when I was a child, but it's much better now. It's just an excess of adrenaline."
Matthew's glance settled on my hands as I pushed my hair from my face. "I know," he said yet again, disengaging the parking brake and pulling out onto the drive. "Can you smell it?" He nodded. "It's been building up in you since you told me you were using magic. Is this why you exercise so much? The running, the rowing, the yoga? I don't like taking drugs. They make me feel fuzzy. The exercise is probably more effective anyway." "It hasn't done the trick this time," I murmured, thinking of my recently electrified hands. Matthew pulled out of the old lodge's grounds and onto the road. He concentrated on his driving while the car's smooth movements rocked me gently. "Why did you call me?" Matthew asked abruptly, interrupting my reveries. "Because of Knox and Ashmole 782, I said, flickers of panic returning at his sudden shift in mood. "I know that. What I'm asking is why you called me. Surely you have friends, witches, humans who could help you?" "Not really. None of my human friends know I'm a witch. It would take days just to explain what's really happening in this world, if they stuck around long enough for me to finish, that is. I don't have friends who are witches, and I can't drag my aunts into this. It's not their fault I did something stupid and sent the manuscript back when I didn't understand it." I bit my lip. "Should I not have called you?" "I don't know, Diana. On Friday you said witches and vampires couldn't be friends. On Friday I told you lots of things." Matthew was quiet, giving his full attention to the curves in the road. "I don't know what to think anymore." I paused, considering my next words carefully. "But there is one thing I know for sure. I'd rather share the library with you than with Knox. Vampires are never completely trustworthy, not when they're around warm bloods." Matthew's eyes focused on me for a single, cold moment. "Warm bloods?" I asked with a frown. "Humans, witches, demons, everyone who's not a vampire. I'll risk your bite before I let Knox slither into my brain to fish for information. Has he tried to do that?" Matthew's voice was quiet, but there was a promise of violence in it. "It was nothing," I said hastily. "He was just warning me about you." "So he should. Nobody can be what he's not, no matter how hard he tries. You mustn't romanticize vampires. Knox may not have your best interests at heart, but he was right about me. Other people don't pick my friends, certainly not bigots like Knox." My fingers began to prickle as my anger mounted, and I shoved them under my thighs. "Is that what we are, then? Friends?" Matthew asked. "I think so. Friends tell each other the truth, even when it's difficult." Disconcerted by the seriousness of the conversation, I toyed with the ties on my sweater. "Vampires aren't particularly good at friendship." He sounded angry again. "Look, if you want me to leave you alone—" "Of course not," Matthew interrupted. "It's just that vampire relationships are complicated. We can be protective, possessive even. You might not like it." "A little protectiveness sounds pretty good to me about now." My answer brought a look of raw vulnerability to Matthew's eyes. "I'll remind you of that when you start complaining," he said, the rawness quickly replaced with wry amusement. He pulled off Holywell Street into the arched gates of the lodge. Fred glanced at the car and grinned before looking discreetly away. I waited for Matthew to open the door, checking the car carefully to make sure that nothing of mine was left there, not even a hair elastic, so as not to drive him back to Scotland. "But there's more to all this than Knox and the manuscript," I said urgently when he handed me the mat. "From his behavior, you would think there weren't creatures closing in on me from every direction." "It can wait, Diana. And don't worry. Peter Knox won't get within 50 feet of you again." His voice was grim, and he touched the ampulla under his sweater. "We needed time together, not in the library, but alone. Would you like to come to dinner tomorrow?" I asked him, my voice low. "We could talk about what happened then." Matthew froze, confusion flitting over his face, along with something I couldn't name. His fingers flexed slightly around the pilgrim's badge before he released it. "I'd like that," he said slowly. "Good.
I smiled. "How's 7:30?" He nodded and gave me a shy grin. I managed to walk 2 steps before realizing there was one matter that needed to be resolved before tomorrow night. "What do you eat?" I whispered, my face flushing. "I'm omnivorous," Matthew said, his face brightening further into a smile that made my heart skip a beat. 7:30 then." I turned away, laughing and shaking my head at his unhelpful answer. "Oh, one more thing," I said, turning back. "Let Miriam do her own work. I really can take care of myself." "So she tells me," Matthew said, walking around to the driver's side of the car. "I'll consider it. But you'll find me in Duke Humphreys tomorrow, as usual." He got into the car, and when I showed no sign of moving, he rolled down his window. "I'm not leaving until you're out of my sight," he said, looking at me in disapproval. "Vampires," I muttered, shaking my head at his old-fashioned ways. Chapter 12. Nothing in my culinary experience had taught me what to feed a vampire when he came for dinner. In the library, I spent most of the day on the internet looking for recipes that involved raw foods, my manuscripts forgotten on the desk. Matthew said he was omnivorous, but that couldn't be true. A vampire must be more likely to tolerate uncooked food if he was used to a diet of blood. But he was so civilized, he would no doubt eat whatever I put in front of him. After undertaking extensive gastronomical research, I left the library at mid-afternoon. Matthew had held down Fortress Bishop by himself today, which must have pleased Miriam. There was no sign of Peter Knox or Gillian Chamberlain anywhere in Duke Humphreys, which made me happy. Even Matthew looked in good humor when I trotted down the aisle to return my manuscripts. Passing by the dome of the Radcliffe Camera, where the undergraduates read their assigned books, and the medieval walls of Jesus College, I went shopping along the aisles of Oxford's covered market. List in hand, I made my first stop at the butcher for fresh venison and rabbit, and then to the fishmonger for Scottish salmon. Did vampires eat greens? Thanks to my mobile, I was able to reach the zoology department and inquire about the feeding habits of wolves. They asked me what kind of wolves. I'd seen gray wolves on a long-ago field trip to the Boston Zoo, and it was Matthew's favorite color, so that was my answer. After rattling off a long list of tasty mammals and explaining that they were preferred foods, the bored voice on the other end told me that gray wolves also ate nuts, seeds, and berries. "But you shouldn't feed them," the voice warned. "They're not house pets." "Thanks for the advice," I said, trying not to giggle. The grocer apologetically sold me the last of the summer's black currants and some fragrant wild strawberries. A bag of chestnuts found its way into my expanding shopping bag, too. Then it was off to the wine store, where I found myself at the mercy of a viticultural evangelist who asked if the gentleman knew wine. That was enough to send me into a tailspin. The clerk seized upon my confusion to sell me what ended up being a remarkably few French and German bottles of wine for a king's ransom. He then tucked me into a cab to recover from the sticker shock during the drive back to college. In my rooms, I swept all the papers off a battered 18th century table that served as both desk and dining room and moved it closer to the fireplace. I set the table carefully, using the old porcelain and silver that was in my cupboards, along with heavy crystal glasses that had to be the final remainders of an Edwardian set once used in the senior common room. My loyal kitchen ladies had supplied me with stacks of crisp white linen, which were now draped over the table, folded next to the silver, and spread on the chipped wooden tray that would help me carry things the short distance from the kitchen. Once I started making dinner, it became clear that cooking for a vampire doesn't take much time. You don't actually cook much of anything. By 7 o'clock, the candles were lit, the food was ready except for what could be done only at the last minute, and all that was left to get ready was me. My wardrobe contained precious little that said dinner with a vampire. There was no way I was dining with Matthew in a suit or in the outfit I'd worn to meet the warden. The number of black trousers and leggings I owned was mind-boggling, all with different degrees of spandex, but most were splotched with tea, boat grease, or both. Finally, I found a pair of swishy black trousers that looked a bit like pajama bottoms, but with slightly more style. They'd do. Wearing nothing but a bra and the trousers, I ran into the bathroom and dragged a comb through my shoulder-length, straw-colored hair. Not only was it tied in knots at the end, it was daring me to make it behave by lifting up from my scalp with every touch of the comb. I briefly considered resorting to the curling iron, but chances were excellent I'd get only half my head done by the time Matthew arrived. He was going to be on time. I just knew it. While brushing my teeth, I decided the only thing to do about my hair was to pull it away from my face and twist it into a knot. This made my chin and nose look more pointed, but created the illusion of cheekbones and got my hair out of my eyes, which is where it gravitated these days. I pinned it back, and one piece immediately flopped forward. I sighed. My mother's face stared back at me from the mirror. I thought of how beautiful she'd looked when she sat down to dinner, and I wondered what she'd done to make her pale eyebrows and lashes stand out the way they did, and why her wide mouth looked so different when she smiled at me or my father. The clock ruled out any idea of achieving a similar transformation cosmetically. I had only 3 minutes to find a shirt, or I was going to be greeting Matthew Clairmont, distinguished professor of biochemistry and neuroscience, in my underwear. The wardrobe contained 2 possibilities, one black and one midnight blue. The midnight blue had the virtue of being clean, which was the determining factor in its favor. It also had a funny collar that stood up in the back and winged toward my face before descending into a V-shaped neckline. The arms were relatively snug and ended in long, stiff cuffs that flared out slightly and ended up somewhere around the middle of the back of my hand. I was sticking a pair of silver earrings through my ears when there was a knock at the door. My chest fluttered at the sound, as if this were a date. I squashed the thought immediately. When I pulled the door open, Matthew stood outside looking like the prince in a fairy tale, tall and straight. In a break with his usual habits, he wore unadulterated black, which only made him look more striking and more a vampire. He waited patiently on the landing while I examined him. "Where are my manners? Please come in, Matthew." Will that do as a formal invitation to enter my house? I had seen that on TV or read it in a book. His lips curved into a smile. "Forget most of what you think you know about vampires, Diana. This is just normal politeness. I'm not being held back by a mystical barrier standing between me and a fair maiden." Matthew had to stoop slightly to make it through the doorframe. He cradled a bottle of wine and carried some white roses. "For you," he said, giving me an approving look and handing me the flowers. "Is there somewhere I can put this until dessert?" He glanced down at the bottle. "Thank you. I love roses. How about the windowsill?" I suggested, before heading to the kitchen to look for a vase. My other vase had turned out to be a decanter, according to the senior common room's wine steward, who had come to my rooms a few hours earlier to point it out to me when I expressed doubt that I had such an item. "Perfect," Matthew replied. When I returned with the flowers, he was drifting around the room looking at the engravings. "You know, these really aren't too bad," he said, as I set the vase on a scarred Napoleonic-era chest of drawers. "Mostly hunting scenes, I'm afraid." "That had not escaped my attention," Matthew said, his mouth curved in amusement. I flushed with embarrassment. "Are you hungry?" I had completely forgotten the obligatory nibbles and drinks you were supposed to serve before dinner. "I could eat," the vampire said with a grin. Safely back in the kitchen, I pulled 2 plates out of the refrigerator. The first course was smoked salmon with fresh dill sprinkled on top and a small pile of capers and gherkins arranged artistically on the side, where they could be construed as garnish if vampires didn't eat greens. When I returned with the food, Matthew was waiting by the chair that was farthest from the kitchen. The wine was waiting in a high-sided silver coaster I'd been using to hold change, but which the same helpful member of the senior common room staff had explained was actually intended to hold wine. Matthew sat down while I extracted the cork from a bottle of German Riesling. I poured 2 glasses without spilling a drop and joined him. My dinner guest was lost in concentration, holding the Riesling in front of his long, aquiline nose. I waited for him to finish whatever he was doing, wondering how many sensory receptors vampires have in their noses as opposed to dogs. I really didn't know the first thing about vampires. "Very nice," he finally said, opening his eyes and smiling at me. "I'm not responsible for the wine," I said quickly, snapping my napkin onto my lap. "The man at the wine store picked everything out, so if it's no good, it's not my fault." "Very nice," he said again, "and the salmon looks wonderful." Matthew picked up his knife and fork and speared a piece of fish. Watching him from under my lashes to see if he could actually eat it, I piled a bit of pickle, a caper, and some salmon on the back of my own fork. "You don't eat like an American," he commented after he'd taken a sip of wine. "No," I said, looking at the fork in my left hand and the knife in my right. "I expect I've spent too much time in England." "Can you really eat this?" I blurted, unable to stand it anymore. He laughed. "Yes, I happen to like smoked salmon." "But you don't eat everything," I insisted, turning my attention back to my plate. "No," he admitted, "but I can manage a few bites of most food. It doesn't taste like much to me, though, unless it's raw." "That's odd, considering that vampires have such perfect senses. I'd think that all food would taste wonderful."
My salmon tasted as clean as fresh, cold water. He picked up his wine glass and looked into the pale, golden liquid. Wine tastes wonderful. Food tastes wrong to a vampire once it's been cooked to death. I reviewed the menu with enormous relief. "If food doesn't taste good, why do you keep inviting me out to eat?" I asked. Matthew's eyes flicked over my cheeks, my eyes, and lingered on my mouth. "It's easier to be around you when you're eating. The smell of cooked food nauseates me." I blinked at him, still confused. "As long as I'm nauseated, I'm not hungry," Matthew said, his voice exasperated. Oh, the pieces clicked together. I already knew he liked the way I smelled. Apparently that made him hungry. Oh, I flushed. "I thought you knew that about vampires," he said more gently, "and that's why you invited me for dinner." I shook my head, tucking another bundle of salmon together. I probably know less about vampires than most humans do, and the little my Aunt Sarah taught me has to be treated as highly suspect, given her prejudices. She was quite clear, for instance, on your diet. She said vampires will consume only blood because it's all you need to survive. But that isn't true, is it? Matthew's eyes narrowed, and his tone was suddenly frosty. "No, you need water to survive." "Is that all you drink? Should I not be talking about this?" My questions were making him angry. Nervously, I wrapped my legs around the base of the chair and realized I'd never put on any shoes. I was entertaining in bare feet. "You can't help being curious, I suppose," Matthew replied after considering my question for a long moment. "I drink wine and can eat food, preferably uncooked food or food that's cold so that it doesn't smell." "But the food and wine don't nourish you," I guessed. "You feed on blood, all kinds of blood." He flinched. "And you don't have to wait outside until I invite you into my house. What else do I have wrong about vampires?" Matthew's face adopted an expression of long-suffering patience. He sat back in his chair, taking the wine glass with him. I stood up slightly and reached across the table to pour him some more. If I was going to ply him with questions, I could at least ply him with wine, too. Leaning over the candles, I almost set my shirt on fire. Matthew grabbed the wine bottle. "Why don't I do that?" he suggested. He poured himself some more and topped up my glass as well, before he answered. "Most of what you know about me, about vampires, was dreamed up by humans. These legends made it possible for humans to live around us. Creatures frighten them, and I'm not talking solely about vampires. Black hats, bats, brooms. It was the unholy trinity of witchcraft lore,
which burst into spectacular, ridiculous life every year on Halloween. Exactly, Matthew nodded. Somewhere in each of these stories there's a nugget of truth, something that frightened humans and helped them deny we were real. The strongest distinguishing characteristic of humans is their power of denial. I have strength and long life. You have supernatural abilities. Demons have awe-inspiring creativity. Humans can convince themselves up is down and black is white. It's their special gift. What's the truth in the story about vampires not being allowed inside without an invitation? Having pressed him on his diet, I focused on the entrance protocols. Humans are with us all the time. They just refuse to acknowledge our existence because we don't make sense in their limited world. Once they allow us in, see us for who we really are, then we're in to stay, just as someone you've invited into your home can be hard to get rid of. They can't ignore us anymore. So it's like the stories of sunlight, I said slowly. It's not that you can't be in sunlight, but when you are, it's harder for humans to ignore you. Rather than admit that you're walking among them, humans tell themselves you can't survive the light. Matthew nodded again. They manage to ignore us anyway, of course. We can't stay indoors until it's dark. But we make more sense to humans after twilight, and that goes for you too. You should see the looks when you walk into a room or down the street. I thought about my ordinary appearance and glanced at him doubtfully. Matthew chuckled. You don't believe me, I know. But it's true. When humans see a creature in broad daylight, it makes them uneasy. We're too much for them. Too tall, too strong, too confident, too creative, too powerful, too different. They try very hard to push our square pegs into their round holes all day long. At night, it's a bit easier to dismiss us as merely odd. I stood up and removed the fish plates, happy to see that Matthew had eaten everything but the garnish. He poured a bit more of the German wine into his glass while I pulled 2 more plates out of the refrigerator. Each held neatly arranged slices of raw venison so thin that the butcher insisted you could read the Oxford Mail through them. Vampires didn't like greens. We'd see about root vegetables and cheese. I heaped beets in the center of each plate and shaved Parmesan on top. A broad-bottomed decanter full of red wine went into the center of the table, where it quickly caught Matthew's attention. "May I?" he asked, no doubt worried about my burning down the college. He reached for the plain glass container, poured a bit of wine into our glasses, then held it up to his nose. "Côte rôtie," he said with satisfaction. "One of my favorites." I eyed the plain glass container. "You can tell that just from smelling it?" He laughed. "Some vampire stories are true. I have an exceptional sense of smell and excellent sight and hearing, too. But even a human could tell that this was Côte rôtie." He closed his eyes again. "Is it 2003? My mouth gaped open. Yes, this was better than watching a game show. There had been a little crown on the label. Does your nose tell you who made it? Yes, but that's because I've walked the fields where the grapes were grown," he confessed sheepishly, as if he'd been caught pulling a trick on me. "You can smell the fields in this?" I stuck my nose in the glass, relieved that the odor of horse manure was no longer there. "Sometimes I believe I can remember everything I've ever smelled." "It's probably vanity," he said ruefully, "but scents bring back powerful memories. I remember the first time I smelled chocolate as if it were yesterday." "Really?" I pitched forward in my chair. "It was 1615. War hadn't broken out yet, and the French king had married a Spanish princess that no one liked, especially not the king. When I smiled, he smiled back, though his eyes were fixed on some distant image. She brought chocolate to Paris. It was as bitter as sin and as decadent, too. We drank the cacao straight, mixed with water and no sugar." I laughed. "It sounds awful." "Thank goodness someone figured out that chocolate deserved to be sweet. That was a human, I'm afraid. The vampires liked it bitter and thick. We picked up our forks and started in on the venison. "More Scottish food," I said, gesturing at the meat with my knife. Matthew chewed a piece. "Red deer, a young Highland stag from the taste of it." I shook my head in amazement. "As I said," he continued, "some of the stories are true." "Can you fly?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He snorted. "Of course not. We leave that to the witches, since you can control the elements. But we're strong and fast. Vampires can run and jump, which makes humans think we can fly. We're efficient, too." "Efficient?" I put my fork down, unsure whether raw venison was to my liking. "Our bodies don't waste much energy. We have a lot of it to spend on moving when we need to." "You don't breathe much," I said, thinking back to yoga and taking a sip of wine. "No," Matthew said. "Our hearts don't beat very often. We don't need to eat very often. We run cold, which slows down most bodily processes and helps explain why we live so long." "The coffin story. You don't sleep much, but when you do, you sleep like the dead." He grinned. "You're getting the hang of this, I see." Matthew's plate was empty of everything except for the beets, and mine was empty except for the venison. I cleared away the second course and invited him to pour more wine. The main dish was the only part of the meal that required heat, and not much of it. I had already made a bizarre biscuit-like thing from ground chestnuts. All that was left for me to do was sear some rabbit. The list of ingredients included rosemary, garlic, and celery. I decided to forego the garlic. With his sense of smell, garlic must overpower everything else. There was the nugget of truth in that vampire legend. The celery was also ruled out. Vampires categorically did not like vegetables. Spices didn't seem to pose a problem, so I kept the rosemary and ground some pepper over the rabbit while it seared in the pan. Leaving Matthew's rabbit a little underdone, I cooked mine a bit more than was required, in the hope that it would get the taste of raw venison out of my mouth. After assembling everything in an artistic pile, I delivered it to the table. "This is cooked, I'm afraid, but barely. You don't think this is a test of some sort, do you?" Matthew's face creased into a frown. "No, no," I said hurriedly, "but I'm not used to entertaining vampires." "I'm relieved to hear it," he murmured. He gave the rabbit a sniff. "It smells delicious." While he was bent over his plate, the heat from the rabbit amplified his distinctive scent of cinnamon and clove. Matthew forked up a bit of the chestnut biscuit. As it traveled to his mouth, his eyes widened. "Chestnuts? Nothing but chestnuts, olive oil, and a bit of baking powder? And salt, and water, rosemary, and pepper," he commented calmly, taking another bite of the biscuit. "Given your dietary restrictions, it's a good thing you can figure out exactly what you're putting in your mouth," I grumbled jokingly. With most of the meal behind us, I began to relax. We chatted about Oxford while I cleared the plates and brought cheese, berries, and roasted chestnuts to the table. "Help yourself," I said, putting an empty plate in front of him. Matthew savored the aroma of the tiny strawberries and sighed happily as he picked up a chestnut. "These really are better warm," he observed. He cracked the hard nut easily in his fingers and popped the meat out of the shell. The nutcracker hanging off the edge of the bowl was clearly optional equipment with a vampire at the table. "What do I smell like?" I asked, toying with the stem of my wineglass. For a few moments it seemed as though he wasn't going to answer. The silence stretched thin before he turned wistful eyes on me. His lids fell and he inhaled deeply. "You smell of willow sap and chamomile that's been crushed underfoot." He sniffed again and smiled a small, sad smile. "There's honeysuckle and fallen oak leaves, too," he said softly, breathing out, along with witch hazel blooming and the first narcissus of spring. "And ancient things, shorehound, frankincense, lady's mantle. Scents I thought I'd forgotten." His eyes opened slowly, and I looked into their gray depths, afraid to breathe and break the spell his words had cast. "What about me?" he asked, his eyes holding on to mine. "Cinnamon," my voice was hesitant, "and cloves. Sometimes I think you smell of carnations, not the kind in the florist shops, but the old-fashioned ones that grow in English cottage gardens." "Clove pinks," Matthew said, his eyes crinkling at the corners in amusement. "Not bad for a witch." I reached for a chestnut. Cupping the nut in my palms, I rolled it from one hand to the other, the warmth traveling up my suddenly chilly arms. Matthew sat back in his chair again, surveying my face with little flicks of his eyes. "How did you decide what to serve for dinner tonight?" He gestured at the berries and nuts that were left from the meal. "Well, it wasn't magic. The zoology department helped a lot," I explained. He looked startled, then roared with laughter. "You asked the zoology department what to make me for dinner?" "Not exactly," I said defensively. "There were raw food recipes on the net, but I got stuck after I bought the meat. They told me what gray wolves ate." Matthew shook his head, but he was still smiling, and my irritation dissolved. "Thank you," he said simply. "It's been a very long time since someone made me a meal." "You're welcome." The wine was the worst part. Matthew's eyes brightened. "Speaking of wine," he said, standing up and folding his napkin, "I brought us something to have after dinner." He asked me to fetch 2 fresh glasses from the kitchen. An old, slightly lopsided bottle was sitting on the table when I returned. It had a faded cream label with simple lettering and a coronet. Matthew was working the corkscrew carefully into a cork that was crumbly and black with age. His nostrils flared when he pulled it free, his face taking on the look of a cat in secure possession of a delectable canary. The wine that came out of the bottle was syrupy, its golden color glinting in the light of the candles. "Smell it," he commanded, handing me one of the glasses, "and tell me what you think." I took a sniff and gasped. "It smells like caramels and berries," I said, wondering how something so yellow could smell of something red. Matthew was watching me closely, interested in my reactions. "Take a sip," he suggested. The wine's sweet flavors exploded in my mouth. Apricots and vanilla custard from the kitchen ladies tumbled across my tongue, and my mouth tingled with them long after I'd swallowed. It was like drinking magic. "What is this?" I finally said, after the taste of the wine had faded. "It was made from grapes picked a long, long time ago." That summer had been hot and sunny, and the farmers worried that the rains were going to come and ruin the crop. But the weather held, and they got the grapes in just before the weather change. "You can taste the sunshine," I said, earning myself another beautiful smile. During the harvest, a comet blazed over the vineyards. It had been visible through astronomers' telescopes for months, but in October it was so bright you could almost read by its light. The workers saw it as a sign that the grapes were blessed. "Was this in 1986? Was it Halley's Comet?" Matthew shook his head. "No, it was 1811. I stared in astonishment at the almost 200-year-old wine in my glass, fearing it might evaporate before my eyes. Halley's Comet came in 1759 and 1835. He pronounced the name Hawley. Where did you get it? The wine store by the train station did not have wine like this. I bought it from Antoine Marie as soon as he told me it was going to be extraordinary," he said with amusement. Turning the bottle, I looked at the label. Chateau Yeckham. Even I had heard of that. "And you've had it ever since?" I said. He'd drunk chocolate in Paris in 1615 and received a building permit from Henry VIII in 1536. Of course he was buying wine in 1811. And there was the ancient-looking ampulla he was wearing around his neck, the cord visible at his throat. "Matthew," I said slowly, watching him for any early warning signs of anger, "how old are you?" His mouth hardened, but he kept his voice light. "I'm older than I look." "I know that," I said, unable to curb my impatience. "Why is my age important?" "I'm a historian." If somebody tells me he remembers when chocolate was introduced into France or a comet passing overhead in 1811, it's difficult not to be curious about the other events he might have lived through. You were alive in 1536. I've been to the house you had built. Did you know Machiavelli? Live through the Black Death? Attend the University of Paris when Abelard was teaching there? He remained silent. The hair on the back of my neck started to prickle. Your pilgrim's badge tells me you were once in the Holy Land. Did you go on crusade? See Halley's comet pass over Normandy in 1066? Still nothing. Watch Charlemagne's coronation? Survive the fall of Carthage? Help keep Attila from reaching Rome? Matthew held up his right index finger.
Which fall of Carthage? You tell me! Damn you, Hamish Osborne, he muttered, his hand flexing on the tablecloth. For the second time in 2 days, Matthew struggled over what to say. He stared into the candle, drawing his finger slowly through the flame. His flesh erupted into angry red blisters, then smoothed itself out into white, cold perfection an instant later without a flicker of pain evident on his face. I believe that my body is nearly 37 years of age. I was born around the time Clovis converted to Christianity. My parents remembered that, or I'd have no idea. We didn't keep track of birthdays back then. It's tidier to pick the date of 500 and be done with it. He looked up at me, briefly, and returned his attention to the candles. I was reborn a vampire in 537, and with the exception of Attila, who was before my time, you've touched on most of the high and low points in the millennium between then and the year I put the keystone into my house in Woodstock. Because you're a historian, I feel obligated to tell you that Machiavelli was not nearly as impressive as you all seem to think he was. He was just a Florentine politician, and not a terribly good one at that. A note of weariness had crept into his voice. Matthew Clairmont was more than 1,500 years old. I shouldn't pry, I said, by way of apology, unsure of where to look and mystified as to what had led me to think that knowing the historical events this vampire had lived through would help me know him better. A line from Ben Jonson floated into my mind. It seemed to explain Matthew in a way that the coronation of Charlemagne could not. He was not of an age, but for all time, I murmured. With thee conversing, I forget all time, he responded, traveling further into 17th century literature and offering up a line from Milton. We looked at each other for as long as we could stand it, working another fragile spell between us. I broke it. What were you doing in the fall of 1859? His face darkened. What has Peter Knox been telling you? That you were unlikely to share your secrets with a witch? My voice sounded calmer than I felt. Did he? Matthew said softly, sounding less angry than he clearly was. I could see it in the set of his jaw and shoulders. In September 1859, I was looking through the manuscripts in the Ashmolean Museum. Why, Matthew? Please tell me, I urged silently, crossing my fingers in my lap. I'd provoked him into revealing the first part of his secret, but wanted him to freely give me the rest. No games, no riddles, just tell me. I'd recently finished reading a book manuscript that was soon going to press. It was written by a Cambridge naturalist. Matthew put down his glass. My hand flew to my mouth as the significance of the date registered. Origin. Like Newton's great work of physics, the Principia, this was a book that did not require a full citation. Anyone who'd passed high school biology knew Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Darwin's article the previous summer laid out his theory of natural selection, but the book was quite different. It was marvelous the way he established easily observable changes in nature and inched you toward accepting something so revolutionary. But alchemy has nothing to do with evolution. Grabbing the bottle, I poured myself more of the precious wine, less concerned that it might vanish than that I might come unglued.
Lamarck believed that each species descended from different ancestors and progressed independently toward higher forms of being. It's remarkably similar to what your alchemists believed, that the philosopher's stone was the elusive end product of a natural transmutation of base metals into more exalted metals like copper, silver, and gold. Matthew reached for the wine, and I pushed it toward him. But Darwin disagreed with Lamarck, even if he did use the same word, transmutation, in his initial discussions of evolution. He disagreed with linear transmutation, it's true, but Darwin's theory of natural selection can still be seen as a series of linked transmutations. Maybe Matthew was right and magic really was in everything. It was in Newton's theory of gravity, and it might be in Darwin's theory of evolution too. There are alchemical manuscripts all over the world. I was trying to remain moored to the details while coming to terms with the bigger picture. Why the Ashmole manuscripts? When I read Darwin and saw how he seemed to explore the alchemical theory of transmutation through biology, I remembered stories about a mysterious book that explained the origin of our three species: demons, witches, and vampires. I'd always dismissed them as fantastic. He took a sip of wine. Most suggested that the story was concealed from human eyes in a book of alchemy. The publication of Origin prompted me to look for it, and if such a book existed, Elias Ashmole would have bought it. He had an uncanny ability to find bizarre manuscripts. You were looking for it here in Oxford 150 years ago? Yes, Matthew said. And 150 years before you received Ashmole 782, I was told that it was missing. My heart sped up, and he looked at me in concern. Keep going, I said, waving him on. I've been trying to get my hands on it ever since. Every other Ashmole manuscript was there, and none seemed promising. I've looked at manuscripts in other libraries, at the Herzog August Bibliothek in Germany, the Bibliothèque Nationale in France, the Medici Library in Florence, the Vatican, the Library of Congress. I blinked, thinking of a vampire wandering the hallways of the Vatican. The only manuscript I haven't seen is Ashmole 782. By simple process of elimination, it must be the manuscript that contains our story, if it still survives. You've looked at more alchemical manuscripts than I have. Perhaps, Matthew admitted, but it doesn't mean I understand them as well as you do. What all the manuscripts I've seen have in common, though, is an absolute confidence that the alchemist can help one substance change into another, creating new forms of life. That sounds like evolution, I said flatly. Yes, Matthew said gently, it does. We moved to the sofas, and I curled up into a ball at the end of one, while Matthew sprawled in the corner of the other, his long legs stretched out in front of him. Happily, he'd brought the wine. Once we were settled, it was time for more honesty between us. I met a demon, Agatha Wilson, at Blackwell's last week. According to the internet, she's a famous designer. Agatha told me the demons believe that Ashmole 782 is the story of all origins, even human origins. Peter Knox told me a different story. He said it was the first grimoire, the source of all witches' power. Knox believes that the manuscript contains the secret of immortality, I said, glancing at Matthew, and how to destroy vampires. I've heard the demon and witch versions of the story. Now I want yours. Vampires believe the lost manuscript explains our longevity and our strength, he said. In the past, our fear was that this secret, if it fell into witches' hands, would lead to our extermination. Some fear that magic was involved in our making, and that the witches might find a way to reverse the magic and destroy us. It seems that that part of the legend might be true. He exhaled softly, looking worried. I still don't understand why you're so certain that this book of origins, whatever it may contain, is hidden inside an alchemy book. An alchemy book could hide these secrets in plain sight, just like Peter Knox hides his identity as a witch under the veneer that he's an expert in the occult. I think it was vampires who learned that the book was alchemical. It's too perfect a fit to be coincidence. The human alchemists seemed to capture what it is to be a vampire when they wrote about the Philosopher's Stone. Becoming a vampire makes us nearly immortal, it makes most of us rich, and it gives us the chance to accrue unimaginable knowledge and learning. That's the Philosopher's Stone, all right. The parallels between this mythic substance and the creature sitting opposite me were striking and chilling. But it's still hard to imagine such a book really exists. For one thing, all the stories contradict one another. And who would be so foolish as to put so much information in one place? As with the legends about vampires and witches, there's at least a nugget of truth in all the stories about the manuscript. We just have to figure out what that nugget is and strip away the rest. Then we'll begin to understand. Matthew's face bore no trace of deceit or evasion. Encouraged by his use of we, I decided he'd earned more information. You're right about Ashmole 782. The book you've been seeking is inside it. Go on, Matthew said softly, trying to control his curiosity. It's an alchemy book on the surface. The images contain errors or deliberate mistakes. I still can't decide which. I bit my lip in concentration, and his eyes fixed on the place where my teeth had drawn a tiny bead of blood to the surface. What do you mean it's an alchemy book on the surface? Matthew held his glass closer to his nose. It's a palimpsest, but the ink hasn't been washed away. Magic is hiding the text. I almost missed the words, they're hidden so well. But when I turned one of the pages, the light was at just the right angle, and I could see lines of writing moving underneath. Could you read it? No, I shook my head. If Ashmole 782 contains information about who we are, how we came to be, and how we might be destroyed, it's deeply buried. It's fine if it remains buried, Matthew said grimly, at least for now. But the time is quickly coming when we will need that book. Why? What makes it so urgent? I'd rather show you than tell you. Can you come to my lab tomorrow? I nodded, mystified. We can walk there after lunch, he said, standing up and stretching. We had emptied the bottle of wine amid all this talk of secrets and origins. It's late. I should go. Matthew reached for the doorknob and gave it a twist. It rattled, and the catch sprang open easily. He frowned. Have you had trouble with your lock? No, I said, pushing the mechanism in and out, not that I'm aware of. You should have them look at that, he said, still jiggling the door's hardware. It might not close properly until you do. When I looked up from the door, an emotion I couldn't name flitted across his face. I'm sorry the evening ended on such a serious note, he said softly. I did have a lovely time. Was the dinner really all right? I asked. We'd talked about the secrets of the universe, but I was more worried about how his stomach was faring. It was more than all right, he assured me. My face softened at his beautiful, ancient features. How could people walk by him on the street and not gasp? Before I could stop myself, my toes were gripping the old rug, and I was stretching up to kiss him quickly on the cheek. His skin felt smooth and cold like satin, and my lips felt unusually warm against his flesh. Why did you do that? I asked myself, coming down off my toes and gazing at the questionable doorknob to hide my confusion. It was over in a matter of seconds, but as I knew from using magic to get notes and queries off the Bodleian's shelf, a few seconds was all it took to change your life. Matthew studied me. When I showed no sign of hysteria or an inclination to make a run for it, he leaned toward me and kissed me slowly once, twice in the French manner. His face skimmed over mine, and he drank in my scent of willow sap and honeysuckle. When he straightened, Matthew's eyes looked smokier than usual. "Good night, Diana," he said with a smile. Moments later, leaning against the closed door, I spied the blinking number 1 on my answering machine. Mercifully, the machine's volume was turned down. Aunt Sarah wanted to ask the same question I'd asked myself. I just didn't want to answer. Chapter 13. Matthew came to collect me after lunch, the only creature among the human readers in the Selden End. While he walked me under the ornately painted exposed beams, he kept up a steady patter of questions about my work and what I'd been reading. Oxford had turned resolutely cold and gray, and I pulled my collar up around my neck, shivering in the damp air. Matthew seemed not to mind and wasn't wearing a coat. The gloomy weather made him look a little less startling, but it wasn't enough to make him blend in entirely. People turned and stared in the Bodleian central courtyard, then shook their heads. "You've been noticed," I told him. "I forgot my coat. Besides, they're looking at you, not me." He gave me a dazzling smile. A woman's jaw dropped, and she poked her friend, inclining her head in Matthew's direction. I laughed. "You are so wrong." We headed toward Keble College and the university parks, making a right turn at Rhodes House before entering the labyrinth of modern buildings devoted to laboratory and computer space. Built in the shadow of the Museum of Natural History, the enormous red brick Victorian Cathedral to Science, these were monuments of unimaginative, functional, contemporary architecture. Matthew pointed to our destination, a nondescript, low-slung building, and fished in his pocket for a plastic identity card. He swiped it through the reader at the door handle and punched in a set of codes in 2 different sequences. Once the door unlocked, he ushered me to the guard station, where he signed me in as a guest and handed me a pass to clip to my sweater. "That's a lot of security for a university laboratory," I commented, fiddling with the badge. The security only increased as we walked down the miles of corridors that somehow managed to fit behind the modest facade. At the end of one hallway, Matthew took a different card out of his pocket, swiped it, and put his index finger on a glass panel next to a door. The glass panel chimed, and a touchpad appeared on its surface. Matthew's fingers raced over the numbered keys. The door clicked softly open, and there was a clean, slightly antiseptic smell reminiscent of hospitals and empty professional kitchens. It derived from unbroken expanses of tile, stainless steel, and electronic equipment. A series of glass-enclosed rooms stretched ahead of us. One held a round table for meetings, a black monolith of a monitor, and several computers. Another held an old wooden desk, a leather chair, an enormous Persian rug that must have been worth a fortune, telephones, fax machines, and still more computers and monitors. Beyond were other enclosures that held banks of file cabinets, microscopes, refrigerators, autoclaves, racks upon racks of test tubes, centrifuges, and dozens of unrecognizable devices and instruments. The whole area seemed unoccupied, although from somewhere there came faint strains of a Bach cello concerto and something that sounded an awful lot like the latest hit recorded by the Eurovision Song Contest winners. As we passed by the 2 office spaces, Matthew gestured at the one with the rug. "My office," he explained. He then steered me into the first laboratory on the left. Every surface held some combination of computers, microscopes, and specimen containers arranged neatly in racks. File cabinets ringed the walls. One of their drawers had a label that read 0. "Welcome to the History Lab." The blue light made his face look whiter, his hair blacker. "This is where we're studying evolution. We take in physical specimens from old burial sites, excavations, fossilized remains, and living beings, and extract DNA from the samples." Matthew opened a different drawer and pulled out a handful of files. "We're just one laboratory among hundreds all over the world using genetics to study problems of species origin and extinction. The difference between our lab and the rest is that humans aren't the only species we're studying." His words dropped, cold and clear, around me. "You're studying vampire genetics? Witches and demons, too." Matthew hooked a wheeled stool with his foot and gently sat me on top of it.
A vampire wearing black Converse high tops came rocketing around the corner and squeaked to a halt, pulling on a pair of latex gloves. He was in his late 20s, with the blonde hair and blue eyes of a California surfer. Standing next to Matthew, his average height and build made him look slight, but his body was wiry and energetic. "AB negative," he said, studying me admiringly. "Wow, terrific find." He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. "And a witch, too. Marcus Whitmore, meet Diana Bishop. She's a professor of history from Yale." Matthew frowned at the younger vampire and is here as a guest, not a pincushion. "Oh." Marcus looked disappointed, then brightened. "Would you mind if I took some of your blood anyway?" Yes, as a matter of fact. I had no wish to be poked and prodded by a vampire phlebotomist. Marcus whistled. "That's some fight-or-flight response you have there, Dr. Bishop. Smell that adrenaline." "What's going on?" a familiar soprano voice called out. Miriam's diminutive frame was visible a few seconds later. "Dr. Bishop is a bit overwhelmed by the laboratory, Miriam." "Sorry, I didn't realize it was her," Miriam said. "She smells different. Is it adrenaline?" Marcus nodded. "Yup. Are you always like this, all dressed up in adrenaline and no place to go?" Marcus. Matthew could issue a bone-chilling warning in remarkably few syllables. "Since I was 7, I said, meeting his startling blue eyes. Marcus whistled again. "That explains a lot. No vampire could turn his back on that." Marcus wasn't referring to my physical features, even though he gestured in my direction. "What are you talking about?" I asked, curiosity overcoming my nerves. Matthew pulled on the hair at his temples and gave Marcus a glare that would curdle milk. The younger vampire looked blasé and cracked his knuckles. I jumped at the sharp sound. "Vampires are predators, Diana," Matthew explained. "We're attracted to the fight-or-flight response. When people or animals become agitated, we can smell it. We can taste it, too." "Adrenaline makes blood even more delicious," Marcus said. "Spicy, silky, and then it turns sweet. Really good stuff." A low rumble started in Matthew's throat. His lips curled away from his teeth, and Marcus stepped backward. Miriam placed her hand firmly on the blonde vampire's forearm. "What? I'm not hungry," Marcus protested, shaking off Miriam's hand. "Dr. Bishop may not know that vampires don't have to be physically hungry to be sensitive to adrenaline, Marcus." Matthew controlled himself with visible effort. "Vampires don't always need to feed, but we always crave the hunt and the adrenaline reaction of prey to predator." Given my struggle to control anxiety, it was no wonder Matthew was always asking me out for a meal. It wasn't my honeysuckle scent that made him hungry. It was my excess adrenaline. "Thank you for explaining, Matthew. Even after last night, I was still relatively ignorant about vampires. I'll try to calm down." "There's no need," Matthew said shortly. "It's not your job to calm down. It's our job to exercise a modicum of courtesy and control." He glowered at Marcus and pulled one of the files forward. Miriam shot a worried glance in my direction. "Maybe we should start at the beginning." "No, I think it's better to start at the end," he replied, opening the file. "Do they know about Ashmole 782? I asked Matthew when Miriam and Marcus showed no sign of leaving. He nodded. "And you told them what I saw?" He nodded again. "Did you tell anyone else?" Miriam's question to me reflected centuries of suspicion. "If you mean Peter Knox, no. Only my aunt and her partner, Emily, know." 3 witches and 3 vampires sharing a secret, Marcus said thoughtfully, glancing at Matthew. "Interesting. Let's hope we can do a better job keeping it than we have done at hiding this." Matthew slid the file toward me. 3 sets of vampire eyes watched me attentively as I opened it. "Vampire on the loose in London," the headline screamed. My stomach flopped over, and I moved the newspaper clipping aside.
Underneath was the report of another mysterious death involving a bloodless corpse. Below that was a magazine story accompanied by a picture that made its contents clear despite my inability to read Russian. The victim's throat had been ripped open from jaw to carotid artery. There were dozens more murders and reports in every language imaginable. Some of the deaths involved beheadings. Some involved corpses drained of blood without a speck of blood evidence found at the scene. Others suggested an animal attack due to the ferocity of the injuries to the neck and torso. "We're dying," Matthew said when I pushed the last of the stories aside. "Humans are dying, that's for sure." My voice was harsh. "Not just the humans," he said. "Based on this evidence, vampires are exhibiting signs of species deterioration." "This is what you wanted to show me?" My voice shook. "What do these have to do with the origin of creatures or Ashmole 782? Jillian's recent warnings had stirred painful memories, and these pictures only brought them into sharper focus." "Hear me out," Matthew said quietly. "Please." He might not be making sense, but he wasn't deliberately frightening me either. Matthew must have had a good reason for sharing this. Hugging the file folder, I sat down on my stool. "These deaths," he began, drawing a folder gently away from me, "result from botched attempts to transform humans into vampires. What was once second nature to us has become difficult. Our blood is increasingly incapable of making new life out of death. Failure to reproduce would make any species extinct. Based on the pictures I'd just seen, however, the world didn't need more vampires. It's easier for those who are older, vampires such as myself, who fed predominantly on human blood when we were young," Matthew continued. "As a vampire ages, however, we feel less compulsion to make new vampires. Younger vampires, though, are a different story. They want to start families to dispel the loneliness of their new lives. When they find a human they want to mate with or try to make children, some discover that their blood isn't powerful enough." "You said we're all going extinct?" I reminded him evenly, my anger still simmering. "Modern witches aren't as powerful as their ancestors were." Miriam's voice was matter-of-fact. "And you don't produce as many children as in times past." "That doesn't sound like evidence. It sounds like a subjective assessment," I said. "You want to see the evidence?" Miriam picked up 2 more file folders and tossed them across the gleaming surface so that they slid into my arms. "There it is, though I doubt you'll understand much of it." One had a purple-edged label with Ben Ven Gouda typed neatly on it. The other had a red-edged label bearing the name Good Beatrice. The folders contained nothing but graphs. Those on top were hoop-shaped and brilliantly colored. Underneath, more graphs showed black and gray bars marching across white paper. "That's not fair," Marcus protested. "No historian could read those." "These are DNA sequences," I said, pointing to the black and white images. "But what are the colored graphs?" Matthew rested his elbows on the table next to me. "They're also genetic test results," he said, drawing the hoop-covered page closer. "These tell us about the mitochondrial DNA of a woman named Ben Ven Gouda, which she inherited from her mother and her mother's mother and every female ancestor before her. They tell us the story of her matrilineage. What about her father's genetic legacy?" Matthew picked up the black and white DNA results. "Ben Ven Gouda's human father is here, in her nuclear DNA, her genome, along with her mother, who was a witch. He returned to the multicolored hoops. But the mitochondrial DNA, outside the cell's nucleus, records only her matrilineage." "Why are you studying both her genome and her mitochondrial DNA?" I had heard of the genome, but mitochondrial DNA was new territory for me. "Your nuclear DNA tells us about you as a unique individual, how the genetic legacy of your mother and father recombined to create you. It's the mixture of your father's genes and your mother's genes that gave you blue eyes, blonde hair, and freckles.
Mitochondrial DNA can help us to understand the history of a whole species. That means the origin and evolution of the species is recorded in every one of us, I said slowly. It's in our blood and every cell in our body. Matthew nodded. But every origin story tells another tale, not of beginnings, but of endings. We're back to Darwin, I said, frowning. Origin wasn't entirely about where different species came from. It was about natural selection and species extinction, too. Some would say origin was mostly about extinction, Marcus agreed, rolling up to the other side of the lab bench. I looked at Benvenguda's brilliant hoops. Who was she? A very powerful witch, Miriam said, who lived in Brittany in the 7th century. She was a marvel in an age that produced many marvels. Beatrice Good is one of her last known direct descendants. Did Beatrice Good's family come from Salem? I whispered, touching her folder. There had been Goods living there alongside the bishops and proctors. Beatrice's lineage includes Sarah and Dorothy Good of Salem, Matthew said, confirming my hunch. He opened Beatrice's file folder and put her mitochondrial test results next to those of Benvenguda. But they're different, I said. You could see it in the colors and the way they were arranged. Not so different, Matthew corrected me. Beatrice's nuclear DNA has fewer markers common among witches. This indicates that her ancestors, as the centuries passed, relied less and less on magic and witchcraft as they struggled to survive. Those changing needs began to force mutations in her DNA, mutations that pushed the magic aside. His message sounded perfectly scientific, but it was meant for me. Beatrice's ancestors pushed their magic aside, and that will eventually destroy the family? It's not entirely the witch's fault. Nature is to blame too. Matthew's eyes were sad. It seems that witches, like vampires, have also felt the pressures of surviving in a world that is increasingly human. Demons too. They exhibit less genius, which was how we used to distinguish them from the human population, and more madness. The humans aren't dying out? I asked. Yes and no, Matthew said. We think that the humans have, until now, proved better at adapting. Their immune systems are more responsive, and they have a stronger urge to reproduce than either vampires or witches. Once the world was divided more evenly between humans and creatures. Now humans are in the majority, and creatures make up only 10% of the world's population. The world was a different place when there were as many creatures as humans. Miriam sounded regretful that the genetic deck was no longer stacked in our favor. But their sensitive immune systems are going to get humans in the end. How different are we, the creatures, from humans? Considerably, at least on the genetic level. We appear similar, but under the surface our chromosomal makeup is distinctive. Matthew sketched a diagram on the outside of Beatrice Good's folder. Humans have 23 chromosomal pairs in every cell nucleus, each arranged in long code sequences. Vampires and witches have 24 chromosome pairs, more than humans, Pinot Noir grapes, or pigs. Marcus winked. What about demons? They have the same number of chromosome pairs as humans, but they also have a single extra chromosome. As far as we can tell, it's their extra chromosome that makes them demonic, Matthew replied, and prone to instability. While I was studying his pencil sketch, a piece of hair fell into my eyes. I pushed at it impatiently. What's in the extra chromosomes? It was as hard for me to keep up with Matthew now as it had been managing to pass college biology. Genetic material that distinguishes us from humans, Matthew said, as well as material that regulates cell function or is what scientists call junk DNA. It's not junk, though, Marcus said. All that genetic material has to be left over from previous selection, or it's waiting to be used in the next evolutionary change.
We just don't know what its purpose is yet. Wait a minute, I interjected. Witches and demons are born. I was born with an extra pair of chromosomes, and your friend Hamish was born with a single extra chromosome. But vampires aren't born, you're made from human DNA. Where do you acquire an extra chromosome pair? When a human is reborn a vampire, the maker first removes all the human's blood, which causes organ failure. Before death can occur, the maker gives his or her blood to the one being reborn, replied Matthew. As far as we can tell, the influx of a vampire's blood forces spontaneous genetic mutations in every cell of the body. Matthew had used the term reborn last night, but I'd never heard the word maker in connection with vampires before. The maker's blood floods the reborn system, carrying new genetic information with it, Miriam said. Something similar happens with human blood transfusions. But a vampire's blood causes hundreds of modifications in the DNA. We started looking in the genome for evidence of such explosive change, Matthew explained. We found it, mutations proving that all new vampires went through a spontaneous adaptation to survive when they absorbed their maker's blood. That's what prompts the development of an extra chromosome pair, a genetic Big Bang. You're like a galaxy born from a dying star. In a few moments, your genes transform you into something else, something inhuman. I looked at Matthew in wonder. Are you all right? He asked. We can take a break. Could I have some water? I'll get it. Marcus hopped up from his stool. There's some in the specimen fridge. Humans provided the first clue that acute cellular stress from bacteria and other forms of genetic bombardment could trigger quick mutations rather than the slower changes of natural selection. Miriam pulled a folder out of a file drawer. Opening it, she pointed to a section of a black and white graph. This man died in 1375. He survived smallpox, but the disease forced a mutation on the third chromosome as his body quickly coped with the influx of bacteria. Marcus returned with my water. I took the cap off and drank thirstily. Vampire DNA is full of similar mutations resulting from disease resistance. Those changes might be slowly leading to our extinction. Matthew looked worried. Now we're trying to focus on what it is about vampire blood that triggers the generation of new chromosomes. The answer may lie in the mitochondria. Miriam shook her head. No way. The answer's in the nuclear DNA. When a body is assaulted by vampire blood, it must trigger a reaction that makes it possible for the body to capture and assimilate the changes. Maybe, but if so, we need to look more closely at the junk DNA too. Everything must be there to generate new chromosomes, Marcus insisted. While the three of them argued, I was rolling up my sleeve. When the fabric cleared my elbow and the veins in my arm were exposed to the cool air of the laboratory, they directed their freezing attention at my skin. Diana, Matthew said coldly, touching his Lazarus badge, what are you doing? Do you still have your gloves handy, Marcus? I asked, continuing to inch my sleeve up. Marcus grinned. Yeah. He stood and pulled a pair of latex gloves out of a nearby box. You don't have to do this. Matthew's voice caught in his throat. I know that. I want to. My veins looked even bluer in the lab's light. Good veins, Miriam said with a nod of approval, eliciting a warning purr from the tall vampire standing next to me. If this is going to be a problem for you, Matthew, wait outside, I said calmly. Before you do this, I want you to think about it, Matthew said, bending over me protectively as he had when Peter Knox had approached me at the Bodleian. We have no way of predicting what the tests will reveal. It's your whole life and your family's history, all laid out in black and white. Are you absolutely sure you want that scrutinized? What do you mean, my whole life? The intensity of his stare made me squirm. These tests tell us about a lot more than the color of your eyes and your hair. They'll indicate what other traits your mother and father passed down to you. not to mention traits from all your female ancestors. We exchanged a long look. "That's why I want you to take a sample from me," I said patiently. Confusion passed over his face. I've wondered my whole life what the bishop blood was doing as it pumped through my veins. Everyone who knew about my family wondered. Now we'll know. It seemed very simple to me. My blood could tell Matthew things I didn't want to risk discovering haphazardly. I didn't want to set fire to the furniture or fly through the trees or think a bad thought about someone only to have that person fall deathly ill 2 days later. Matthew might think giving blood was risky. To me, it seemed safe as houses, all things considered. Besides, you told me witches are dying out. I'm the last bishop. Maybe my blood will help you figure out why. We stared at each other, vampire and witch, while Miriam and Marcus waited patiently. Finally, Matthew made a sound of exasperation. "Bring me a specimen kit," he told Marcus. "I can do it," Marcus said defensively, snapping the wrist on his latex gloves. "Marcus," Miriam warned. Matthew grabbed the equipment from Marcus and stopped the younger vampire with a startling, deadly look. "I'm sorry, Marcus, but if anyone is going to take Diana's blood, it's going to be me." Holding my wrist in his cold fingers, he bent my arm up and down a few times before extending it fully and resting my hand gently on the stainless surface. There was something undeniably creepy about having a vampire stick a needle into your vein. Matthew tied a piece of rubber tubing above my elbow. "Make a fist," he said quietly, pulling on his gloves and preparing the hollow needle and the first vial. I did as he asked, clenching my hand and watching the veins bulge. Matthew didn't bother with the usual announcement that I would feel a prick or a sting. He just leaned down without ceremony and slid the sharp metal instrument into my arm. Nicely done. I loosened my fist to get the blood flowing freely. Matthew's wide mouth tightened while he changed vials. When he was finished, he withdrew the needle and tossed it into a sealed biohazard container. Marcus collected the vials and handed them to Miriam, who labeled them in a tiny, precise script. Matthew put a square of gauze over the stick site and held it there with strong, cold fingers. With his other hand, he picked up a roll of adhesive tape and attached it securely across the pad. "Date of birth?" Miriam asked crisply, pen poised above the test tube. "August 13th, 1976. Miriam stared. "August 13th? Yes, why?" "Just being sure," she murmured. "In most cases, we like to take a cheek swab, too." Matthew opened a package and removed 2 white pieces of plastic. They were shaped like miniature paddles, the wide ends slightly rough. Wordlessly, I opened my mouth and let Matthew twirl first one swab, then the other, against the inside of my cheek. Each swab went into a different sealed plastic tube. All done. Looking around the lab, at the quiet serenity of stainless steel and blue lights, I was reminded of my alchemists, toiling away over charcoal fires in dim light with improvised equipment and broken clay crucibles. What they would have given for the chance to work in a place like this, with tools that might have helped them understand the mysteries of creation. "Are you looking for the first vampire?" I asked, gesturing at the file drawers. "Sometimes," Matthew said slowly. "Mostly we're tracking how food and disease affect the species, and how and when certain family lines go extinct. And is it really true we're 4 distinct species, or do daemons, humans, vampires, and witches share a common ancestor? I'd always wondered if Sarah's insistence that witches shared little of consequence with humans or other creatures was based on anything more than tradition and wishful thinking. In Darwin's time, many thought that it was impossible for a pair of common human ancestors to have produced so many different racial types. When some white Europeans looked at black Africans, they embraced the theory of polygenism instead, which argued that the races had descended from different unrelated ancestors. Daemons, humans, vampires, and witches vary considerably at the genetic level.
Matthew's eyes were piercing. He understood why I was asking, even though he refused to give me a straight answer. If you prove we aren't different species, but only different lineages within the same species, it will change everything, I warned. In time, we'll be able to figure out how, if, the four groups are related. We're still a long way from that point, though. He stood. I think that's enough science for today. After saying goodbye to Miriam and Marcus, Matthew drove me to New College. He went to change and returned to pick me up for yoga. We rode to Woodstock in near silence, both lost in our own thoughts. At the old lodge, Matthew let me out as usual, unloaded the mats from the trunk, and slung them over his shoulder. A pair of vampires brushed by. One touched me briefly, and Matthew's hand was lightning fast as he laced his fingers through mine. The contrast between us was so striking, his skin so pale and cold, and mine so alive and warm in comparison. Matthew held on to me until we got inside. After class, we drove back to Oxford, talking first about something Amira had said, then about something one of the daemons had inadvertently done or not done that seemed to perfectly capture what it was to be a daemon. Once inside the New College gates, Matthew uncharacteristically turned off the car before he let me out. Fred looked up from his security monitors when the vampire went to the lodge's glass partition. The porter slid it open. Yes? I'd like to walk Dr. Bishop to her rooms. Is it all right if I leave the car here, and the keys too, in case you need to shift it? Fred eyed the John Radcliffe tag and nodded. Matthew tossed the keys through the window. Matthew, I said urgently, it's just across the way. You don't have to walk me home. I am, though, he said, in a tone that inhibited further discussion. Beyond the lodge's archways and out of Fred's sight, he caught my hand again. This time the shock of his cold skin was accompanied by a disturbing lick of warmth in the pit of my stomach. At the bottom of my staircase, I faced Matthew, still holding his hand. Thanks for taking me to yoga again. You're welcome. He tucked my impossible piece of hair back behind my ear, fingers lingering on my cheek. Come to dinner tomorrow, he said softly. My turn to cook. Can I pick you up here at 7:30? My heart leapt. Say no, I told myself sternly, in spite of its sudden jump. I'd love to, came out instead. The vampire pressed his cold lips, first to one cheek, then the other. Ma vaillant fille, he whispered into my ear. The dizzying, alluring smell of him filled my nose. Upstairs, someone had tightened the doorknob as requested, and it was a struggle to turn the key in the lock. The blinking light on the answering machine greeted me, indicating there was another message from Sarah. I crossed to the window and looked down, only to see Matthew looking up. I waved. He smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and turned back to the lodge, slipping into the night's darkness as if it belonged to him. Chapter 14. Matthew was waiting for me in the lodge at 7:30, immaculate as always in a monochromatic combination of dove and charcoal, his dark hair swept back from his uneven hairline. He patiently withstood the inspection of the weekend porter, who sent me off with a nod and a deliberate, "Well, see you later, Dr. Bishop." "You do bring out people's protective instincts," Matthew murmured as we passed through the gates. "Where are we going?" There was no sign of his car in the street. "We're dining in college tonight," he answered, gesturing down toward the Bodleian. I had fully anticipated he would take me to Woodstock or an apartment in some Victorian pile in North Oxford. It had never occurred to me that he might live in a college. In hall, at high table? I felt terribly underdressed and pulled at the hem of my silky black top. Matthew tilted his head back and laughed. "I avoid hall whenever possible, and I'm certainly not taking you in there to sit in the siege perilous and be inspected by the fellows." We rounded the corner and turned toward the Radcliffe camera. When we passed by the entrance to Hertford College without stopping, I put my hand on his arm. There was one college in Oxford notorious for its exclusivity and rigid attention to protocol. It was the same college famous for its brilliant fellows. "You aren't." Matthew stopped.
Why does it matter what college I belong to?" He looked away. "If you'd rather be around other people, of course, I understand. I'm not worried you're going to eat me for dinner, Matthew. I've just never been inside." A pair of ornate, scrolled gates guarded his college, as if it were Wonderland. Matthew made an impatient noise and caught my hand to prevent me from peering through them. "It's just a collection of people in a set of old buildings." His gruffness did nothing to detract from the fact that he was one of 6 dozen or so fellows in a college with no students. "Besides, we're going to my rooms." We walked the remaining distance, Matthew relaxing into the darkness with every step as if in the company of an old friend. We passed through a low wooden door that kept the public out of his college's quiet confines. There was no one in the lodge except the porter, no undergraduates or graduates on the benches in the front quad. It was as quiet and hushed as if its members truly were the souls of all the faithful people deceased in the University of Oxford. Matthew looked down with a shy smile. "Welcome to All Souls." All Souls College was a masterpiece of late Gothic architecture, resembling the love child of a wedding cake and a cathedral, with its airy spires and delicate stonework. I sighed with pleasure, unable to say much, at least not yet. But Matthew was going to have a lot of explaining to do later. "Evening, James," he said to the porter, who looked over his bifocals and nodded in welcome. Matthew held up his hand. An ancient key dangled off his index finger from a leather loop. "I'll be just a moment." "Right, Professor Clairmont." Matthew took my hand again. "Let's go. We need to continue your education." He was like a mischievous boy on a treasure hunt, pulling me along. We ducked through a cracked door black with age, and Matthew switched on a light. His white skin leaped out of the dark, and he looked every inch a vampire. "It's a good thing I'm a witch," I teased. "The sight of you here would be enough to scare a human to death." At the bottom of a flight of stairs, Matthew entered a long string of numbers at a security keypad, then hit the star key. I heard a soft click, and he pulled another door open. The smell of must and age and something else that I couldn't name hit me in a wave. Blackness extended away from the stairway lights. "This is straight out of a Gothic novel. Where are you taking me?" "Patience, Diana. It's not much farther." Patience, alas, was not the strong suit of bishop women. Matthew reached past my shoulder and flipped another switch. Suspended on wires like trapeze artists, a string of old bulbs cast pools of light over what looked like horse stalls for miniature Shetland ponies. I stared at Matthew, 100 questions in my eyes. "After you," he said with a bow. Stepping forward, I recognized the strange smell. It was stale alcohol like the pub on Sunday morning. Wine? Wine! We passed dozens of small enclosures that contained bottles in racks, piles, and crates. Each had a small slate tag, a year scrawled on it in chalk. We wandered past bins that held wine from the First World War and the Second, as well as bottles that Florence Nightingale might have packed in her trunks for the Crimea. There were wines from the year the Berlin Wall was built and the year it came down. Deeper into the cellar, the years scrawled on the slates gave way to broad categories like old claret and vintage port. Finally, we reached the end of the room. A dozen small doors stood locked and silent, and Matthew opened one of them. There was no electricity here, but he picked up a candle and wedged it securely into a brass holder before lighting it. Inside, everything was as neat and orderly as Matthew himself, but for a layer of dust. Tightly spaced wooden racks held the wine off the floor and made it possible to remove a single bottle without making the whole arrangement tumble down. There were red stains next to the jam where wine had been spit, year after year. The smell of old grapes, corks, and a trace of mildew filled the air. "Is this yours?" I was incredulous. "Yes, it's mine. A few of the fellows have private cellars." "What can you possibly have in here that isn't already out there? The room behind me must contain a bottle of every wine ever produced." Oxford's finest wine emporium now seemed barren and oddly sterile in comparison. Matthew smiled mysteriously. All sorts of things. He moved quickly around the small windowless room, happily pulling out wines here and there. He handed me a heavy, dark bottle with a gold shield for a label and a wire basket over the cork. Champagne, Dom Perignon. The next bottle was made from dark green glass with a simple cream label and black script. He presented it to me with a little flourish, and I saw the date, 1976, the year I was born, I said. Matthew emerged with 2 more bottles, one with a long octagonal label bearing a picture of a chateau on it and thick red wax around the top. The other lopsided and black, bearing no label and sealed with something that looked like tar. An old manila tag was tied around the neck of the second bottle. "Shall we?" Matthew asked, blowing out the candle. He locked the door carefully behind him, balancing the 2 bottles in his other hand, and slipped the key into his pocket. We left behind the smell of wine and climbed back to ground level. In the dusky air, Matthew seemed to shine with pleasure, his arms full of wine. "What a wonderful night," he said happily. We went up to his rooms, which were grander than I had imagined in some ways, and much less grand in others. They were smaller than my rooms at New College, located at the very top of one of the oldest blocks in All Souls, full of funny angles and odd slopes. Though the ceilings were tall enough to accommodate Matthew's height, the room still seemed too small to contain him. He had to stoop through every door, and the window sills reached down to somewhere near his thighs. What the rooms lacked in size, they more than made up for in furnishings. A faded Aubusson rug stretched across the floors, anchored with a collection of original William Morris furniture. Somehow, the 15th century architecture, the 18th century rug, and the 19th century rough-hewn oak looked splendid together and gave the rooms the atmosphere of a select Edwardian gentleman's club. A vast refectory table stood at the far side of the main room, with newspapers, books, and the assorted detritus of academic life neatly arranged at one end. Memos about new policies, scholarly journals, requests for letters, and peer reviews. Each pile was weighted down with a different object. Matthew's paperweights included the genuine article in heavy-blown glass, an old brick, a bronze medal that was no doubt some award he'd won, and a small fire poker. At the other end of the table, a soft linen cloth had been thrown over the wood, held down by the most gorgeous Georgian silver candlesticks I'd ever seen outside a museum. A full array of different-shaped wine glasses stood guard over simple white plates and more Georgian silver. I love it. I looked around with delight. Not a stick of furniture or a single ornament in this room belonged to the college. It was all perfectly, quintessentially Matthew. "Have a seat." He rescued the 2 wine bottles from my slack fingers and whisked them off to what looked like a glorified closet. "All Souls doesn't believe that fellows should eat in their rooms," he said by way of explanation as I eyed the meager kitchen facilities, "so we'll get by as best we can." What I was about to eat would equal the finest dinner in town, no doubt. Matthew plunked the champagne into a silver bucket full of ice and joined me in one of the cozy chairs flanking his non-functional fireplace. "Nobody lets you build fires in Oxford fireplaces anymore," he motioned ruefully at the empty stone enclosure. "When every fireplace was lit, the city smelled like a bonfire." "When did you first come to Oxford?" I hoped the openness of my question would assure him I wasn't prying into his past lives. This time it was 1989. He stretched his long legs out with a sigh of relaxation. "I came to Oriel as a science student and stayed on for a doctorate. When I won an All Souls Prize fellowship, I switched over here for a few years. When my degree was completed, the university offered me a place, and the members elected me a fellow. Every time he opened his mouth, something amazing popped out. A prize fellow? There were only 2 of those a year. And this is your first time at All Souls?" I bit my lip, and he laughed. "Let's get this over with," he said, holding up his hands and beginning to tick off colleges. "I've been a member once of Merton, Magdalen, and University colleges. I've been a member of New College and Oriel twice each. And this is the first time All Souls has paid any attention to me." Multiplying this answer by a factor of Cambridge, Paris, Padua, and Montpellier, all of which, I was sure, had once had a student on their books named Matthew Clairmont, or some variation thereof, sent a dizzying set of degrees dancing through my head. What must he have studied all those many years, and whom had he studied with? Diana? Matthew's amused voice penetrated my thoughts. "Did you hear me?" "I'm sorry." I closed my eyes and tightened my hands on my thighs in an effort to keep my mind from wandering. It's like a disease. I can't keep the curiosity at bay when you start reminiscing. I know. It's one of the difficulties a vampire faces when he spends time with a witch who's a historian. Matthew's mouth was bent in a mock frown, but his eyes twinkled like black stars. "If you want to avoid these difficulties in future, I suggest you avoid the Bodleian's paleography reference section," I said tartly. "One historian is all I can manage at the moment." Matthew rose smoothly to his feet. I asked if you were hungry. Why he continued to do so was a mystery. When was I not hungry? "Yes," I said, trying to extract myself from a deep Morris chair. Matthew stuck out his hand. I grasped it, and he lifted me easily. We stood facing each other, our bodies nearly touching. I fixed my attention on the bump of his Bethany ampulla under his sweater. His eyes flickered over me, leaving their trail of snowflakes. "You look lovely." I ducked my head, and the usual piece of hair fell over my face. He reached up, as he had several times recently, and tucked it behind my ear. This time his fingers continued to the base of my skull. He lifted my hair away from my neck and let it fall through his fingers as if it were water. I shivered at the touch of cool air on my skin. "I love your hair," he murmured. "It has every color imaginable, even strands of red and black." I heard the sharp intake of breath that meant he had picked up a new scent. "What do you smell?" My voice was thick, and I still hadn't dared to meet his eyes. "You," he breathed. My eyes floated up to his. "Shall we have dinner?" After that, it was hard to concentrate on the food, but I did my best. Matthew pulled out my rush-seated chair, which had a full view of the warm, beautiful room. From a minuscule refrigerator, he removed 2 plates, each with 6 fresh oysters nestled on top of a bed of crushed ice like the rays of a star. Lecture 1 of your continuing education consists of oysters and champagne. Matthew sat down and held up a finger like a don about to embark on a favorite subject. He reached for the wine, which was within the wingspan of his long arm, and pulled it from the bucket. With one turn, he popped the cork free of the neck of the bottle. "I usually find that more difficult," I commented dryly, looking at his strong, elegant fingers. "I can teach you to knock the cork off with a sword if you want." Matthew grinned. "Of course, a knife works too if you don't have a sword lying around." He poured some of the liquid into our glasses, where it fizzed and danced in the candlelight. He raised his glass to me. "À la tienne, à la tienne." I lifted my own flute and watched the bubbles break on the surface. Why are the bubbles so tiny? Because the wine is so old. Most champagne is drunk long before this. But I like the old wine. It reminds me of the way champagne used to taste. "How old is it?" "Older than you are," Matthew replied. He was pulling the oyster shells apart with his bare hands, something that usually required a very sharp knife and a lot of skill, and chucking the shells into a glass bowl in the center of the table. He handed one plate over to me. "It's from 1961. Please tell me this is the oldest thing we're drinking tonight," I said, thinking back to the wine he'd brought to dinner on Thursday, the bottle from which was now holding the last of his white roses on my bedside table. "Not by a long shot," he said with a grin. I tipped the contents of the first shell into my mouth. My eyes popped open as my mouth filled with the taste of the Atlantic. "Now drink." He picked up his own glass and watched me take a sip of the golden liquid. "What do you taste?" The creaminess of the wine and the oysters collided with the taste of sea salt in ways that were utterly bewitching. "It's as if the whole ocean is in my mouth," I answered, taking another sip. We finished the oysters and moved on to an enormous salad. It had every expensive green known to mankind, nuts, berries, and a delicious dressing made with champagne vinegar and olive oil that Matthew whisked together at the table. The tiny slices of meat that adorned it were partridge from the old lodge's grounds. We sipped at what Matthew called my birthday wine, which smelled like lemon floor polish and smoke and tasted like chalk and butterscotch. The next course was a stew with chunks of meat in a fragrant sauce. My first bite told me it was veal, fixed with apples and a bit of cream, served atop rice. Matthew watched me eat, and he smiled as I tasted the tartness of the apple for the first time. "It's an old recipe from Normandy," he said. "Do you like it?" "It's wonderful. Did you make it?" "No," he said. "The chef from the old parsonage's restaurant made it, and provided precise instructions on how not to burn it to a crisp when I reheated it. You can reheat my dinner any time." I let the warmth of the stew soak into my body. "You aren't eating, though." "No, but I'm not hungry." He continued to watch me eat for a few moments, then returned to the kitchen to fetch another wine. It was the bottle sealed with red wax. He sliced through the wax and pulled the cork out of the bottle. "Perfect," he pronounced, pouring the scarlet liquid carefully into a nearby decanter. "Can you already smell it?" I was still unsure of the range of his olfactory powers.
Oh, yes. This wine in particular. Matthew poured me a bit and splashed some into his own glass. "Are you ready to taste something miraculous?" he asked. I nodded. "This is Chateau Margaux from a very great vintage. Some people consider it the finest red wine ever made." We picked up our glasses, and I mimicked each of Matthew's movements. He put his nose in his glass, and I in mine. The smell of violets washed over me. My first taste was like drinking velvet. Then there was milk chocolate, cherries, and a flood of flavors that made no sense and brought back memories of the long-ago smell of my father's study after he'd been smoking and of emptying the shavings from the pencil sharpener in second grade. The very last thing I noted was a spicy taste that reminded me of Matthew. "This tastes like you," I said. "How so?" he asked. "Spicy," I said, flushing suddenly from my cheeks to my hairline. "Just spicy?" "No. First I thought it would taste like flowers, violets, because that's how it smelled. But then I tasted all kinds of things. What do you taste?" This was going to be far more interesting and less embarrassing than my reaction. He sniffed, swirled, and tasted. "Violets. I agree with you there. Those purple violets covered with sugar. Elizabeth Tudor loved candied violets, and they ruined her teeth." He sipped again. "Cigar smoke, from good cigars, like they used to have at the Marlborough Club when the Prince of Wales stopped in. Blackberries picked wild in the hedgerows outside the old lodge's stables, and red currants macerated in brandy. Watching a vampire use his sensory powers had to be one of the most surreal experiences anyone could have. It was not just that Matthew could see and hear things I could not. It was that when he did sense something, the perception was so acute and precise. It wasn't any blackberry. It was a particular blackberry from a particular place or a particular time. Matthew kept drinking his wine, and I finished my stew. I took up my wine glass with a contented sigh, toying with the stem so that it caught the light from the candles. "What do you think I would taste like?" I wondered aloud, my tone playful. Matthew shot to his feet, his face white and furious. His napkin fell, unnoticed, to the floor. A vein in his forehead pulsed once before subsiding. I had said something wrong. He was at my side in the time it took me to blink, pulling me up from my chair. His fingers dug into my elbows. "There's one legend about vampires we haven't discussed, isn't there?"
His eyes were strange, his face frightening. I tried to squirm out of his reach, but his fingers dug deeper. The one about a vampire who finds himself so bewitched by a woman that he cannot help himself. My mind sped over what had happened. He'd asked me what I tasted. I'd tasted him. Then he told me what he tasted, and I said, "Oh, Matthew," I whispered, "do you wonder what it would be like for me to taste you?" Matthew's voice dropped from a purr towards something deeper and more dangerous. For a moment, I felt revulsion. Before that feeling could grow, he released my arms. There was no time to react or draw away. Matthew had woven his fingers through my hair, his thumbs pressing against the base of my skull. I was caught again, and a feeling of stillness came over me, spreading out from his cold touch. Was I drunk from 2 glasses of wine? Drugged? What else would explain the feeling that I couldn't break free? It's not only your scent that pleases me. I can hear your witch's blood as it moves through your veins. Matthew's cold lips were against my ear, and his breath was sweet. Did you know that a witch's blood makes music? Like a siren who sings to the sailor, asking him to steer his ship into the rocks, the call of your blood could be my undoing, and yours. His words were so quiet and intimate, he seemed to be talking directly into my mind. The vampire's lips began to move incrementally along my jawbone. Each place his mouth touched froze, then burned as my blood rushed back to the skin's surface. "Matthew," I breathed around the catch in my throat. I closed my eyes, expecting to feel teeth against my neck, yet unable, unwilling to move. Instead, Matthew's hungry lips met mine. His arms locked around me, and his fingertips cradled my head. My lips parted under his, my hands trapped between his chest and mine. Underneath my palms, his heart beat. Once. With the thump of his heart, the kiss changed. Matthew was no less demanding, but the hunger in his touch turned to something bittersweet. His hands moved forward smoothly until he was cupping my face, and he pulled away reluctantly. For the first time, I heard a soft, ragged sound. It was not like human breathing. It was the sound of minute amounts of oxygen passing through a vampire's powerful lungs. "I took advantage of your fear. I shouldn't have," he whispered. My eyes were closed, and I still felt intoxicated, his cinnamon and clove scent driving off the scent of violets from the wine. Restless, I stirred in his grip. "Be still," he said, voice harsh. "I might not be able to control myself if you step away." He'd warned me in the lab about the relationship between predator and prey. Now he was trying to get me to play dead so the predator in him would lose interest in me. But I wasn't dead. My eyes flew open. There was no mistaking the sharp look on his face. It was avid, hungry. Matthew was a creature of instinct now. But I had instincts too. "I'm safe with you." I formed the words with lips that were freezing and burning at the same time, unused to the feeling of a vampire's kiss. A witch? Safe with a vampire? Never be sure of that. It would only take a moment. You wouldn't be able to stop me if I struck, and I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Our eyes met and locked, neither of us blinking. Matthew made a low sound of surprise. "How brave you are. I've never been brave. When you gave blood in the lab, the way you meet a vampire's eyes, how you ordered the creatures out of the library, even the fact that you go back there day after day, refusing to let people keep you from what you want to do, it's all bravery. That's stubbornness. Sarah had explained a difference a long time ago. I've seen courage like yours before, from women mostly." Matthew continued as if I hadn't spoken. "Men don't have it. Our resolve is born out of fear. It's merely bravado." His glance flickered over me in snowflakes that melted into mere coolness the moment they touched me. One cold finger reached out and captured a tear from the tips of my eyelashes. His face was sad as he lowered me gently into the chair and crouched next to me, resting one hand on my knee and the other on the arm of the rush-seated chair in a protective circle. "Promise me that you will never joke with a vampire, not even me, about blood or how you might taste." "I'm sorry," I whispered, forcing myself not to look away. He shook his head. "You told me before that you don't know much about vampires. What you need to understand is that no vampire is immune to this temptation. Vampires with a conscience spend most of their time trying not to imagine how people would taste. If you were to meet one without a conscience, and there are plenty who fit that category, then God help you." I didn't think. I still couldn't. My mind was whirling with the memory of his kiss, his fury, and his palpable hunger. He bowed his head, resting the crown against my shoulder. The ampulla from Bethany tumbled out of the neck of his sweater and swung like a pendulum, its tiny coffin glinting in the light from the candles. He spoke so softly that I had to strain to hear. "Witches and vampires aren't meant to feel this way. I'm experiencing emotions He broke off. "I know." Carefully, I leaned my cheek against his hair. It felt as satiny as it looked. "I feel them too." Matthew's arms had remained where he left them, one hand on my knee and the other on the arm of the chair. At my words, he moved them slowly and clasped my waist. The coldness of his flesh cut through my clothing, but I didn't shiver. Instead, I moved closer so that I could rest my arms on his shoulders. A vampire evidently could have remained comfortable in that position for days. For a mere witch, however, it wasn't an option. When I shifted slightly, he looked at me in confusion, and then his face lightened in recognition. "I forgot," he said, rising with his swift smoothness and stepping away from me. I moved first one leg and then the other, restoring the circulation to my feet. Matthew handed me my wine and returned to his own seat. Once he was settled, I tried to give him something to think about other than how I might taste. "What was the 5th question you had to answer for the prize fellowship?" Candidates were invited to sit an exam that involved 4 questions combining thought-provoking breadth and depth with devilish complexity. If you survived the first 4 questions, you were asked the famous 5th question. It was not a question at all, but a single word, like water or absence. It was up to the candidate to decide how to respond, and only the most brilliant answer won you a place at All Souls. He reached across the table without setting himself on fire and poured some more wine into my glass. "Desire," he said, studiously avoiding my eyes. "So much for that diversionary plan. Desire? What did you write?" "As far as I can tell, there are only 2 emotions that keep the world spinning year after year." He hesitated, then continued. "One is fear. The other is desire. That's what I wrote about." Love hadn't factored into his response, I noticed. It was a brutal picture, a tug-of-war between 2 equal but opposing impulses. It had the ring of truth, however, which was more than could be said of the glib "love makes the world go round." Matthew kept hinting that his desire for blood, chiefly, was so strong that it put everything else at risk. But vampires weren't the only creatures who had to manage such strong impulses. Much of what qualified as magic was simply desire in action. Witchcraft was different. That took spells and rituals. But magic? A wish, a need, a hunger too strong to be denied. These could turn into deeds when they crossed a witch's mind. And if Matthew was going to tell me his secrets, it didn't seem fair to keep mine so close. Magic is desire made real. It's how I pulled down notes and queries the night we met, I said slowly. When a witch concentrates on something she wants and then imagines how she might get it, she can make it happen. That's why I have to be so careful about my work." I took a sip of wine, my hand trembling on the glass. "Then you spend most of your time trying not to want things, just like me. For some of the same reasons, too." Matthew's snowflake glances flickered across my cheeks. "If you mean the fear that if I started, there would be no stopping me, yes. I don't want to look back on a life where I took everything rather than earned it. So you earn everything twice over. First, you earn it by not simply taking it, and then you earn it again through work and effort." He laughed bitterly. "The advantages of being an otherworldly creature don't amount to much, do they?" Matthew suggested we sit by his fireless fireplace. I lounged on the sofa, and he carried some nutty biscuits over to the table by me, before disappearing into the kitchen once more. When he returned, he was carrying a small tray with the ancient black bottle on it, the cork now pulled, and 2 glasses of amber-colored liquid. He handed one to me. "Close your eyes and tell me what you smell," he instructed in his Oxford Don's voice. My lids dropped obediently. The wine seemed at once old and vibrant. It smelled of flowers and nuts and candied lemons and of some other long-past world that I had, until now, been able only to read about and imagine. It smells like the past, but not the dead past. It's so alive. Open your eyes and take a sip. As the sweet, bright liquid went down my throat, something ancient and powerful entered my bloodstream. This must be what vampire blood tastes like. I kept my thoughts to myself. "Are you going to tell me what it is?" I asked around the flavors in my mouth. "Momsey," he replied with a grin. "Old, old Momsey." "How old?" I said suspiciously. "As old as you are?" He laughed. "No, you don't want to drink anything as old as I am. It's from 1795, from grapes grown on the island of Madeira. It was quite popular once, but nobody pays much attention to it now." "Good," I said with greedy satisfaction. "All the more for me." He laughed again and sat easily in one of his Morris chairs. We talked about his time at All Souls, about Hamish, the other prize fellow, it turned out, and their adventures in Oxford. I laughed at his stories of dining in Hall and how he'd bolted to Woodstock after every meal to clean the taste of overcooked beef from his mouth. "You look tired," he finally said, standing after another glass of Mumsy and another hour of conversation. "I am tired." Despite my fatigue, there was something I needed to tell him before he took me home. I put my glass down carefully. "I've made a decision, Matthew. On Monday, I'll be recalling Ashmole 782. The vampire sat down abruptly. "I don't know how I broke the spell the first time, but I'll try to do it again. Knox doesn't have much faith that I'll succeed." My mouth tightened. What does he know? He hasn't been able to break the spell once. "And you might be able to see the words in the magical palimpsest that lie under the images." "What do you mean you don't know what you did to break the spell?" Matthew's forehead creased with confusion. "What words did you use? What powers did you call upon?" "I broke the spell without realizing it," I explained. "Christ, Diana!" He shot to his feet again. "Does Knox know that you didn't use witchcraft?" "If he knows, I didn't tell him." I shrugged. "Besides, what does it matter?" "It matters because if you didn't break the enchantment, then you met its conditions. Right now, the creatures are waiting to observe whatever counterspell you used, copy it if they can, and get Ashmole 782 themselves. When your fellow witches discover that the spell opened for you of its own accord, they won't be so patient and well-behaved." Gillian's angry face swam before my eyes, accompanied by a vivid recollection of the lengths she reported witches had gone to in order to pry secrets from my parents. I brushed the thoughts aside, my stomach rolling, and focused on the flaws in Matthew's argument. The spell was constructed more than a century before I was born. That's impossible. "Just because something seems impossible doesn't make it untrue," he said grimly. "Newton knew that." There's no telling what Knox will do when he understands your relationship to the spell. I'm in danger whether I recall the manuscript or not, I pointed out. Knox isn't going to let this go, is he? No, he agreed reluctantly. And he wouldn't hesitate to use magic against you, even if every human in the Bodleian saw him do it. I might not be able to reach you in time. Vampires were fast, but magic was faster. I'll sit near the desk with you then. We'll know as soon as the manuscript's delivered. I don't like this, Matthew said, clearly worried. There's a fine line between bravery and recklessness, Diana. It's not reckless. I just want my life back. What if this is your life? He asked. What if you can't keep the magic away after all? I'll keep parts of it. Remembering his kiss and the sudden, intense feeling of vitality that had accompanied it, I looked straight into his eyes so he would know he was included. But I'm not going to be bullied. Matthew was still worrying over my plan as he walked me home. When I turned into New College Lane to use the back entrance, he caught my hand. "Not on your life," he said. "Did you see the look that porter gave me? I want him to know you're safely in college." We navigated the uneven sidewalks of Holywell Street, past the entrance to the Turf Pub, and through the New College gates. We strolled by the watchful porter, still hand in hand.
"Will you be rowing tomorrow?" Matthew asked at the bottom of my staircase. I groaned. "No, I've got 1,000 letters of recommendation to write. I'm going to stay in my rooms and clear my desk." "I'm going to Woodstock to go hunting," he said casually. "Good hunting, then," I said, equally casually. "It doesn't bother you at all to know I'll be out culling my own deer?" Matthew sounded taken aback. "No. Occasionally I eat partridge. Occasionally you feed on deer." I shrugged. "I honestly don't see the difference." Matthew's eyes glittered. He stretched his fingers slightly, but didn't let go of my hand. Instead, he lifted it to his lips and put a slow kiss on the tender flesh in the hollow of my palm. "Off to bed," he said, releasing my fingers. His eyes left trails of ice and snow behind as they lingered not only over my face but my body too. Wordlessly, I looked back at him, astonished that a kiss on the palm could be so intimate. "Good night," I breathed out along with my next exhale. "I'll see you Monday." I climbed the narrow steps to my rooms. Whoever tightened the doorknob had made a mess of the lock, and the metal hardware and the wood were covered in fresh scratches. Inside, I switched on the lights. The answering machine was blinking, of course. At the window, I raised my hand to show that I was safely inside. When I peeked out a few seconds later, Matthew was already gone. Chapter 15. On Monday morning, the air had that magically still quality common in autumn. The whole world felt crisp and bright, and time seemed suspended. I shot out of bed at dawn and pulled on my wading rowing gear, eager to be outdoors. The river was empty for the first hour. As the sun broke over the horizon, the fog burned off toward the waterline, so that I was slipping through alternate bands of mist and rosy sunshine. When I pulled up to the dock, Matthew was waiting for me on the curving steps that led to the boathouse's balcony, an ancient brown and bone-striped New College scarf hanging around his neck. I climbed out of the boat, put my hands on my hips, and stared at him in disbelief. "Where did you get that thing?" I pointed at the scarf. "You should have more respect for the old members," he said with his mischievous grin, tossing one end of it over his shoulder. "I think I bought it in 1920, but I can't honestly remember. After the Great War ended, certainly." Shaking my head, I took the oars into the boathouse. 2 crews glided by the dock in perfect, powerful unison, just as I was lifting my boat out of the water. My knees dipped slightly, and the boat swung up and over until its weight rested on my head. "Why don't you let me help you with that?" Matthew said, rising from his perch. "No chance." My steps were steady as I walked the boat inside. He grumbled something under his breath.
With the boat safely in its rack, Matthew easily talked me into breakfast at Mary and Dan's cafe. He was going to have to sit next to me much of the day, and I was hungry after the morning's exertions. He steered me by the elbow around the other diners, his hand firmer on my back than before. Mary greeted me like an old friend, and Steph didn't bother with a menu, just announced the usual when she came by the table. There wasn't a hint of a question in her voice, and when the plate came laden with eggs, bacon, mushrooms, and tomatoes, I was glad I hadn't insisted on something more ladylike. After breakfast, I trotted through the lodge and up to my rooms for a shower and a change of clothes. Fred peered around his window to see if it was indeed Matthew's Jaguar pulled up outside the gates. The porters were no doubt laying wagers on competing predictions regarding our oddly formal relationship. This morning was the first time I'd managed to convince my escort to simply drop me off. It's broad daylight, and Fred will have kittens if you clog up his gate during delivery hours, I protested when Matthew started to get out of the car. He'd glowered, but agreed that merely pulling straight across the entrance to bar possible vehicular attack was sufficient. This morning, every step of my routine needed to be slow and deliberate. My shower was long and leisurely, the hot water slipping against my tired muscles. Still in no rush, I put on comfortable black trousers, a turtleneck to keep my shoulders from seizing up in the increasingly chilly library, and a reasonably presentable midnight blue cardigan to break up the unalleviated black. My hair was caught in a low ponytail. The short piece in the front fell forward as it always did, and I grumbled and shoved it behind my ear. In spite of my efforts, my anxiety rose as I pushed open the library's glass doors. The guard's eyes narrowed at my uncharacteristically warm smile, and he took an inordinate amount of time checking my face against the picture on my reader's card. Finally, he admitted me, and I pelted up the stairs to Duke Humphreys. It had been no more than an hour since I'd been with Matthew, but the sight of him stretched out among the first bay of Elizabethan desks in one of the medieval wing's purgatorial chairs was welcome. He looked up when my laptop dropped on the scarred wooden surface. "Is he here?" I whispered, reluctant to say Knox's name. Matthew nodded grimly. "In the Selden end." "Well, he can wait down there all day as far as I'm concerned," I said under my breath, picking up a blank request slip from the shallow rectangular tray on the desk. On it I wrote Ashmole MS 782, my name and my reader number. Sean was at the collection desk. "I've got 2 items on reserve," I told him with a smile. He went into the cage and returned with my manuscripts, then held out his hand for my new request. He put the slip into the worn, gray cardboard envelope that would be sent to the stacks. "May I talk to you a minute?" "Sure." I gestured to indicate that Matthew should stay where he was and followed Sean through the swinging gate into the arts end, which, like the Selden end, ran perpendicular to the length of the old library. We stood beneath a bank of leaded windows that let in the weak morning sunshine. "Is he bothering you, Professor Clairmont?" "No. It's none of my business, but I don't like him." Sean looked down the central aisle as if he expected Matthew to pop out and glare at him. The whole place has been full of strange ducks over the last week or so. Unable to disagree, I resorted to muffled noises of sympathy. "You'd let me know if there was something wrong, wouldn't you?" "Of course, Sean, but Professor Clairmont's okay. You don't have to worry about him." My old friend looked unconvinced. "Sean may know I'm different, but it seems I'm not as different as you," I told Matthew after returning to my seat. "Few are," he said darkly, picking up his reading. I turned on my computer and tried to concentrate on my work. It would take hours for the manuscript to appear. But thinking about alchemy was harder than ever, caught as I was between a vampire and the call desk. Every time new books emerged from the stacks, I looked up. After several false alarms, soft steps approached from the Selden end. Matthew tensed in his chair. Peter Knox strolled up and stopped. "Dr. Bishop," he said coolly. "Mr. Knox." My voice was equally chilly, and I returned my attention to the open volume before me. Knox took a step in my direction. Matthew spoke quietly, without raising his eyes from the Needham papers. "I'd stop there, unless Dr. Bishop wishes to speak with you. I'm very busy." A sense of pressure wound around my forehead, and a voice whispered in my skull. Every ounce of my energy was devoted to keeping the witch out of my thoughts. "I said I'm busy," I repeated stonily. Matthew put his pencil down and pushed away from the desk. "Mr. Knox was just leaving, Matthew." Turning to my laptop, I typed a few sentences of utter nonsense. "I hope you understand what you're doing," Knox spit. Matthew growled, and I laid a hand lightly on his arm. Knox's eyes fixed on the spot where the bodies of a witch and a vampire touched. Until that moment, Knox had only suspected that Matthew and I were too close for the comfort of witches. Now he was sure. "You've told him what you know about our book." Knox's vicious voice sounded through my head, and though I tried to push against his intrusion, the wizard was too strong. When he resisted my efforts, I gasped in surprise. Sean looked up from the call desk in alarm. Matthew's arm was vibrating, his growl subsiding into a somehow more menacing purr. "Who's caught human attention now?" I hissed at the witch, squeezing Matthew's arm to let him know I didn't need his help. Knox smiled unpleasantly. "You've caught the attention of more than humans this morning, Dr. Bishop. Before nightfall, every witch in Oxford will know you're a traitor." Matthew's muscles coiled, and he reached up to the coffin he wore around his neck. "Oh God," I thought, "he's going to kill a witch in the Bodleian." I placed myself squarely between the two of them. "Enough," I told Knox quietly. "If you don't leave, I'm going to tell Sean you're harassing me and have him call security." "The light in the Selden end is rather glaring today," Knox said at last, breaking the standoff. "I believe I'll move to this part of the library." He strolled away. Matthew lifted my hand from his arm and began to pack up his belongings. "We're leaving." "No, we're not. We are not leaving until we get that manuscript." "Were you listening?" Matthew said hotly. "He threatened you." "I don't need this manuscript, but I do need—" He stopped abruptly. I pushed Matthew into his seat. Sean was still staring in our direction, his hand hovering above the phone. Smiling, I shook my head at him before returning my attention to the vampire. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have touched you while he was standing there," I murmured, looking down at his shoulder, where my hand still rested. Matthew's cool fingers lifted my chin. "Do you regret the touch, or the fact that the witch saw you?" "Neither," I whispered. His gray eyes went from sad to surprised in an instant. "But you don't want me to be reckless." As Knox approached again, Matthew's grip on my chin tightened, his senses tuned in to the witch. When Knox remained a few desks away, the vampire returned his attention to me. "One more word from him, and we're leaving. Manuscript or no manuscript. I mean it, Diana." Thinking about alchemical illustrations proved impossible after that. Gillian's warning about what happened to witches who kept secrets from other witches, and Knox's firm pronouncement that I was a traitor, resounded through my head. When Matthew tried to get me to stop for lunch, I refused. The manuscript had still not appeared, and we couldn't be at Blackwell's when it arrived, not with Knox so close. "Did you see what I had for breakfast?" I asked when Matthew insisted. "I'm not hungry." My coffee-loving daemon drifted by shortly afterward, swinging his headset by the cord. "Hey," he said with a wave at Matthew and me. Matthew looked up sharply. "Good to see you two again. Is it okay if I check my email down there since the witch is here with you?" "What's your name?" I asked, smothering a smile. "Timothy," he answered, rocking back on his heels. He was wearing mismatched cowboy boots, one red and one black. His eyes were mismatched too. One was blue and one was green. "You're more than welcome to check your email, Timothy. You're the one." He tipped his fingers at me, pivoted on the heel of the red boot, and walked away. An hour later, I stood, unable to control my impatience. The manuscript should have arrived by now. The vampire's eyes followed me across the 6 feet of open space to the call desk. They felt hard and crisp like ice, rather than soft as snowfall, and they clung to my shoulder blades. "Hi, Sean. Will you check to see if the manuscript I requested this morning has been delivered?" "Someone else must have it," Sean said. "Nothing's come up for you." "Are you sure?" "Nobody else had it." Sean riffled through the slips and found my request. Paper-clipped to it was a note. "It's missing." "It's not missing. I saw it a few weeks ago." "Let's see." He rounded the desk, headed for the supervisor's office. Matthew looked up from his papers and watched as Sean rapped against the open door frame. "Dr. Bishop wants this manuscript, and it's been noted as missing," Sean explained. He held out the slip. Mr. Johnson consulted a book on his desk, running his finger over lines scrawled by generations of reading room supervisors. "Ah, yes, Ashmole 782. That's been missing since 1859. We don't have a microfilm." Matthew's chair scraped away from his desk. "But I saw it a few weeks ago." "That's not possible, Dr. Bishop. No one has seen this manuscript for 150 years. Mr. Johnson blinked behind his thick-rimmed glasses. "Dr. Bishop, could I show you something when you have a moment?" Matthew's voice made me jump. "Yes, of course." I turned blindly toward him. "Thank you," I whispered to Mr. Johnson. "We're leaving. Now," Matthew hissed. In the aisle, an assortment of creatures was focused intently on us. I saw Knox, Timothy, the scary sisters, Gillian, and a few more unfamiliar faces. Above the tall bookcases, the old portraits of kings, queens, and other illustrious persons that decorated the walls of Duke Humphrey's reading room stared at us, too, with every bit as much sour disapproval. "It can't be missing. I just saw it," I repeated numbly. "We should have them check." "Don't talk about it now. Don't even think about it." He gathered up my things with lightning speed, his hands a blur as he saved my work and shut down the computer. I obediently started reciting English monarchs in my head, beginning with William the Conqueror, to rid my mind of thoughts of the missing manuscript. Knox passed by, busily texting on his mobile. He was followed by the scary sisters, who looked grimmer than usual. "Why are they all leaving?" I asked Matthew. "You didn't recall Ashmole 782? They're regrouping." He thrust my bag and computer at me and picked up my 2 manuscripts. With his free hand, he snared my elbow and moved us toward the call desk. Timothy waved sadly from the Selden end before making a peace sign and turning away. "Sean, Dr. Bishop is going back to college with me to help solve a problem I found in the Needham papers. She won't require these for the rest of the day, and I won't be returning either." Matthew handed Sean the boxed manuscripts. Sean gave the vampire a dark look before thumping them into a neater pile and heading for the locked manuscript hold. We didn't exchange a word on the way down the stairs, and by the time we pushed through the glass doors into the courtyard, I was ready to explode with questions. Peter Knox was lounging against the iron railings surrounding the bronze statue of William Herbert. Matthew stopped abruptly, and, with a fast step in front of me and a flick of his shoulder, placed me behind his considerable bulk. "So, Dr. Bishop, you didn't get it back?" Knox said maliciously. "I told you it was a fluke. Not even a bishop could break that spell without proper training in witchcraft. Your mother might have managed it, but you don't appear to share her talents." Matthew curled his lip, but said nothing. He was trying not to interfere between witches, yet he wouldn't be able to resist throttling Knox indefinitely. "It's missing. My mother was gifted, but she wasn't a bloodhound." I bristled, and Matthew's hand rose slightly to quiet me. "It's been missing," Knox said. "You found it anyway. It's a good thing you didn't manage to break the spell a second time, though." "Why is that?" I asked impatiently. "Because we cannot let our history fall into the hands of animals like him. Witches and vampires don't mix, Dr. Bishop. There are excellent reasons for it. Remember who you are.
If you don't, you will regret it. A witch shouldn't keep secrets from other witches. Bad things happen when she does. Gillian's voice echoed in my head, and the walls of the Bodleian drew closer. I fought down the panic that was burbling to the surface.
Threaten her again, and I'll kill you on the spot. Matthew's voice was calm, but a passing tourist's frozen look suggested that his face betrayed stronger emotions. Matthew, I said quietly, not here. Killing witches now, Clairmont? Knox sneered. Have you run out of vampires and humans to harm? Leave her alone. Matthew's voice remained even, but his body was poised to strike if Knox moved a muscle in my direction. The witch's face twisted. There's no chance of that. She belongs to us, not you. So does the manuscript. Matthew, I repeated more urgently. A human boy of 13 with a nose ring and a troubled complexion was now studying him with interest. The humans are staring. He reached back and grabbed my hand in his. The shock of cold skin against warm and the sensation that I was tethered to him were simultaneous. He pulled me forward, tucking me under his shoulder. Knox laughed scornfully. It will take more than that to keep her safe, Clairmont. She'll get the manuscript back for us. We'll make sure of it. Without another word, Matthew propelled me through the quadrangle and onto the wide cobblestone path surrounding the Radcliffe camera. He eyed All Souls' closed iron gates, swore quickly and enthusiastically, and kept me going toward the high street. Not much farther, he said, his hand gripping mine a bit more tightly. Matthew didn't let go of me in the lodge, and he gave a curt nod to the porter on the way to his rooms. Up we climbed to his garret, which was just as warm and comfortable as it had been Saturday evening. Matthew threw his keys onto the sideboard and deposited me unceremoniously on the sofa. He disappeared into the kitchen and returned with a glass of water. He handed it to me, and I held it without drinking until he scowled so darkly that I took a sip and almost choked. Why couldn't I get the manuscript a second time? I was rattled that Knox had been proved right. I should have followed my instincts. Matthew was standing by the window, clenching and unclenching his right hand and paying absolutely no attention to me. We don't understand your connection to the spell. You've been in grave danger since you saw Ashmole 782. Knox may threaten, Matthew, but he's not going to do something stupid in front of so many witnesses. You're staying at Woodstock for a few days. I want you away from Knox. No more chance meetings in college, no passing by him in the Bodleian. Knox was right. I can't get the manuscript back. He won't pay any more attention to me. That's wishful thinking, Diana. Knox wants to understand the secrets of Ashmole 782 as much as you or I do. Matthew's normally impeccable appearance was suffering. He'd run his fingers through his hair until it stood up like a scarecrow's in places. How can you both be so certain there are secrets in the hidden text? I wondered, moving toward the fireplace. It's an alchemy book. Maybe that's all it is. Alchemy is the story of creation, told chemically. Creatures are chemistry, mapped onto biology. But when Ashmole 782 was written, they didn't know about biology or share your sense of chemistry. Matthew's eyes collapsed into slits. Diana Bishop, I'm shocked at your narrow-mindedness. He meant it, too. The creatures who made the manuscript might not have known about DNA, but what proof do you have that they weren't asking the same questions about creation as a modern scientist? Alchemical texts are allegories, not instruction manuals. I redirected the fear and frustration of the past several days at him. They may hint at larger truths, but you can't build a reliable experiment from them. I never said you could, he replied, his eyes still dark with suppressed anger. But we're talking about potential readers who are witches, demons, and vampires. A little supernatural reading, a bit of otherworldly creativity, and some long memories to fill in the blanks may give creatures information we don't want them to have. Information you don't want them to have. I remembered my promise to Agatha Wilson and my voice rose. "You're as bad as Knox. You want Ashmole 782 to satisfy your own curiosity." My hands itched as I grabbed at my things. "Calm down." There was an edge to his voice that I didn't like. "Stop telling me what to do." The itching sensation intensified. My fingers were brilliant blue and shooting out little arcs of fire that sputtered at the edges like the sparklers on birthday cakes. I dropped my computer and held them up. Matthew should have been horrified. Instead, he looked intrigued. "Does that happen often?" His voice was carefully neutral. "Oh, no." I ran for the kitchen, trailing sparks. Matthew beat me to the door. "Not water," he said sharply. "They smell electrical." Ah, that explained the last time I set fire to the kitchen. I stood mutely, holding my hands up between us. We watched for a few minutes while the blue left my fingertips and the sparks went out entirely, leaving behind a definite smell of bad electrical wiring. When the fireworks ended, Matthew was lounging against the kitchen doorframe with the nonchalant air of a Renaissance aristocrat waiting to have his portrait painted. "Well," he said, watching me with the stillness of an eagle ready to pounce on his prey, "that was interesting. Are you always like that when you get angry?" "I don't do angry," I said, turning away from him. His hand shot out and whirled me back around to face him. "You're not getting off that easy." Matthew's voice was soft, but the sharp edge was back. "You do angry. I just saw it, and you left at least one hole in my carpet to prove it. Let me go." My mouth contorted into what Sarah called my sourpuss. It was enough to make my students quake. Right now, I hoped it would make Matthew curl up into a ball and roll away. At the very least, I wanted him to take his hand off my arm so I could get out of there. I warned you, friendships with vampires are complicated. I couldn't let you go now, even if I wanted to. My eyes lowered deliberately to his hand. Matthew removed it with a snort of impatience, and I turned to pick up my bag. "You really shouldn't turn your back on a vampire if you've been arguing." Matthew's arm shot around me from behind, pressing my back against his chest so hard that I could feel every flexed muscle. "Now," he said directly into my ear, "we're going to talk like civilized creatures about what happened. You are not running away from this, or from me." "Let me go, Matthew." I struggled in his arms. No. No man had ever refused when I asked him to stop doing something, whether it was blowing his nose in the library or trying to slip a hand up my shirt after a movie. I struggled again. Matthew's arms got tighter. "Stop fighting me," he sounded amused. "You'll get tired long before I do, I assure you." In my women's self-defense class, they'd taught me what to do if grabbed from behind. I lifted my foot to stomp on his. Matthew moved out of the way, and it smashed into the floor instead. "We can do this all afternoon if you want," he murmured, "but I honestly can't recommend it. My reflexes are much faster than yours." "Let me go and we can talk," I said through clenched teeth. He laughed softly, his spicy breath tickling the exposed skin at the base of my skull. "That wasn't a worthy attempt at negotiation, Diana. No, we're going to talk like this. I want to know how often your fingers have turned blue." "Not often." My instructor had recommended I relax if grabbed from behind and slip out of an assailant's arms. Matthew's grip on me only tightened. "A few times, when I was a child, I set fire to things, the kitchen cabinets, but that may have been because I tried to put my hands out in the sink and the fire got worse. My bedroom curtains, once or twice. A tree outside the house, but it was just a small tree. Since then, it happened last week when Miriam made me angry." "How did she do that?" he asked, resting his cheek against the side of my head. It was comforting if I overlooked the fact that he was holding me against my wishes. "She told me I needed to learn how to take care of myself and stop relying on you to protect me. She basically accused me of playing the damsel in distress. Just the thought made my blood simmer and my fingers itch all over again. You are many things, Diana, but a damsel in distress is not one of them." You've had this reaction twice in less than a week. Matthew's voice was thoughtful. Interesting. I don't think so. No, I don't imagine you do, he said. But it is interesting just the same. Now let's turn to another topic. His mouth drifted toward my ear, and I tried, unsuccessfully, to pull it away. What is this nonsense about my not being interested in anything but an old manuscript? I flushed. This was mortifying. Sarah and Em said you were only spending time with me because you wanted something. I assume it's Ashmole 782. But that's not true, is it? He said, running his lips and cheek gently against my hair. My blood started to sing in response. Even I could hear it, he laughed again. He didn't think you believed it. I just wanted to be sure. My body relaxed into his. Matthew, I began. I'm letting you go, he said, cutting me off. But don't bolt for the door, understand? We were prey and predator once more. If I ran,